comparison. I'm just trying to let you know some things. I think if fans were listening to Phil Perry, they think, "Oh, well, he lost. He was never the burner, but he's faster than Anquan Bolden." And
Bolden's 6'1", 220.
okay, and he's looking at the guy who's 6 feet, 200 pounds. Who basically, when you put him in the offense, you got other weapons. You throw him the ball, he's catching the football. And I believe this offense has running backs, Gary McLaurin, Zach Ertz, which means he will not be a guy that's going to be the one that's supposed to just go out there and handle everything, which puts him in the same position probably he was in Minnesota, and I think he could flourish.
I think what Phil told us that is very relevant. I think the Pats are trying to spin this as, oh, he's not the athlete we thought.
If they drafted him thinking he was 4'3" and he was 4'5", that's their dumbass.
Well,
I mean, if they traded for him.
He's a 4'5" guy.
Yes.
I think the text message is what caused the problem there. And I think
100%.
And I don't blame him. He wanted out. When you're a receiver that's been around and you realize you are just in poop town, to borrow a phrase from SVP's podcast, like, you want out. And I think New England in the post-Belichick, honestly, I think that Dynasty TV show they put out really hurt the image of the inner workings of that place. And just the who's my guy? Machiavelli, like the Machiavellianist like approach that it seems that ownership is taking there. And so when they had a player that wasn't producing at a high level, put out a little social media post that said, "Yo, it ain't me, it's them." All of a sudden, he didn't play in 4 or 5 games. Like,
remember I told you a story about when I was in Philadelphia, not in New York, and they were trying to sit up there and blame New York's problems on me and the special teams.
Right.
So I basically told the media, y'all want a story? Let's talk. And all of a sudden, Fossil wanted to talk to me. Special teams coach wanted to talk to me. Everybody that had an issue with something. Well, I'm like, oh, no. You poked the bear. You just woke me up now. So you got to deal with the hell I'm dealing with. Well, man, we don't want all our inner stuff outside. Well, basically, he put their stuff out there, and they want to get rid of him. And like I said, narratives are always spoken. And you can tell it's a narrative out there. You are absolutely right. The damn text message did it. It's nothing else. The kid is a damn good football player. He was never a speedster. He can play. But no, we can't say we're getting rid of him because he hurt our feelings. In a sense, that's what happened.
Yeah, I don't – listen, man, I don't want to say I know that, but I know how football works, and I know that you got a team in turmoil. I mean, the Pats are what, 3-10? I don't think we should try to dress up KJ Osborne to be more than he is, but I don't think because it didn't work in New England in a pretty broken situation that we should assume he can't help this team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Landville's specific question, Brian, is what makes a bigger impact? Let's start with this weekend. The fact that Marshawn Lattimore is expected to play or that Noah Brown will not be playing.
I think
Noah Brown's your third leading receiver.
Marshawn Lattimore playing. Because Marshawn Lattimore playing allows you to be able to do more with your defense. And as we've seen this defense play better as the year has gone on, him coming in, if you can have him take one guy, take one side of the field, you can add somebody to the run game, which you have not been great at. You can help. You can add another. You can allow that person to help out in coverage on another receiver. You know, a lot of times people say, "Well, the number one receiver takes on the number one corner." I mean, number one corner take on the number one receiver. You can put the number one corner on a number two receiver and then double the number one receiver. It makes your defense better, right?
Sure.
So he allows them an opportunity now to take even another step farther as a defense.
Nicky Jobvala just dropped an absurd insult stat for the world via Twitter. I will read that, and you will hear from Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Whitt when we return. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Who's that? Taylor? Tay-Tay?
Tonight.
That is Tay-Tay.
I'm all right with this one. I like this better than the heavy metal. Tell you that much.
It's like the exact opposite.
Hey, Chris, why you hating on our stuff, man?
Our stuff.
Yeah, man, we love heavy metal. Me and Chris.
Here's one thing we do love when Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Whitt spits the truth. That dude does not sugarcoat much. Here he is talking to the media.
It's good to be back to football. Bye week, we needed it. Everybody needed to step away and get refreshed and get ready for this run that we're about to make, and starting with New Orleans. It's good to have everybody. The energy's been good. Good to have everybody back in the building. The focus has been outstanding. During the bye week, we looked at us first schematically, what we need to do to improve there. You always look at, as a coach, you always look at yourself first. And then secondly, we looked at, was it the technique of players? You always look at, or was it the player? And if it was the technique, how can we better the technique as coaches? And if it's the player, better utilization of the men in the room. So we made those adjustments, and now we're ready to go ahead and get ready to play New Orleans and start this final 4 games, and then we'll see where it happens from there. So after that, I'll take any questions.
What did you learn about your unit during the bye week when you looked at it?
That we're still a unit that's growing and trying to play the play style that we want to play. We're close, but we're not consistent enough, and I got to do a better job of getting them consistent and making sure that in winning moments that we're ready to go. We started a lot of games really well. The one thing that popped out to me was I think we're third in the league in the first quarter of allowing points. We don't give up points, but in the fourth quarter, we're last in the league. We give up too many points in the fourth quarter. And so how do I shore that up? Is it the calls? Is it the situations? What is it that's allowing that to happen? And that's one area that we really looked at. We looked at the run game as well, okay? Once again, calls first, okay? Technique second, utilization of players third. And so those are areas that we really stressed. And then ball production. We have to produce the ball some one way or another. We changed some drills this week, and hopefully that we will be able to produce the ball the way that we should.
How did you change the drills?
I did new drills, like totally new drills that I've done in the past that we haven't been doing. And we'll see if it produces any results. Yeah.
Joe, obviously a lot of talk about this being possibly Marshawn's first game. He was out there practicing with you. Realistically, how much difference can one guy come in and make at this point in the season?
You know, we'll see. We're still taking Marshawn through the process, so I am hopeful that he is ready. But until he's been totally clear, I don't know. But you know, it depends on how much different guys can tilt the coverage one way or another. But until we get him out there, until we see, you know, I'll be able to answer that the week after he plays.
And then when you talk about technique in the run game, what are some of the little technique things that maybe you wanted to shore up, that maybe you wanted to tweak?
Well, it was a lot of aiming points, hands, you know, making sure that we're not playing behind blocks on the second level, eye control, making sure that we're, you know, if we're getting swap runs. All right, if we're double swaps, if they're crossing, you know, we're sitting down in our gaps. If it's going from a 2x2 to a 3x1, all right, our gaps are changing. We understand where we're moving. We're not over adjusting and getting ourselves out of our gap when movement. So on the second level, that's been the issue, whereas over rotating, and then on the first level, aiming points and throwing hands and making sure we're knocking back.
Can I ask one more since it's a small group? Going back, like with a guy of Marshawn's talents, right? The man coverage stuff. As a play caller, and for how much can that open up some of the pressure package calls that you can make?
Well, I don't know if I can pressure more than we've been pressuring, because we, like I've been saying, and I don't know if people believe me or not, but we've pressured a lot. We haven't protected the corners. It'd be hard for me to pressure more than what we have. I think I looked at the numbers. I think the pressure calls, I'm around 5th or 6th in the league of the amount that we call. Yeah.
Speaking of pressure, with Dorrance Armstrong, I know sacks are not the end-all, be-all stat, but I don't know if he's had any since he had that rib injury earlier in the year. He's played, and obviously has had some other numbers. What have you saw from his play, and to those who might say sacks?
Everybody look at sacks. Sacks, though, he has played really solid. He's the guy that when we talking about knocking back a tight end, setting the edge, he's done that really, really well. He's been the most consistent player that we've had up front. All right, now Sacks, everybody would love to have more sacks, but I've been pleased with the way DA plays because I know what I'm getting. It's consistent, it's good, it's firm, and the sacks will come. I think he's at 3, and we got opportunities to get more.
And with Mikey Sanders still obviously not the biggest corner out there, but he's how does he use the physical assets he does have, and maybe even his lack of size in terms of covering and tackling?
He's smart. So I had Casey Hayward when he was a rookie, and Casey's a taller man than Mikey is, but they both are very similar in the standpoint from the standpoint of they understand who they are and how to align. They understand splits. They understand what the offense is trying to do to them. Now they're both so smart, so sometimes they might think one thing and a play get behind them that shouldn't, but that's what Mikey does. He's very aware. He's a student of the game. So he doesn't let himself get into situations where his height gets in the way a lot of the times because of his positioning and understanding of what's happening.
Something pretty remarkable with Bobby Wagner, 13 straight years, over 100 tackles, and the only other player to do that is London Fletcher, who played. I don't know if you've been made aware of that, but I'm just curious your thoughts on that. I mean, that's absurd durability and productivity.
That's just amazing, man. That's kudos to Bobby as being a professional, being available, all those years, 13 straight years. That's a ton of tackles. He's a tackling machine. And he's in rare air. I think the other guys up there is it Ray? Fletcher. Yeah, I know it's no London with the 13, but it's those 3 with that many, with 13 plus. I think Ray might have 14, they're not consecutive. So he's in rare air. And that's why, London should be in the hall, and he's going to be in the hall, and Ray's already there. It's just special players when you do that type of stuff. And I'm glad he's part of our defense.
For sure.
The leader of our defense, not just part of it, the leader of it.
Just specifically with the secondary, bringing a new piece in, whether it's this week, 2 weeks from now, how does that impact communication when communication is such an intense part of working together as DBs?
That's a really good question. That's where the issue, not issue, but the stress point might be because, like I said before here, you basically play the same techniques throughout the league. It's 3 matches, cover 3, it's quarters, it's palms. Now, once you get into your reduction calls or your checks, understanding what certain checks might mean to me. We might have a check that, let's use Marshawn for example, that the same word might have meant something else for him in New Orleans. All right. And then in the heat of the battle, when he hears that word, what is he going to think? Those are the things that I'm trying to make sure that we're on the same page with. The man he's a smart football player now. I've been really, really pleased with his intelligence and the way that he communicates in the meeting room with the other players. But just making sure that especially our reduction calls and our push calls, he has a firm understanding of it. Not just him, just the whole secondary. But he is the new addition, but he's extremely smart, man. I've been really pleased with that part of him.
That's the defense coordinator of the Washington Commanders, Whitt Jr., talking to the media as he does on Thursdays. We're going to take us a quick break here. When we get back, we will discuss what he had to say.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Well, although most prognosticators had the Washington Capitals missing this year's playoffs before the puck dropped on the 24-25 campaign, here are the Caps, leading the Eastern Conference in points and winners of a franchise record 9 straight on the road. Washington looks for one for the second thumb tonight, a 10th straight, if they can win in Columbus, taking on the Blue Jackets, a 7 o'clock puck drop, and you can listen to it right here on the Fan. Virginia Tech hosts North Carolina A&T at 7. Hear it on the Team 980. And following an important game for the Commanders, the LA Rams are just a game in back of Washington for the final playoff spot in the NFC. Now, those Rams are in San Francisco to take on the Niners for Thursday Night Football at 8:15 kick. Westwood One coverage will follow Hokies basketball on the Team 980. Celebrate the holidays with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka, the perfect addition to any holiday gathering. Each can is only 100 calories with zero carbonation for easy sipping. Find Surfside in convenient variety 8-packs at your local bars and liquor stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
All right. All right. This is
Soul Survivor.
Mop now.
Yeah. High noon in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west, including Ashburn, VA. Me and B are holding it down. Traveling. Tomorrow we're going to be at Radio Row for the Army-Navy game. It's going to be really cool. We got a ton of awesome guests that I think everybody should enjoy. It's going to be a busy, busy show. Yep. Also, I think people might care about this. Maryland Governor Wes Moore confirmed joining us tomorrow, making his picks. He's been red hot, but because of Thanksgiving, and then the bye week last week, we haven't had Governor on the program for a couple of weeks. He has been sending me his picks, so I'm aware he's locked in. That dude can pick football games, B.
Yeah.
And we may, I don't know about you, Brian, there might be a few other things we need to discuss with the governor.
Oh, certain liquids.
Hell yeah.
In cans.
Yo.
In grocery stores.
You're damn right. and perhaps even a plot of land on East Capitol Street.
Ooh.
There's a lot to discuss.
A lot of things.
So you don't want to miss that. And also this weekend, dude, they're taking the Burgundy and Gold game day crew on the road. They're going to be at Center Pocket in Bowie. Burgundy and Gold pregame day is live starting at 11 a.m. and JP Flame from the Sports Junks is going to be there to watch the game. So if you're looking for something to do this weekend, Skins are on the road, go check out Corner Pocket in Bowie.
Corner Pocket? I've been there.
Have you?
Yeah.
There you go.
We do some bike rides from Corner Pocket.
There you go. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a cool spot. Ton of TVs, play some pool if you want. Here's what we're going to do. You already heard from Joe Whitt. I never leave a conversation with Joe Whitt unimpressed by Joe Whitt.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, Joe is a straight shooter and also is a man that does not mind taking some blame. I have this shirt they call Weak People Blame Others. Strong people take responsibility. Joe is definitely that.
Right. Kliff Kingsbury runs the offense for Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Kliff he's been a head coach for 4 years. He's been a head coach at college. Kliff has a really high profile, so he approaches the media sessions a little differently. And this one today, Kliff brought it. Let's go. Here's Kliff Kingsbury.
Teammate. So anytime you lose a guy like that, it's hard to replace. But some young guys will get some opportunities, and we'll kind of see how we do.
And with some of those young guys, obviously you have Luke and among them, but also picking up KJ Osborne. How does he fit? What do you know about him, and how could he fit here?
Yeah, I've liked him. Evowed him when I was in Arizona, and liked what I saw. I've heard tremendous things about the type of person he is. So he's a guy who can play inside, outside, and give you a lot. And so we got to see kind of how he fits in with us and try to get him up to speed. But from what I've seen on tape, you know, he's definitely a guy that we can use.
Hey, Kliff. When you're an offensive coordinator looking at a defense that has cornerbacks that stay on one side of the field, how does that change for you versus if they have a guy that travels, follows Terry in this case, et cetera? Yeah,
I think it's always week to week kind of game plan. If there's certain things you think you can do matchup wise, attack one or the other, that's really the biggest thing you can glean from it. Does one guy like to tackle? Does one guy not as interested in tackling? Maybe setting things up that way, but not a huge deal. I think philosophically, kind of like we want to play no huddle, so most of the time the X is on the left and the Z is on the right. It's just how does it fit your scheme and you getting lined up.
And sort of an off-topic question. Obviously, Bill Belichick going to North Carolina. You're one of the few people who's done both. So what do you kind of think of the idea of a guy at his status going to college in this day and age?
I will have to see him on the sideline to believe that's happening. We'll see how the NFL job search goes and all that. I will have to see him on the sideline coaching in Chapel Hill to believe that's happening.
The landscape has changed a ton even since you were there because of NIL. Could you imagine having to deal with that these days?
I got to just sit around and observe last year, and no, I don't see my man going in any home visits or doing like the cocktail hour after the visits. I just don't. Maybe he'll set it up like an NFL deal, but I have to see that to believe it.
What did you learn about your offense during the bye week?
Yeah, we did a bunch of self-scout. I think, you know, looking at the lull we had, we wanted to go back and be like, hey, what did we do good? What did we do bad? What can we do better moving forward? And, you know, consistently being able to practice and have guys healthy, I think is a big part of it. And to be able to show the improvement we had against Tennessee when we had multiple weeks of good practices, I think that helped our mentality and what we needed to do moving forward. And coming back off the bye, being healthy, being fresh, we really pushed it this week and are going to continue to push it. And I think that's the biggest thing is like when we practice at a high level, we play it at a high level, and we've got to become accustomed to doing that. And that's what the great teams do.
What does Luke need to do, I guess, it seems like he's had moments, but the production hasn't always been there. What's preventing him from getting there, and what can he do to do that? Yeah, I mean, he's a talented young man. We've asked him to play inside and outside because he can handle it, and that's a lot on a young player. And then we've just had, you know, the initial addition of Noah took some of those reps away, and then other guys have stepped up, OZ and Diami, and it's a loaded receiver room that there's a bunch of guys that can do a bunch. You know, I know they don't give the notoriety that some people talk about. But the way they play, the way they perform, it's been a good group for us. And I think that's the biggest thing is just other guys have made plays, and he's done everything we could have asked for him. But other guys have made plays, and it's just a crowded room right now.
Crowded room that you add Osborne, maybe Crowder's coming back. What's kind of the run-up or the timeline to getting Osborne on the field this week ASAP? Yeah, we'll try and do as much as we can with him this week and see if he'll be game ready. And then if not, we'll cram all through, you know, the road trip and get him as much information as he can and try to get him going. But from all accounts, everybody we've talked to, he's very conscientious, understands football, great with X's and O's. So usually about a week, and they're ready to have some sort of role. And we want to make sure when he goes in, he's confident and understands he can play fast. So we won't overload it, but he'll definitely have a role soon. And then when you lose players like Eckler and Brown in a short period of time, and that's a lot of offense, do you look to replace that similarly, or do you have to kind of change things up and go more 2-3 tight ends, or just make the looks different? Yeah, that's the kind of $1 million question. You got to see where does that come from, that extra offense. Do we need to have different sets and run the ball more, or can we take more shots now? Is that something that's going to help us, you know, get those yards back and maximize the guys who will be playing? And that's what we got to figure out over this,
next couple game stretch is where does that come from? But it's hard to replace two guys like that, the protection they had and just the type of teammates and the effort they played with. But young guys get the opportunity, and we'll kind of see where it fits. All right. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Kliff Kingsbury there. I think he's telling the truth as far as trying to generate the offense with Eckler and Brown out.
Mm-hmm.
You got to kind of just figure that out as it comes. But at the same time, I didn't find it a surprise that he almost immediately said, do we run the ball more?
Yeah, it's not a surprise, but I think the ultimate thing is every coach has an idea of what they want to do, and then when you lose the people that were doing it effectively, now you begin to try to figure out, do you have somebody else that could possibly do it? And the fact that you haven't consistently gone to them, you don't know just yet. You can do what you want in practice. It's not a game. I know people always talk about practice. Yeah, you can build your speed up for a game in practice, but you're not going to go full speed in practice. Practice is never full speed. It's always a little less. So you got to find out who can do it while they're on the field. And I hope there are some guys out there that very much like many guys in this league, they get an opportunity. They show up on Sunday and they get a chance and they show the coach that, you know what, you can lean on me. And I can handle a little bit more and move and just continue growing. And maybe, just maybe, two new guys may come in that can produce 1,000, 1,100 yards of offense for you in that amount of games.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of games is going to be smaller, so the yardage.
I'm just saying, like you give me
at a similar pace.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be really interesting to watch this unfold. I think you can lean on Brian Robinson more down the stretch here. He's missed some time. They've had the bye week. They clearly wanted to be smart with him throughout his process, and I think that needs to be a strong consideration. The other thing that I thought was really interesting from Kliff is that he just clearly doesn't believe Belichick's going to actually coach at Carolina.
Well,
what do you make of that?
I think he's talking about more of the recruiting aspect, but let's be real. Coaching in the NFL, head coaching, is not what it used to be.
Right.
Head coaching in college is – you think Nick Saban was going into people's houses?
I think you go at the end. I think it's funny. I actually asked, who I was talking to about this with yesterday in the locker room was De'Ami Brown and Ben Sinnott.
Yeah.
Now, Sinnott is a rookie. De'Ami's only in his 4th year. They're not that removed, but Sinnott played in this transfer portal NIL era, right? And they both said that, like, there's this misconception that generally the coaches for colleges, it's not like divided up by position coach or whatever. It's region.
Yeah.
And so it's like De'Ami was just recruited by the dude that handles Charlotte.
Yeah.
Because that's where he was from. And then eventually you get to a final step where the amount of people, head coaches, are probably going to somebody's house. How many college football players you think get that kind of treatment from the big?
You give me the top 50.
Yeah.
And the top 50 is not getting a visit. Now, if I got a guy, let's say it's Alabama and Georgia.
Right.
If the coach from Georgia shows up, Nick is going to get on his personal helicopter then when he was there. They have 2 helicopters and 2 airplanes. The assistant coaches fly around in one little thing back and forth, and he only comes in if he has to
Most
close
of these
the
dudes
deal.
are just driving.
Bill Belichick will be the closer.
Right.
And it will only be if North Carolina now has a guy who is a 4-star or 5-star who happens to be recruited by a lot of other people. But if Bill Belichick comes, he will sign. Bill will go there.
There are 1,800 players. I'm sorry, 18,000 players. Think about it. There's 300 teams with 70-man rosters. Like, there's probably about 15,000 kids getting legitimate money.
Yeah.
They're not all getting at-home visits from
True.
Kirby Smart. So I think some of that, I just think the college football world is so uncertain with kind of where this will go. And a lot smart people believe there is some form of salary cap, some form of, dude, I think the SEC, the Big Ten, You take a handful of these other schools, you form your own thing, and then everybody kind of operates under the same rules. A lot of people really think that is coming, and maybe Belichick is preparing for that when some of the Wild West of this settles down. Guys just get paid like it's just a more normal, functional minor league or whatever.
I think there's some lawyers out there that's ready to fight that already.
Sure, but the other side's got lawyers too.
Yeah, but the ultimate thing is we went this direction because players were being shortchanged. You're not going to shortchange them even more.
I agree with that. I think the idea of not paying or something is long gone. Where the teams will go, where the players will go, is where the television money goes.
Yeah.
And if the television money decides they want 4 conferences of 20 teams each, and then we have a real playoff, and it looks like the NFL, that's where it's all going to go.
Yeah.
And
then that's more money comes in that once you limit and
Sure.
you bring more sponsorship, more money comes in.
Sure.
And I'm sure the players are going to want their share, and I think they should get them. I'm still trying to go back and get some of mine.
Good luck, dude. I find this fascinating. I do wonder. He's in Chapel Hill. I just saw a video of Belichick.
Everybody, y'all can doubt this all you want. The man is going to coach because coaches are coaches. Listen, I remember this coach telling me that he said, "Man, what we do is coach." I believe he's going to coach.
I'm not doubting that he's going to coach.
Mm-hmm.
What I am not certain of is he can have these press conferences and start wearing baby blue all over the place. But if the Giants call in January, I'm not sure he's not taking that call. That's all I'm saying. I think he still wants to be in the NFL.
I think he's coaching college football next year, and he'll do it for at least a year and a half. I put it at that. And then maybe he'll go back. But I think the man is going to start it and move forward with what he's doing. Because I think at this point now, Bill feels he can run a college team just like a pro team. Because he said that.
Dude,
I am going to set it up and
manifesto.
run it. I want to run it like an NFL team. And I think that's the way you have to do this now. People with all that BS that college football leaders and the NCAA was talking about, amateur athlete, no, they had people making them a lot of damn money. Now it's at a point where you're paying them now, so you got to run this thing more like it's something different than what it was. You can't run college football like it used to be and still be successful.
Well, you know the dude Michael Lombardi, Vegas guy now. I think he was with Bill in New England and then maybe the Raiders or something. Lombardi's an NFL guy. He's an NFL cap guy. He's an NFL evaluator, whatever you want to call him. That was Belichick's first hire. Lombardi's going to Chapel Hill to be the general manager.
Yeah.
More of these programs have GMs. Like it's
you don't need an AD, you need a GM. You need somebody handling some money now.
Well, and to allocate the money. Like, dude, it becomes.
But see, the thing of it is,
it's the hardest thing in sports is personnel evaluation. You got to determine. You got 10 mil, you got 100 mil, you got 1 mil, whatever the dollar amounts are. How much goes to this dude? How much goes to that dude?
But
where
see,
are our priorities?
that's where the people donate money to those funds for schools. But if I own a certain company and I want to talk to JP Finley, I'm giving my money to JP Finley.
Right.
I'm not putting it in the fund. So if I come in like that, they can't stop that because this is name, image, likeness. This is not the school just paying me.
It's kind of changed, though, now that it's collectives. Like the collectives have taken everything over. And the problem is I think you get some level of tax break on the collective side, whereas when it's just a straight NIL deal, it's all tax. And it
I'll pay my tax money.
That impacts the player and the business or whoever.
And if I'm a player or the parents of the player, I'm going to find somebody to come in and help me pay the taxes.
When we have these conversations, your biggest priority is that the players are getting paid. I want to be clear. The players are getting paid. It's not going anywhere. That is never changing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you can't limit the players that can generate more either.
I don't think anybody's trying to.
You say the collectives and whatever. If the companies want to go with the same people we getting paid that was getting paid under the table before. Right. Quarterbacks, wide receivers, big time offensive linemen, defensive backs, same people getting paid that was getting the top dollars that were getting the top dollar before. Can't change.
B. Mitch and Finley, here's what we're going to do. The Commanders are facing a make or break game. We're going to discuss if that's truly the case when we return.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tackling NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Taking a look at the Commanders' injury report for yesterday. 3 players didn't practice. Noah Brown dealing with the kidney injury. Zach Ertz and Cleveland Farrell with rest days. 2 players were limited. Zane Gonzalez dealing with a left foot injury. Quan Martin dealing with a shoulder injury. Marshawn Lattimore was able to practice in full. Thursday Night Football tonight. The Rams taking on the 49ers. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game on the Team 980 following Hokies basketball. Some updates on some injuries for the 49ers. Their running back Isaac Guerrero plans to play. He's questionable with a sprained foot, and the 49ers are going to be activating linebacker Trey Greenlaw off injured reserve. He tore his Achilles in the Super Bowl last year. College football, UNLV is going to be hiring former Florida head coach Dan Mullen as their new head coach. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on North Carolina A&T. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Blue Jackets tonight in Columbus. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What I think he did he? I think I saw on social media that Dre has a new album coming out like tomorrow, and there's a single with Dre, Snoop, Eminem, and 50 on it, which to a dude that was born in 1981, that's a pretty hardcore lineup right there. I look forward to hearing that. Now, according to NFL.com, there are 5 make or break matchups this weekend across the National Football League. Here we go. Washington is one of these 5, but they're not the only one. As we look at the NFC or the entire NFL playoff race, it's pretty interesting. If you look at the playoff picture, right now we know the scenarios, right? Lions and Eagles have clinched. Chiefs and Bills have clinched.
Yep.
Leading the NFC West, you got Seattle at 8-5. Leading the NFC South, you got Tampa at 7-6. I don't know what their final record's going to be, B. But right now, the Vikings are 11-2 and are the 5 seed. I mean, say they finish 13-4 and are the 5 seed. That's pretty wild. But the reality is one of the Vikings or the Lions is going to finish as the 5 seed with a very good record.
Yeah.
The Vikings do have a head-to-head with Detroit still, so that could flip. If Minnesota wins out, handles their business, they could get the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Packers currently in the 6 seed, 9-4. Commanders 7 seed, 8-5. Right behind them, you'll see them in action tonight. The Rams, the 8 seed at 7-6. Then the Falcons.
I'm watching that game tonight.
Oh, me too. Falcons come to Washington in 2 weeks. I think you really got to wonder who might be playing quarterback by then for Atlanta. Arizona at 6-7, then the Niners at 6-7.
If the locals had their way, it will be Penix.
I think it would, man. That's a lot of picks for Kirk, who's been a good quarterback. You got to wonder if age and health are catching up to him. So a whole bunch of games this weekend. No buys. Buys are over. Everybody's playing. Starts tonight, Rams-Niners. NFL.com broke down 5 make or break games. Atlanta going to Vegas. What's the line? What's the line on this thing, Landini? Let me know.
Atlanta, Vegas?
Yeah, I got to tell you, I might like Vegas at home with the points, man.
You like everybody at home with the points, though.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why you're still gambling, and you haven't retired yet because you keep taking that.
So B, it is week 15, right?
Atlanta -4.
Yeah, I think I might like Vegas there. Going into week 10, 5 weeks ago, Atlanta had a 2-game lead in the NFC South. That was when Mike Evans got hurt, and there was a whole lot of problems. The Falcons have now lost 4 in a row.
Didn't handle their business.
B, if you lose in Vegas to a 2-11 silver and black, Something.
Yep, 2-11.
Something got to happen.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You can't lose 5 in a row, including
Nah.
to Vegas.
Nah.
I don't know, man. That's a tricky spot. The Raiders' pass defense, 30th in the NFL. 30th in the NFL. Like, it's time for Kirk to look good.
Yeah.
This is a ball game, B. Maybe you and I will be able to watch this.
Which one?
On an airplane coming home, Brian. Bills at Lions Sunday at 4:30. Give me the line on that. That is a juicy game.
What makes you think we're gonna be able to watch that game?
They got TVs on airplanes, man.
Yeah, but the game starts at 4:25, which is 3:25 there.
I'm saying the second half.
We might be able to watch the game before we get on the plane. The plane is at 7:30.
Oh, that's right. I gotta get my mind right for the hour difference. Dude, what's crazy is the Bills and the Lions have clinched playoff spots.
Yep.
But the number one seed's all that matters because you get a bye. Everything else you're playing, so who cares, right? I don't know the Bills will catch the Chiefs after losing last week to the Rams because the Chiefs are now 12-1, Buffalo's 10-3. So you got to make up 2 games in 4 weeks.
Yep.
But
anything can happen in the league.
But the other thing that could happen is the Bills could fall to the 3 seed. Pittsburgh keeps winning. Yeah. Pittsburgh's right there. And then think about for the Lions hosting the Bills coming off a loss. If the Lions drop one and Minnesota wins, that's if the Lions drop one and Philly wins, the 1 seed is in serious territory.
Yep. I hope that their mindset wasn't, we just got to beat the Chiefs. And they beat the Chiefs, and then they forgot about let's get number 1 seed because you don't have the 1 seed. You got to go through Kansas City. It could be a different ball game for you. You might have to face some tougher teams before you even get to them.
I really liked the Rams last week. It may have made a little money on that because I liked the spot. The Bills haven't just won their Super Bowl. But I think the Bills will be back for this one in Detroit. I think that's did you give me a line on this? Bills Detroit?
Bills Detroit minus 2.5.
They got Detroit winning very narrow. I can kind of see that. Like if Detroit wins this thing 32-30, if either side wins this thing 32-30.
This type of game where I think Amon Ra. He liked those tough physical games like that. They're at home. And they're coming in and he likes to show up there.
You know what's fascinating too is the Bills defense has been really good at times. They were terrible last week.
Yeah.
I mean, Stafford in LA just torched them.
They hit a lot of slot receivers doing crossings. Do you think Ben Johnson is going to try to do some of that crossing?
So are you telling me to start Jameson Williams in fantasy? Is that what you're telling me? You telling me to bench Malik Neighbors?
Is he one of the guys on your team? Who Malik Neighbors playing?
Ravens.
Yeah, you might want to try to go with Jameson this week.
Well, I got Justin Jefferson, who's unbenchable.
Okay.
And then I got to decide between Jameson and Neighbors.
Neighbors is the only person that they throw to up there, though. So he's going to get a lot of yards.
But it's Tommy Cutlets.
Don't make a difference. They're going to throw it to him.
And the Ravens' pass defense has been bad all week. I'm agonizing over these decisions.
Man, just make a decision.
You know one thing I realized with fantasy football? I think – so I'm in 2 leagues. My buddies from home, my buddies from high school, and my buddies from college. I think the entry fee for both leagues is roughly $100. I think one of them is $120.
Mm-hmm.
On a standard weekend where there's college football on Saturday and NFL on Sunday, I have 5 to 10x the amount of money in various bets going on that weekend than I do in my fantasy football fee that it lasts the whole year.
Yeah.
And I care so much about fantasy
football.
I
think that's why everybody that plays fantasy football is absolutely crazy.
For me,
you know why I said if you win both of those leagues, you can't pay for one kid's braces.
Sure. But it's it's bragging rights against my friends.
I can't, but
that's what matters.
I don't put stress on nothing unless it's super life changing.
When we had dinner at Capitol Grill the other night, shout out to Chevy Chase Capitol Grill. They'll take care of you if you got a big party. Great food. It was my high school friends.
Truck, I saw your guy last night.
Yeah, Truck was there. Truck and I probably talked. Oh, that's funny. I bet Truck and I talked for fantasy for like 15 minutes. My boy Jason, we talked about fantasy all night. We've been doing this since we were 14. You know, it's 30 years of this nonsense.
Yeah, crazy.
It is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
All right, I got two more make or breaks. Frankly, I don't care about this one because I think one of them's not getting in, and I think the other one gets bounced in the first round. You can guess who I'm talking about. Colts at Broncos.
What's the line is on that one?
Dude, here's the thing. The Broncos are putting together a good year, and you're happy for Sean Payton should you choose to be, right?
-4 Broncos.
I honestly might take the Colts, but the Broncos, it's a lot of manufactured stuff. They play really good defense. The Broncos are going to play, assuming they stay in the 7 seed, the Bills, the Steelers, the Chiefs, one of those three, whoever lands the 2.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they could, much like Washington, maybe the Broncos, they currently have the same record as the Chargers, and I believe they have a head-to-head game. Maybe that getting to the 6 seed might matter a lot in that AFC. Make or break tonight, B. Rams-Niners. If the Niners lose again and they get
It's
to
done.
6-8,
If they lose tonight, they count Christmas.
they'd be 6-8. The Rams would be 8-6. The Seahawks, I think, are 8-5, right? Eventually it gets to be, the Seahawks are 8-5 now. Eventually it gets to be too much to make up in too short of an amount of time, even if you're not super desperate, like even if you're mathematically allowed. Here, I'm going to read this about the game tonight. A loss doesn't obliterate the Niners' playoff chances, but it's as close as you get to a non-zero. According to the next-gen stats model at the time of posting, of 10,000 simulations, the 49ers would make the postseason 0.13% of the time if they lose tonight.
Oh, wow.
They have a 0.13.
So, in other words, if I was to go get my old electronic football board and do 10,000 simulations of how it'll happen, and then I come up with that little thing and I throw it in the football today, people will really believe that I did something.
They might.
So that will make me smarter than, make me think I'm smarter than other people that actually knows the game and watch the games.
Here's my question.
I'm going to get me an electronic football board. I'm going to become the new.
That might be the new
analytics guy. I'm going to say, yeah, I actually went through the games. Or I'm going to start playing Madden against my friends and then tell you who's going to win the game.
You can play Madden on simulation mode.
I tell you who's going to win the games.
You don't play. Just the computer plays. You can set up Eagles Steelers and just watch Madden computers play it.
I am normally
Does that
a person
sound like you?
I'm normally a person that really pays attention. You really think I'm going to try something like that?
Landfill.
By the time that game ended, I am all the way through a bottle of
I can only imagine.
E.H. Taylor.
Landy, what do you think? Like, what is the scenario in the universe that B. Mitch sits down to watch a simulated Madden football game, video game?
I mean, if he can bet on it.
I don't think
No.
I think
I'm different than most people. You all bet and you watch the game and toss and turn all over it. I bet and I wait for the damn the result to come. I'm not going to sit up there and stress. I believe in having stress once. If I win, I win. I lose, I lose. But I'm not going to be there watching the whole game, going through all these ups and downs. I hell with roller coasters.
Man, you got to like.
Give me a race car straight way.
You got to like the sweat. Here's the only scenario.
I like the sweat, but not no damn watching football.
The only scenario I see you sitting down to watch a simulated video game, football game. Well, you know what? Now there's two ways. You would do it if you were paid. I also think, and this is not what you're into, but if you ever got into like gummies, maybe you just sit down and watch a game. But that's not really your bag.
I wouldn't even watch it then. I will find something else to have some fun. But watching a football game played by computers got to be the most boring damn thing in the world.
All right. Let's take a look at Rams-Niners tonight, what it means for Washington, and let's have this discussion. Is this game make or break for the Commanders? Phone lines open at 1 o'clock. It is a Bleep You Thursday.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B. Mitch and Finley. 1067 The Fan. Pretty exciting news. Duce McAllister going to join us in about 10 minutes, 1 o'clock. Of course, Duce is a Saints legend.
Yep.
Ole Miss legend too. That dude was good. I think he was a Heisman finalist. If I'm gonna look that up here in the break. Brian, I got a series of questions for you. Okay.
All right. And I got a series of answers.
The Niners looked really good last week at home against the Bears.
Yeah.
Are the Niners back or do the Bears stink?
Niners are not back. The Bears are not very good.
Okay. That's pretty simple. All right. Niners are not back.
It's hard to be back when you have that many good players hurt. But you can play up. You can come out there. What song? I can be as good once as I ever was.
Sure.
They were good. It's like they weren't. But I think consistently they can't do it.
I mean, when you get in the,
Could this year be hurting Brock Purdy's purse?
I think so. Trent is out tonight. Bosa's questionable tonight.
You're talking about probably the top two people in their positions.
I think Warner might be playing at such a high level that he is.
Warner's back. Didn't he have a fracture? He say he's been playing with a fracture.
Yeah, he's playing
in his leg.
Trent's out, ruled out. Bosa's questionable. The new running back, Garendo, is questionable.
Their running backs get hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Think about it. Even all the way back to Mitchell, 2 years ago, whatever.
Yeah.
Their running backs get hurt so much. So the question would be, are they overworking their running backs by trying to make them do too much?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know that you can rule it out, but
I just ask. I like to ask questions.
When you have Kupp and Nakua on the field and then Kyron Williams running at a pretty high level, that's a lot to defend.
Hell yeah.
That's a lot to defend. You like the Rams tonight?
If the Rams play anywhere close to what they played last week, yes. But I've seen them act like they are. What's the roller coaster in at Busch Gardens?
The Grizzly?
No, not the Grizzly.
The Loch Ness Monster?
No, it's scary as hell. I know it's fast, and they act like a roller coaster. They play up and down too.
Apollo's Chariot?
Not Apollo's Chariot. It's
Big Bad Wolf?
You just naming stuff now, Landfill.
Alpengeist?
I don't think that who?
Alpengeist?
Dragon Fest.
No.
I made that
Drakenfire?
No.
Drakenfire.
See, I want to throw my keys at you, JP.
Is this
and just put voodoo on Landfill?
Is this the one that Fred Swoop got off and was
yeah,
screaming?
and was screaming like a little lady. Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to find out. What are the roller coasters at Busch Gardens? Williamsburg or Tampa, B?
Williamsburg.
Okay. Park info. Why did they make this so difficult? I had other questions for you, but now I'm fascinated by Busch Gardens. I've always been a Kings Dominion guy. I think Kings Dominion is the better amusement park. I don't know if that's still
Pantheon.
Bang. Told you, Landfill. Pantheon. Niners -2.5, -3, depending where you shop.
And where are they playing?
San Fran.
See, the only thing about that, San Fran have that messed up grass out there where it could be real wet and they are accustomed to it and you're not. It can slow down Kupp and Nakua.
I know this. There's a lot of money on the Rams, and Vegas is going to kind of need the Niners tonight. So do what you want with that information. Another question for you, B, before Duce McAllister joins us. Duce McAllister, of course, a star running back for New Orleans, Pro Bowl player, went for over 6,000 yards in his NFL career. Do you consider Sunday's game in New Orleans for Washington a make or break game?
I don't think it is. I think they'll be played up like that, but I think if they were to win the game, it'll calm a lot of people that are natural worrywarts, and it can shut up the people that can't wait just to find something to jump on.
Both exist. I think the more make or break game was Tennessee. I think you had to snap a losing streak before the bye.
But still, this is if it's a game where if you don't get it, you make it tougher down the stretch.
Mhm.
If you get it, you kind of release some of the tension.
Agreed. You want to win this thing.
Yeah, it's a want to win game.
I don't think it's make or break because
it's a want to win, not a make or break.
Dude, I honestly think at 8-5, you're probably getting in if you finish 2-2. You'd love to go 3. Hell, you'd love to go 4-0. But like, if we're just being honest and not reactionary and overly emotional and hyperbolic, you could probably get away with losing this thing. But that doesn't mean you should. Go win. Go kick their ass. That's my best piece of advice. When we return, Saints legend Duce McAllister joins the program.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Verizon. In the NFL, the Commanders gearing up for the Saints on Sunday. Yesterday's practice report, 3 players didn't practice. Noah Brown dealing with a kidney injury. Zach Ertz and Cleveland Farrell with rest days. 2 players limited, Zane Gonzalez and Quan Martin. Marshawn Lattimore was able to practice in full. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Rams taking on the 49ers in San Fran. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game on the Team 980 following Hokies basketball. Some injury updates for the Niners going into tonight's game. Running back Isaac Guerrero plans to play, although he's listed as questionable with a sprained foot. The 49ers are also activating linebacker Dre Greenlaw off injured reserve. He tore his Achilles in the Super Bowl last year. He'll make his debut tonight. College football, UNLV is going to be hiring former Florida head coach and ESPN college football analyst Dan Mullen to be their new head coach. He last coached in 2021. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on North Carolina A&T. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. The Wizards have the day off today. They'll take on the Cavaliers in Cleveland tomorrow night. And in hockey, the Caps in Columbus tonight taking on the Blue Jackets. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, the Fan. Fired up to get loose with Duce. Duce McAllister, Saints legend, joins the program now. 2-time Pro Bowler in New Orleans, rushed for over 6,000 yards, 49 NFL touchdowns, 54 altogether NFL scores. He's added 6 through the air over his career. Duce, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Not much. How you gentlemen doing?
We're good, brother. What's happening with you?
Everything's good. Can't complain too much. Just, hey, just trying to make a day and see who's available to play in the game on Sunday.
Well, that's the question we want to know. Who is the quarterback coming Sunday? Do you know?
Well, that's probably to be determined. I don't know, to be honest. The Saints probably have a better pitcher today, but early in the week, and that's truly an honest answer when Coach Rizzi tells you, we truly don't know what direction they're going to go with their quarterback situation. What's interesting is they've already declared that Derek Carr will not be put on IR. And, from my understanding, it may be more of a pain management situation with the wrist hand injury. So for him, I would say he's probably likely out. He's one that I don't necessarily say, some players you don't have to practice to be able to play, but he's probably in that situation. In my opinion, he would probably be an emergency situation if he does go. So it'll be one of the other 2 younger guys at the quarterback position for the Saints, and they probably will have a better understanding or better feeling for that tomorrow or even on Saturday morning.
Yeah, that actually makes a ton of sense. To have Carr as your emergency guy, he'll be dressed, but odds are he won't play. The other complicating factor with Carr is he's in concussion protocol too, still, right?
He is in concussion protocol, but like I said, I think that the hand is probably the biggest issue for him to overcome. But he is also in concussion protocol.
Okay, gotcha. Of the other 2, Duce, who do you like better between Haener and Rattler?
I think it's more of a game by game situation and not looking at it from a long-term potential situation. I mean, I think if you looked at it, Rattler probably has the best long-term potential as a NFL quarterback, but Haener, he's been the number 2 for you, and he's been the guy that has come into games. If something had happened to Derek in the games, it's been Haener. And then even Haener coming in for Rattler, I think it was a Chargers game when, Rattler just was struggling when Derek missed some time earlier this year. And not to take anything away from Jake Haener, I think he's still an NFL quarterback. But, for in this offense, in this system, the way that they have looked at it in the past is like, hey, he's a guy that can come in and get us out of a game, get us into a play, but we don't know from a long-term standpoint if he can be a starter in the NFL. And, that's really what they're trying to work through now. Can we design an offense that both of these young men can go out there and they can excel in it and, be productive as far as, making some checks at the line of scrimmage, being able to get in and out of trouble, being able to not have personnel issues as far as, hey, we got the wrong play in or, the play clock's running down. Can he still get this play off without having to call timeouts? I think that's really where you have to be at. And then, is the game too fast for either of those guys? That's always one thing that you have to be concerned about.
Is it more important that Kamara be healthy than which quarterback plays?
He's an important factor. But for the Saints, to be honest, you're starting to run out of weapons. You won't have wide receiver number 1, Chris Olave. You won't have wide receiver number 2. He's also hurt. And then your dual kind of quarterback tight end, Taysom Hill, he's out for the year as well. And Rashid Shaheed is the number 2 receiver. And so all of the attention turns to Alvin Kamara. So whether Alvin is healthy or not, that's where my attention is going, and so wherever 41 is at, I have 2 eyes upset on him, and then I have a backup set of eyes that knows where he is as well. So regardless of whether it's Derek or Hayner or Rattler, Spencer, that's where the attention goes, just because you're going to say, that other guy can't beat me, or that other guy hadn't shown that he can beat me consistently. Yes, he may be able to make a play, but I'm taking Alvin away. Where do you go with the football? How do you produce offense?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch. We're talking with Duce McAllister, star at Ole Miss, star for the New Orleans Saints, first-round pick back in 2001, played his whole career for the Saints, does TV, radio, all that good stuff down in Louisiana, covering the Saints. Are you surprised, Duce? New Orleans' first 2 games of the year, they were red hot. They were like dropping 50 on people.
Yep.
And then it went so sideways so fast. They fired Dennis Allen. They trade away Marshawn Lattimore. When and kind of why and how, I guess, did everything go sideways for the Saints this year?
Game number 3, you lose your center. First drive of the game. He misses 7 games for you. Then you lose both guards. And so from an interior standpoint, I'm playing a rookie left tackle. My right tackle is a young man that we drafted first round, but this is his first year playing right tackle, and he only has 7 starts under his belt. So up front, regardless of who's at quarterback, Derek misses 3 games during that 7-game losing streak. So regardless of who's a quarterback, you couldn't establish anything running the football. This team is based off of running the football. So now you can play action. This team can't be a team that's dropping back to pass 40 times a game, even 35 times a game. That's a lot. So this team has to be able to establish the run to do some of the things that they like to do. Not being able to run, it kind of stymied them offensively. And so now you can't have drives. You can't have successful plays. We talked about losing Olave. You talked about losing Rashid. Now I can't take the top off the defense. Taysom misses 3 or 4 games. Now, last couple of weeks, he's out for the complete year. So injuries just they killed them. As far as this team was concerned, defensively, you had some guys to miss, but now teams are able to run the football on you, and that's one thing that the Washington Commanders will do as well. And so when they're able to run the football on you, you can't generate pressure. You can't get off the field, and so one-score games have been a nightmare for this team as well. The last couple of weeks, yes, they were able to close them out, but early in the season, the ball just wouldn't bounce right for you. And so you lose a couple of those in that 7-game losing streak. And next thing you know, you look at your record and it's like, man, what happened? And so that's kind of the picture of how it all unfolded for you.
Did you get a chance to watch any of Jaden Daniels when he was at LSU? And if so, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, no, I love him. I mean, I got to meet him a couple times and spent a little time with him off the field. He came to a Pelicans game, and my boys got to meet him. And just a great, not even the football player, great young man. Uh-huh. He wants to be good as well. And I say good right now. He wants to be great. But I think his focus right now is to be good. My question for him, and even then, was the hits as a quarterback, because he's a guy that's it's a frame, that, hey, I want you to eat. I got to get you to eat. And then it's a little bit different. And you guys know this particularly. The defensive ends and the linebackers, they're going to hit you, and so that's a little bit different than college. You're not going to be able to run away from those guys. But to not take as much contact when he is running, and it's hard for quarterbacks to say, I got to get down or I got to get out, because it's one thing to have a running back. Well, well, not only that, but it's one thing to have a running back to miss a series. It's hard for me to miss my quarterback to miss a series, because he's the guy that he's commanding the offense. And so, in my opinion, and you guys may know a little bit better than me, I thought the injury, or at least the rib injury, affected him a little bit more than maybe the team led on. And so with him having a bye week, he should be closer. He's not 100% because nobody is at this point, but he should be closer to what you had earlier in the year. And, for him, the process, how he has been able to absorb it so far, he's probably a little bit ahead of the game than where I would have thought he was, because he's processing it, and he was always a great deep ball thrower. And so you wouldn't worry about that part of it, but he's processing what teams are doing to him really, really fast. And, it's been exciting and fun to watch.
It really has. It's going to be a fascinating opportunity. I'm curious, in kind of me going back and watching some Saints stuff here, they seem to really struggle with mobile quarterbacks. Has that been a problem all season? Is this the type of game where you think Washington should be able to generate some big plays down the field and maybe some big plays with Jaden's legs?
Yeah, 100%. It's not just been this year. It's been the last couple of years. Mobile quarterbacks have hurt the Saints tremendously. And so, you've been probably should have had a spy or two a few times, and you haven't really done that. And that's even this year. They haven't really done it. And so, you want to keep that pocket compact, but the Saints run so many games, twists and stunts with the defensive ends and the defensive tackles. And a lot of times those guys kind of get, hey, I want to get upfield. Well, somebody has to have quarterback contained. And so if you don't do that, quarterbacks have been able to step up in the pocket and, just hurt them with their legs. And Saints play so much two-man underneath. Once that quarterback steps up, it's nobody there. And now guys have to peel and try to make a play. And so, that'll be one of the biggest focuses for the Saints is sometimes you can live with the action down the field. You got to be able to make a play on the ball. But what you can't allow is 3rd and 15, quarterback picks it up because he was able to break contain, and he just picks it up with his legs.
Yeah, that is certainly a problem. Talking with Duce McAllister here, played for the Saints for 8 years, now does radio, television, all sorts of media stuff down in New Orleans and throughout that area. Duce, we haven't talked yet about Marshawn Lattimore, and that was a big deal at the trade deadline. Obviously, he hasn't played yet for Washington, but it sure seems like he's going to be on the field this week. I imagine Marshawn's a dude you've kind of gotten to know over the years. What is Washington getting when he gets on the field?
I'll call him a kid, but he's a grown man, but I love the kid. I mean, he's quiet. He's quiet. And so he will be one that the coaches have to get to know, because you think that he may not be paying any attention, but he's listening. He is a crafty player. And the thing that I will say for Marshawn is, if it's an elite receiver, he is 100% locked in. Marshawn has to get where he's not playing against an elite receiver, and he's still 100% locked in. So when I say that, it's not a knock. I mean, because everybody has to find something that motivates them. If he's playing, let's just say, A.J. Brown, you're going to get you're going to say, did they even throw to him? I mean, because he is that locked in. But it may be a lesser-known receiver that goes out there and he has 4 or 5 catches where normally, Lat's not going to give that up. But it may be he's not 100% locked in. And so, I hate the last couple of years injuries have kind of popped up on him. And some of them have been just flukish type situations. But he's a great kid. He's really, really quiet, but he loves to compete. He may not say a lot as far as publicly or to the media guys, but his teammates will love him because he wants to work. He wants to be great. He wants to go out there and compete. And so, you hate to lose him, but you're glad that he's in a good situation, and hopefully you guys can appreciate him because he is an absolute, tremendous player.
So, like I was saying earlier, you get a guy like Lattimore, you can put him on the second receiver, and you could double the first receiver. You would rather want to put him on the first receiver because he's gonna play 100% then.
I put him on the number one, and then you can do whatever else you want to do on that field. Don't worry about that side. Don't worry about that guy.
I got you.
If he's in the slot, put Lat on him as well. I mean, he can play inside and out. Let him travel with your one. I mean, because I want him engaged. And so if he feels like he's on a 2, they're not necessarily going to go to that guy anyway. Why you double me? Put me up to the challenge. Put him up to the challenge and say, go take him away. Go take him away. That's the challenge he needs. And so I think sometimes coaches kind of overthink it a little bit. Put him, if you want him to be an all-pro and challenge him, go put him on the 1.
Yeah,
all right.
That's interesting. Hey, Duce, last one for me. I'm curious. Chase Young obviously grew up in D.C., was drafted 2nd overall here, won a Defensive Rookie of the Year. How's he been this year for the Saints? At least he's been healthy and durable. I believe he's played in every game. I know the sack numbers aren't there, but that doesn't always tell the full story.
Chase is a guy that he's one of the first players that I want walking off the bus. I mean, you look at him, you don't realize.
He looks good. He looks coming off the bus.
I want him the first players walking off the bus. I mean, and he's been fantastic here in New Orleans. And look, I got to know him a little bit better getting to know him better as well as his family, just because we go away for camp. So it's really, the guys and you're out there with him, and just to talk to him a little bit and get to know him, because obviously you read and you see some of the stuff, but I want to get to let me paint the picture of that player. And so kind of a quiet as well, has other interests outside of football, which is always good. And Chase will tell you, yes, I have some sacks, but if I can finish some plays, I would have probably triple the amount of sacks. And, you talked about impact plays. Maybe he doesn't get the credit sometimes when a young man like Brian Brzee, who has 7.5 sacks, who's the defensive tackle, who actually gets the sack, but it was because they were holding Chase, or they decided to double Chase, and the quarterback stepped up into the pocket. And so, yes, you're not going to get that credit, but I see you making an impact. And so he's been coming along really, really well. But, he'll tell you, man, I've been close to a number of sacks and just not able to bring them down. But, I wouldn't be one bit surprised if New Orleans does not try to sign him back to a long-term deal after this year.
Well, Duce, I've been gone for over 30 years from Louisiana, and I haven't visited New Orleans very, very much, like all the time. I have my go-to places. Jock Emo's, good place to go eat.
Yeah, well, you know why you hadn't visited? Because you out there on the golf course. You a scratch golfer.
Hold on. How you gonna talk about me when you play more golf than I do?
Well, I get to get out there a little bit more. That don't mean I'm good as you are. So you probably practice more. But I mean, you're a scratch golfer, so that's why you can't visit. But Giacomo's a fantastic place to go and visit. To be able to eat. There's a couple of different. Everybody knows about Acme and Drago's as far as some of the charbroiled oysters. And a couple of different steakhouse. Doris Metropolitan. You've got Chop House. You've got Desi Vegas. And obviously those even Roof Chris, obviously, which started here in New Orleans. To be able to go to some of those places. And so for me, it's really, I ask people, they say, hey, where do I go to eat? So what do you feel like eating? What type of food do you feel like eating? Is it straight seafood? Is it Creole food? Is it, you have an itch for some Brazilian food? I get in trouble. I fought it when I was obviously playing, trying to make weight every week because I like to eat. I'm a big man, and so I got all these options out here, and we haven't even talked about some of the sweets that you can fall in love with. Some of the beignets and even some of the boudin balls that have different flavors and stuff in there. So yeah, a lot of options.
A lot of options. We're looking forward to it, Duce. Thank you for making time for us, man.
Appreciate you,
it.
brother.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
I should see you down there. You be on the sideline?
Oh yeah. I'll be there. I'll be on the
All right, I'll see
sideline,
you
and then
on there,
I'll go up top. So I'll look forward to it.
Hey,
All right, bro, appreciate
Duce,
you.
real quick, what'd you think of I think Ole Miss, South Carolina, or Bama? None of them getting into the college football playoff.
None of them are getting in, and they all probably are kicking themselves because it's hard for a 3-loss team to get in. I mean, and that's just being honest. It's hard for a 3-loss team. If you're going to be fair, SEC probably should have gotten one more in, but I think the teams that got in, they truly deserved. And so whether you're Bama, whether you're Ole Miss, or even South Carolina, they're kicking themselves because honestly, it was conference losses that they ended up dropping. It wasn't necessarily some of the out of conference stuff, and so that's you got to play each other, and that's really on them.
For me, man, for South Carolina to beat Clemson, and then 2 weeks later, not only does Clemson get in, but SMU gets in for losing close to Clemson. The South Carolina folks got to be going nuts because one of their losses the refs stole in that LSU game, man.
Well, that's true, but like I said, that's a conference loss, and then they got hot at the end. They get hot at the end, and so it's just like, hey, we did everything we were supposed to do towards the end, but you don't get in, and so that's one where you kind of beat yourself up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, Duce, thank you so much.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate your time.
See you.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, bro. Take care.
Give Duce a follow at D McAllister 26. Really, really good running back for New Orleans for a lot of years. And if you like good running backs, tonight's a hell of a game. Kyron Williams, this kid Garendo for the Niners. San Fran's going to run the ball well. San Francisco, LA is coming up tonight, Thursday night football. Let's take a look at some of the same game parlay props on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. The single game parlay tonight, you got a lot of options. Think about a Nakua touchdown. You could go Cooper Kupp over yards, Kyron Williams for a touchdown. Kyron Williams is a touchdown machine. Purdy throwing a score. What about George Kittle constantly getting a score? Think about this as a parlay for tonight. Cooper Kupp over 60 receiving yards. Stafford over 200 passing yards. You put those two together with a George Kittle anytime touchdown, that parlay, that single game parlay, 3 legs, pays plus 333 in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. That you got to like that one, man. Kupp, Stafford, Kittle, plus 333. That's a lot of cash. You could look at Nakua. You could look at Kyron. Check out the ESPN Sportsbook for the 3-leg single game parlay options. If you download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app, you claim a 30% profit boost to use on your same game parlay for tonight's game, Rams-Niners. Download it now. 30% profit boost for tonight's game. Odds and lines are subject to change. You must be 21 plus and present within the state of Maryland or Virginia to participate. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Saints on Sunday. Other NFL news, Broncos left tackle Garrett Bowles agreed to a new 4-year extension with the Denver Broncos. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Rams taking on the Niners in San Francisco. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game on the Team 980. It'll join in progress after Hokies basketball. 49ers are expecting to have running back Isaac Guerrero. He plans to play despite being questionable with a sprained foot. The 49ers are also activating linebacker Dre Greenlaw off injured reserve. He tore his Achilles in the Super Bowl last year. College football, UNLV is going to be hiring former Florida head coach and current ESPN college football analyst Dan Mullen to be their next head coach. And college hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on North Carolina A&T at home. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game on the Team 980. On the ice, the Capitals taking on the Blue Jackets in Columbus tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Sweet. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Whenever you hear this one, it means it's time to talk to Peter Rosenberg. What up, dude? How are you?
Guys, it feels like it's been an eternity.
Well, it was Thanksgiving, and then me and B were off last week for the bye week. So it's been almost like 3 weeks. It's been a while.
I miss you guys. I miss you deep.
Likewise, buddy. Let's we'll get to the Commanders, but kind of the news of the day is twofold. The news of the week. Soto to the Mets. How are Yankee people handling this?
There's like this very annoying, I think, stupid conversation happening about like why the Mets? And it's like because they offered the most money. And then there's like, but what about a suite? And did the Yankees not treat him well enough? And I'm like, as someone who's followed Soto, of course, going back to the championship in Washington, I'm like, guys, this guy's a hired mercenary. He does what he does. It was always going to be the biggest check. And maybe if it was the exact same, then we could have had a conversation about like, what was it? But like, guys, if you really dig into this contract, assuming he opts in after 4 years or whatever it is, which he will, you're talking about him making another $50 million to go to the Mets. To me, that's a done deal. Like he already has a championship in his back pocket. He's one of the greatest hitters of all time. I think he keeps score by getting the most money, and that's what he wanted, and that's what he got.
Why is it that people, when athletes do exactly what they would do, they act like, oh, it's so different? Everybody would take the most money.
Dude, well, I couldn't agree more. This is about cash and nothing else. The stuff about the suite is just like, who cares? And you said he's a mercenary, and perhaps he is, but his agent is Scott Boras. Boras clients, this is what they do. There should be zero fake pearl clutching or surprise about this.
Listen, well, here's the most interesting thing. If you're a Yankee fan, and I know even listening right now in the DMV, there are plenty of them.
Yeah.
You got to just be happy you have Judge. Because guess what? Judge actually did care about other stuff. That's the craziest thing. B. Mitch just said it, and I'm not saying you're wrong. You are right. 98% of the time, everyone would do the same thing. And the Yankees got the 2%. They got a guy who's one of the best players in the game, albeit older than Soto, a better player than Soto, who actually cared enough about the history. He wanted to wear the C. Like, it means everything to him. You're not getting a second guy like that. You got one. Be happy. And now go make some other moves. Listen, Soto was a great soldier when he was there. He got you to the World Series, and you didn't show up there, the whole team, that is. Move on. Like, and if you're a Mets fan, stop trying to think that there's some culture reason that he chose you. Nope.
Yeah,
it was the money.
That is where I've been frustrated by some Mets fans wanting to take this like victory lap of like, oh, everything's turning around. Like, nah, you just got the richest owner in sports. That's what's turned around.
That's it.
And by the way, that's a big deal. You should be happy about that. They got a guy who will finally spend, because the Wilpons never would.
Well, the Wilpons did for a while, and then didn't. What's my man's name that took everybody's cash?
Oh yeah, the Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, Madoff. Didn't Madoff take them down? Isn't that why they were like
that was part of
broke?
it. They were Madoff people. That is a fact.
That's crazy, man. We're talking with our boy Peter Rosenberg, obviously up in New York, ESPN New York, Hot 97, A Million Podcast, does it all. But what he cares about most, the burgundy and gold. Back from the bye week, Peter. I don't know if you saw this stat. I teased this earlier. This is an absurd statistic, all right? And perhaps irrelevant, but it still exists. This is from Nikki Jhabvala, the Washington Post. It's been 22 years since the Commanders won a road game coming off their bye week. The last win on the road after a bye was Week 5, 2002. They have a game coming up off the bye week on the road. Peter, what do you think?
God, I didn't even realize there were bye weeks in 2002. That's how old that stat is.
They've had bye weeks since B was
They've
playing.
been out there for a long time, Peter.
But the bye week's been around. When did the bye week start? 90?
I think they've always had
They
a bye.
started way back, man.
No,
At
I
one
swear.
point they had two.
Yeah, I do remember the two too. You know what? You're right. I'm just old. I don't love that stat. I don't love that stat, and I hate the trapness of this game, because a 7-point favorite on the road, and we haven't talked in a while, guys. We had the Dallas nightmare from hell, and you guys, we spoke the day after that, and then they had a nice little bounce back before the bye. But let's be clear, like, the bounce back wasn't. It still left me wanting. I don't know how you guys felt. Like, it was a good game, but we still didn't look all the way right. And listen, I'm not trying to be overly picky. We're not winning the Super Bowl this year, but in terms of being like we could actually go on a run, I still thought there was room to grow coming out of that game. And so I'm a little concerned that this Saints game is the perfect spot of like, this team isn't good. They're 7-point dogs at home. Are you going to be up enough and prepared enough? And did the week off help whatever's been going on with the offense, which, while it looked better 2 weeks ago, guys, the passing game never impressed me that week. Did it impress you guys?
The passing game against Tennessee?
Against Tennessee, yeah.
I mean,
it wasn't no. I think you're not seeing the 300-yard games this year. You're seeing a lot of people 200, 220, 230. That's a great year. That's a great game I'm looking at.
And what I cared about getting back to in that game was efficient offense. They were really good on third down. They won the time of possession. And during the 3-game losing streak, what they were awful at, and I was screaming about this, Joe Whitt and Dan Quinn, they care tremendous amount about their defense creating takeaways.
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing that, and the offense could not generate scores off of those. In the 3-game losing streak, they generated 3 takeaways, and combined from those 3 takeaways, not only did they not score any points, they didn't get any points off the takeaways, they were only able to generate 1 first down. And then with the 2 takeaways in the Titans game, they immediately turned those into scores. That's how you get a 28-0 lead.
And listen, obviously the running game against Tennessee looked fantastic. And so I really shouldn't be picky. Like, I guess what I'm pointing out is in the weeks of a losing streak, it looked like something changed and we lost the ability to really throw the ball downfield regularly, with the exception of a couple of random Terry spots where he was Terry. And I felt like in the Tennessee game, we still didn't throw it downfield a lot. But I guess what's the point of being picky? If you're able to run it that well, it's great. But this is the longest way possible of saying I do have concerns about this week. To me, it is a big-time trap spot, and it's a huge win that they need to get because, guys, thanks to the way that the NFC North is, the Eagles are going to have to keep playing.
Yeah.
Like when we played the Eagles, sometimes. Why do you ask? Why?
I'm gonna need you to get you a bourbon and chill out a little bit, man. You worry yourself more than JP, man.
I learned it from him.
Listen,
here's what I'll tell you, dude.
2 weeks ahead, I'm looking at that Eagles game. I'm like, we're gonna have to beat the Eagles. You have to win this week because you can't have a must win against the Eagles in 2 weeks. That's what worries me.
I think I hear what you're saying. Dan Quinn got asked some stuff about looking down the line, and he just he had enough of it and kind of started telling people to relax. I understand your point about being scared about this game. I do. I wouldn't touch the spread in this game with a 10-foot pole. Like I want nothing to do with laying 7.5 on the road in New Orleans. I do think though this is a better team going up against some bad quarterback play. Like I'm on a big. We're doing some construction at the house. Things aren't exactly great at the house. I currently live on my couch. Like there's a lot going on at my house, and I'm in this mindset thing that I could choose to be frustrated and upset and understand that I'm living out of a suitcase in my basement and sleeping on a couch. Or I could be like, yo, the finished product's going to be really good. Like a lot of this is a mindset thing.
Yeah.
You could be freaked out about the Saints, understandably, or you could try, and this is hard for us as Burgundy and Gold fans because all of their playoff bursts have been this like kind of ass backwards, scratching and clawing your way to the finish line, and then you get in because 2 other teams lose. And I don't think we have to think that way this year.
I think you're right, and I would like to blame you. The way you framed the question lent me to giving you all my worries.
He does that a lot, Peter.
I led the witness.
He always try to lead the witness. I'm telling you.
Yeah, let me be clear. I think they're going to win. I'm just letting you know the concerns that I have. By the way, it's my wife's baby shower that day. So, like, I'm going to be watching while, like, carrying around a laptop and setting the things up at a restaurant. There's going to be a lot going on. I am confident, though, that they will win. And for any Commanders fans out there, if you're feeling worried, concerned, I just want you to know the Giants are 16.5-point dogs at home. Wow. It is the worst Giants home spread since 1966. Okay? So things can get worse. We are in pretty good shape regardless of what happens this week.
Yeah, you think they're going to run Daboll and Shane? This is getting to a point that you can't return from.
See, I called it yesterday, and I think this is the point. If you are a 16.5-point dog at home, and I get it, Lamar Jackson, the Ravens, off a loss, I get it. If you're a 16.5-point dog at home, that means Vegas has decided you've given up. If Vegas has decided that they've seen you've given up, guys, to me, and I know I'm reading a lot into Vegas, but they're always right. To me, that says Daboll and Shane are gone because that means that team's not playing for you anymore.
Yeah, no,
I'm with that.
You really might be onto something. Peter, you may have already seen this. You may be very aware of this, but there has been one stat I haven't mind pointing out week after week after week. In the AFC, 6 teams have already been eliminated from playoff contention going into week 15. In the NFC, only 1 team has been eliminated from playoff contention. Can you guess which team that is?
I think it's probably the aforementioned Giants.
Indeed.
You got
Indeed
it. 100%.
It is. They are out 2-11. Peter, thank you, man. Good luck
Peter,
with the baby shower.
The bias started again in 1990.
Oh, that's right. Our crack research team, the B Michigan research.
They stopped in 1966, came back in 1990. So it's been around.
By the way, that shows how old I am, though. That to me, I was like, I feel like they just started recently. That was 1990. Wow.
That's crazy.
All right, guys.
Yeah. Thanks,
All
buddy.
right, brother.
Enjoy the weekend. Peter Rosenberg is our dude. And damn,
I see why y'all friends, bro. Y'all some damn word was, man. Dang.
You know what I never have to worry about, B?
What's that?
My car, because I bought it from Osborne Automotive Group of Virginia, and I know if I need service, if I need help with anything, I can call them up. My guy Jaime calls into the station all the time. He can sell you a car, and he'll tell you who he wants the Commanders to draft in the 3rd round. When you work with Osborne Automotive of Virginia, it's like a different experience. You can buy a car anywhere, but you only get unmatched service from Osborne Automotive of Virginia. 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, including Osborne Fairfax Toyota, where I have bought a Sequoia, a Tacoma, and now a 4Runner. I'm telling you, we actually use these places and these people because the service is top notch.
Your service is top notch, and JP, they treat you like family. You know, like I say, my girls go over there and they treat them. I don't have to be the one showing up for them to treat them right. They make sure that they treat them right as well, and they give you the Osborne Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and the lifetime engine guarantee. And if you're trying to get rid of a car, sell the car, take it to Osborne. They will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's very simple at Osborne. They like to keep their customers happy, and they've kept JP and I happy for a long time. So go to Osborne and let's ride together.
This is how it feels. Good tune right here, Landfill. Come sit next to me. Pour yourself some tea. B-Mitch, did you see what number KJ Osborne is going to wear?
Nope.
You want to guess? Recently became available.
He was wearing number 2. Recently became available.
Recently became available.
Single digit?
Nope. Close, though.
Number.
We are running out of time,
3.
I'll tell you. 13.
13.
KJ Osborne wearing number 13, last worn by Emmanuel Forbes. We're running out of time. Yo, you got to listen tomorrow. We're live at the Army-Navy Radio Row. It's going to be packed. We got a lot of awesome guests. Governor Moore is joining us at 12:15. I've confirmed that. Governor Wes Moore at 12:15. We're getting beer in the grocery store. Damn it. It's the last thing I do. This is the first political cause I've ever been attached to, Brian. Using my full name, image, and likeness to support this. Let's make some bets. All right, let's end the show. That's fair, too. Landville, you want to make a pick for tonight?
Rams,
Landville says. Landville, quick question for you. This is from Drippy Lip on Twitter. He says, what's the higher phrase count on B. Mitch and Finley? JP says, I tend to agree, or B. Mitch says, ultimately the thing is.
You tend to agree.
I don't know.
That's a lot. Yeah, when Jeff and I make the next bingo card, those will both be on there.
All right, I look forward to it. Heavy Metal Chris, you got a pick for tonight, dude? You're picking for Jeff. He's terrible.
Give me the under.
If I'm picking for Jeff, then I might not pick great. You know what?
Don't worry, he doesn't do it either.
I know. You know, I'll pick the Niners in for him tonight.
Actually, I like B. Mitch's under. I'll go under also. We're going under, baby. Tomorrow, me and B are going to be at Radio Row, Army Navy, the Arlington, right near Arlington Cemetery. If you're over that way, come say hello.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Phil Perry. Thank you to John Keim. Thank you to Duce McAllister. And, of course, Peter Rosenberg every Thursday. Also really enjoyed getting to hear from Joe Whitt and Kliff Kingsbury today. Packed show. We're back tomorrow with another packed show. Enjoy Grant and Danny. If you're listening this far, I have a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Saints on Sunday in New Orleans. Taking a look at the practice report from yesterday, 3 players did not practice for Washington: Noah Brown, Zach Ertz, and Cleveland Farrell. 2 players were limited: Zane Gonzalez and Quan Martin. Marshawn Lattimore was able to practice in full. Other NFL news: the Broncos and left tackle Garrett Bowles agreed to a 4-year extension worth $82 million, $42 million guaranteed. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Rams taking on the 49ers. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game on the Team 980 following Hokies basketball tonight. Updates on some Niners injuries. Running back Isaac Guerrero plans to play despite being listed as questionable with a sprained foot. And the 49ers are going to be activating linebacker Dre Greenlaw off injured reserve. He tore his Achilles in the Super Bowl last year, expected to make his season debut tonight. College football, UNLV is hiring former Florida head coach and current ESPN college football analyst Dan Mullen. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on North Carolina A&T. 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. In hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Blue Jackets in Columbus. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear John Walton on the call right here on The Fan. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organization understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What's good? Welcome in. We are Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. It's Thursday, December 12th, 2024. We're taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. And there might be some big developing news as we broadcast to you on G&D today on The Fan. Eric Flack, an award-winning reporter in town with Channel 9, has suggested that we could get restitution finally. We could get an announcement on what is going to happen. A resolution, not restitution. I think that's a Shannon Sharp word. That's like payback.
Yeah, restitution. That means if you done something, it's going to get done to you. Restitution.
Resolution is what I was
Resolution.
looking for.
New Year's. Yeah.
Revolution. I think you're looking for revolution. Capitol Hill insiders have told Eric Flack that we should find out today whether or not the RFK bill is going to pass, which would clear the way for the teams to return to the district. The spending bill that it needs to be added to is apparently finalized, which means we'll just find out if it's getting attached or not, maybe as soon as today. So we should try to track him down and see what's going on there. This could be a pretty big day.
Yes. You find out one way or the other. I mean, all we want is information. If it's bad, we'll grouse and complain about it. It'll be annoying, but at least we know. To me, it's
by
the not
way,
knowing.
Means that it wouldn't be added, which means not that DC getting the land back is dead, but that you have to wait until next calendar year, several more months to push it back, and probably another football season at FedEx Field, Northwest Stadium.
At minimum. I mean, it's like playing a board game where it's like you roll the dice, you move forward 3 steps. You're like, okay, here we are. We're 3 steps later. And then you're there for a while, and then it's your turn again, and someone goes up and goes, you know what, by the way, you got to go back 17 steps. That's what it would be like. That doesn't mean it's over. I mean, maybe it could. Maybe the team just finally says, you know what, we're sick and tired. Not the team, but the Harris ownership group. We are tired of navigating these waters that seem to have endless twists and turns. There's something that we can do right now. Maybe we just do that. So this is a pretty big day.
You know how I feel? It's getting too complicated. It's always been arduous, and there are more hurdles than we wanted to acknowledge, and it seems like it's mission impossible. It's just a shell game. It's like every single time you solve one dilemma, something else happens.
It's a Hydra, yeah.
And it just never ends. I compare this to a video game where you get past the bad guy at the end of the level, and then there's another bad guy waiting for you. And it just, in perpetuity, it feels like. The report yesterday from the Post that Muriel Bowser had come out saying Maryland is holding up the RFK Stadium deal. The Key Bridge is involved. There's a multiple-party negotiation ongoing. It's always something.
It's always something.
It was, I don't even remember, Steve Daines in Montana, and then it was the Maryland Senators, and then it was Jets, and now it's the Key Bridge. And At what point do you just kind of go, this is too big of a pain in my tuchus? I would just like a football stadium. Everyone else gets football stadiums. I'm seeing the news constantly.
Yep.
Let's just path of least resistance, pick some land, build something amazing. It might not be in the neighborhood that you want. It might not be the dream location. Make it the dream location. Make that area awesome. Do what they wouldn't do at FedEx 1.0 and build up the town center around it. That's where I've been. If they can't get this thing done by the end of this calendar year, and it sounds like today could be a telling.
Yeah, I'd be fascinated to know what the Hog ownership group is thinking, right, in terms of this, because when you're talking about billions of dollars over decades, we're out of patience. You and me are so irritated, so annoyed by all this. I think fans are too.
We're in year 10 of this too.
Right.
They are in year 1.5.
Yeah.
So like Aaron Rodgers was asked in a press conference. I don't know if you saw this clip. It was pretty funny. But Aaron Rodgers was asked a question about the Jets missing the playoffs. I think it's like 16 straight years or something since they made it to the AFC title game with Mark Sanchez in his sophomore year with Rex Ryan. They are the only team in the NFL, and frankly, the only team in all of sports. Think about the 4 major sports.
Yeah.
They have the longest playoff drought. Not a playoff win, just getting to the playoffs in all of sports. And so he's at the podium after their loss this weekend to the Dolphins in overtime, and someone said, what do you have to say about whatever it is, 15 straight years of not making the playoffs? And Rodgers said, well, I'm a part of one of those years, which actually you're a part of two. But I get his point that he was hurt and couldn't really help last year. But he's like, I can answer to one of those years. I think that's how the Hogs probably feel, where respectfully, Grant and Danny, or in this case, me, who's complaining, I know you've been at this for 10 years, and Bruce made a lot of promises that he never actually finished, and Jason Wright was pushing the ball down the field and didn't get into the end zone. And every step of the way, this thing, we heard all the great things that were happening, and there's never been a ribbon cutting. There's never been so much as knowing where the stadium's going to be. Their point is, not my fault. Not my cross to bear.
We just started fighting here. So who knows where they are in terms of patience? Who knows where they are in terms of the sight line to, hey, even if it doesn't work today, we got another 7 months, and that's fine. It's worth it to us to wait. It could also not be. I mean, I have no idea, honestly, on this front. So, yeah, but today's big. So the path of least resistance, if there is such a thing in this never-ending tug of war between local municipalities, federal government, and everything else, it's unique to D.C. that nobody else has to deal with. The local and state government gets involved when, like, Kansas City wants a stadium, or Buffalo wants a new stadium, or LA or whatever. This is different. This is, again, federal land. It's got to be given to the DC City Council, and then half the council doesn't want it. All the residents around there don't want it. So there's endless hurdles here. They might go, we're actually pretty confident. Now, every time you're confident, Steve Daines pops up and is like, not so fast, my friend, Lee Corso style. Make sure you talk to these people that live a few thousand miles away, and then I'll be satisfied. Who knows? Now it's like, does Josh Harris have to contribute to the bridge repair? I mean, I have no idea, honestly, at this point. But it is exhausting to follow when all of us, not all of us, so many of us are rooting for one outcome. And this is not a sports part. This is not a, did you sign this guy in free agency? Did you hire this coach? Did you trade this player? Who are you drafting? The normal if and then, right? The normal, I want to make the team better, so here's how I do it. This is the business side meets politics side, meets like more politics side, meets local politics, which meets national politics. And you're subject to all the whims of so many people that aren't invested the way you are. It's so annoying.
The RFK site is the best option and should be the preference, because having teams in the city is, in an ideal situation, just the way to go. I mean, it's better than not having them in the city. And this goes back to when we were talking about, even when I was jacked up about the Caps and the Wiz going to Virginia. Like, in a perfect world, yeah, the teams would always be in D.C., metro accessible, fairly equidistant for those in Virginia and Maryland, and kind of centered up. Like, that is ideal. Also, having experienced game days for the D.C. Defenders, who are just at Audi, which is right down here near the Navy Yard. I mean, there are bars you can go to, and you can walk to the game, and there is something awesome about that urban game day experience that so many of us at Nats Park locally, or even going to other games in other cities, Philly or something, like we've experienced.
Yeah.
It is very, very cool. I say that then, and I put a period on that sentence to say that one argument that does not hold up for me, and again, I think I'm in the minority on this, is anything that has to do with how amazing the old RFK was. I do think there's some chasing ghosts on that front.
I firmly believe that.
Where it's like, your memories with your dad, and by the way, I went to one game at RFK ever with my father, and it's a great memory, and I'll have it until the end of time. But, Grandpa went there and Dad went there, and that place shook, and this game was there. That should not enter the chat for me. It's not really relevant. Like, those days, as amazing as they were, should kind of be wrapped up and put under the tree and left alone. They're gone.
Yep.
This is not going to be that. The stands won't shake.
Because that's not up to code.
Right. I mean, and if they do, it'll be the new version of them shaking, which isn't as cool.
Uh-huh.
And Darryl Green and Monty Coleman and Dexter Manley and Joe Theismann ain't walking through that door.
Yeah, we're not doing another seat cushion game. It's not coming back.
But that does not mean that RFK isn't the right location. It's just like there's two groups of, I would say there's two types of arguments. There is, you got to be in DC because DC is the way to go, because why wouldn't you? And you talk about Metro and all these things, obvious and correct. And then there's people going, dude, that's where the 3 Super Bowl teams were. That stadium was the best. It rocked. It went up and down. Watch the videos, man. To me, that's just irrelevant, sadly.
Agreed. Yeah, and I'm not belittling anybody's memories. Again, I couldn't go to many games. I only went to a couple, despite being a lifelong and devout Redskins fan. You couldn't get tickets. We didn't know the right people. We only got a couple where like somebody got sick or somebody couldn't use one because they were out of town for like a wedding, and then that was it over decades of fandom. But yeah, my memories are incredible. But to your point, that's not coming back. Football has changed. This is before modern free agency. Really, like the way that was can never be. Now the logistics can be in a similar way. They can be improved upon in terms of getting to the game, what's going on around the field and the stadium and the vibrancy of that neighborhood, et cetera. There's a lot of things that can be awesome, that can be 2.0 versions, that can be dramatically improved. To me, it's the location that makes the most sense, most practical.
Absolutely.
And it's easiest both for residents in the district, in Maryland, Virginia, people who want to come in. Everyone's got to sacrifice a little bit. Local residents or people in DC, you're going to sacrifice some just because now there's a stadium in your neighborhood that you may not want 300 some odd days a year. Maryland residents have to commute, so do Virginia residents. We're all kind of given a little bit of something. Everyone comes to the table, they leave with a little bit more than they got, but they also had to give something up. If it's a one municipality or the other, in Maryland or Virginia, then the sacrifices are more for those other sides. But to me, it's like it's either right now. It seems like it's either there or it's where they are now, and that's scary to me.
I don't think there's another option right now. I mean, Virginia
took itself right out of the running.
It could be revitalized in terms of its chances and interest, but it doesn't really seem like Virginia's interested. I mean, they're not. Wes Moore is at the park more than Frankie Louvu.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like every time you go to a training camp practice, like he's out there and he's at games. Like he's on the sideline more than Jeff Driscoll.
It's like looking over Kliff's shoulder for a play call on the sheet,
Exactly. He wants this thing. He's made that pretty clear. DC wants this thing. They have desperately tried to attach themselves to the Commanders really since the moment of the Harris ownership group taking over, to the point where, when Darryl Green's having his big week and he's being honored and he's coming on the radio station, they're reaching out to be involved in that. Like they want to be known as kind of in a relationship bund up with football in DC, which was not the case prior to several months ago. Now, I still don't know, and this brushes up against politics, I guess, in some way. So sorry, everybody. But weren't we told for years that DC didn't have the money for the Wizards and the Capitals, which they found, and that they didn't have the money for the Commanders as well? How would they do all of it? That is something no one's answered for me yet. Like we went from, and my point is always that's stupid to talk. It's like the salary cap. You're wasting your breath to tell me you can't acquire this player because of the salary cap, because you can always find a way. And I feel that way with money too, like when it comes to cities and politics and whatever. But that was the big thing was, well, you can't have both the Wizards and the Capitals and the Commanders. So we would take calls based on these experts telling us this. Would you rather have the basketball and hockey teams still there every day for their seasons, or would you have the football team?
Totally.
And now they've given Ted Leonsis the money to revitalize the arena, which I think is the better decision because it just helps you more than a football stadium will economically. But also they're going to help with a football stadium maybe. But I still haven't heard how that's going to work after we were told it wouldn't work.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, again, no one seems to be talking about that part of it. It's now the eye line is focused on
getting the land.
You different community or different committees on Capitol Hill, the different congressmen, then the different senators, the different the makeup's there. Then did you make Steve Daines happy? Now have you made sure Jamie Raskin and some of the other I think what's not O'Connell? I forget the guy's name. It's not important. Whatever. The Maryland congressman and the Maryland senators happy? Have you made Wes Moore happy? Are they satisfied that if you leave current Nubbs Field, are you going to build something nice for them and then sell it? Who knows what everybody has to what hoops people have to jump through. But that was a pretty big thing, to your point, that to build something, it's going to cost you a lot. Like a lot. Billions is how much this thing costs. And I'm sure the Harris Ownership Group is going to come up with some of that. I'm sure there'll be a construction loan somewhere, but I don't know if it's a bond. I don't know if it's money borrowed, because at one point it was, we can't borrow anymore. And then it's like, you know what it turns out? This is so funny. We can borrow more. We can do it. Here's money for Ted Leonsis and the stadium right down there, Cap One. And who knows where the money's coming from for the Nats maintenance thing? That stadium's in dire need of some polish and a couple of screws tightened here, there, and everywhere. So that's coming up too. I mean, I never know. I never know these sorts of things. I basically, what I've learned, and this is probably not a great thing to throw out there, but I don't believe anybody. Like at this point where it's like, if you tell me something definitive, I'm not only like a reporter, but I mean like from a politician's mind when they're up there stumping and telling you we can't do this, and then weeks later they can, and not only they can, but they do, and it's the opposite of what they said. It's sort of like, I don't know, man. Just let me know if I have to move anything, if I have to sign anything. If you need me to like move my car, I'll do it.
We're gonna try to get Eric Flack on to answer some of our questions, but again, it was his report today that his sources were telling him that we could find out by the end of close of business today whether or not the RFK land is going to be attached to the bill that it needs to be. And if it's not, and we find that out that that's the case today, then it could be big trouble for trying to get that done before the end of this, I almost said league year, sports on the brain.
Oh, yeah.
But the end of this congressional
year. Yeah.
I suppose. I just got tagged on this. Yesterday, you brought us the story in the double play about drones hovering over some random area in New Jersey. So for people that didn't hear about this, the Cliff Notes are, give us 30 seconds, Danny. Just bring people up to speed because I'm bringing this up for a reason.
Sure. Over the last couple of weeks, there have been drones of varying size, and like not one or two here and there. It looks like a coordinated, concerted type effort to fly over all sorts of locations in New Jersey, some of them as big as cars. People see them, and when you shine lights on them, they turn dark. They're clearly responding to stimuli, and they're looking at military sites, golf courses, people's homes, civilian targets, everything all over the place. They are constantly there, and everybody's freaking out because nobody has an explanation.
No one knows where they're coming from. Yeah. The governor of New Jersey is involved, going, we have no information on this.
I believe declared a state of emergency.
We can't figure this out, right?
Yeah.
How about this? Again, I think this is real. Someone just tagged me in this. This is from the office of the Stafford County Sheriff in our listening area. Suspicious incident. There have been reports of suspicious drones flying over Stafford County, King George County, and Spotsylvania County. I was joking yesterday about King George County. Like, the aliens don't really care what's going on in King George County. They're not big fans of the Foxes, right? The Stafford County Sheriff's Office has been in contact with federal law enforcement agencies regarding the drones, and they're aware of recent activity. It has been requested that any information and tips get reported, blah, 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 blah. Danny, King George County, the greatest county in all the land. My hometown, Little King George, one high school town, about 25,000 people on a good day. Supposedly, if this Facebook page of the Stafford County Sheriff is correct, David Decatur, it looks like, there have been suspicious reports of drones flying over Stafford, King George, and Spotsy.
Yep. Again, this is what everyone should be talking about. There should be nothing. The outrage machine needs to pause, stop, move, like slide that to the side. There'll be plenty for you for the rest of the 300 some odd days of the year where you can get so mad at the other side. And we both agree with you, by the way. We both think what you think. The thing that you hate, we hate it too. We're on your side.
So I agree, by the way, that everyone should be talking about this, and this is fascinating, and everyone should care about it. I also think more than you probably do that a lot of the sightings is just people are now in a frenzy. And so a bird flies by and they saw it for a split second and it was a drone. There's a lot of that, I think. There's you guys saw something? Me too. I do think that happens in moments like this.
Interesting. That seems like downplaying. And I don't have time for that right now because it's too widespread. And the governor of the state isn't responding to a dude being like, I seen it up there. Everyone's seeing it. They respond to light and they turn dark.
There's that is.
Are they more trustworthy than down there in Stafford?
Well, has the governor of Virginia commented? I bet he hasn't.
Which is very new. Give a couple of days.
And when he does, then I'll provide it with more credibility.
Fair enough.
Right now, people in New Jersey are seeing drones, and now, little Johnny, who's got his camera company that he runs for weddings, is flying a drone around, and people are saying, I see one too. So I think we need to calm down a little bit, but we should treat this as being very compelling. We should absolutely be doing our research. We should be digging in. News stations should be covering it. It is very interesting. I will grant you that.
It's insane. Again, the drones. Oh, I know that. It's got a cell phone on it, and there's a video. I
took pictures at your buddy's bachelor
party.
It's
100 feet tall, and then they have a really cool one for a pregame video where it goes through somebody's house. It's amazing. Size of cars. The size of cars. The size of cars. They're hovering. They're the size of cars.
If these are the size of cars, then I'll be more intrigued. All it says is that there have been some drone sightings. But King George County.
Been a few Rubens.
Like that was the bit I did yesterday.
I know.
The whatever's happening is catching up to my bits in real time.
Yeah, the drone heard you. And it was like, let's go down to King George.
Right, which county is that?
Let's visit.
Which county is he referencing? Let's go listen in and check it out.
We heard the radio signal. We'll go down there.
Most likely military related. Second most likely, private Tony Stark type dude who runs some rich company, like billionaire, flying things around without permission. Third most likely, another country getting information. And then like 10,000 feet. And then like a 1% chance that it's another species from another place.
Okay. Number one, another country. 2 billion light years to the next thing. Our own advanced military capability, super secret. We have to let people panic because we're testing something.
We have silly military stuff.
Yeah. All the space in the history of time, humanity, and otherwise.
Yeah.
Aliens. Not on the list. Some guy. It's not some guy.
Some guy. It could be Elon.
Yeah.
It could be Bezos. Could be a guy we don't even know who's like those
like
two.
A different dude.
Yeah.
It's
who's worth $1 billion? I just found out today.
Who's that?
Jerry Seinfeld is a billionaire.
Jerry Seinfeld's a billionaire?
Isn't that insane?
I mean, I knew he'd obviously be really, really well off.
His net worth is $1.2 billion. It could be Seinfeld.
Oh, I'm sure it is. The most successful sitcom of all time.
No, but I mean, it could be Seinfeld flying these things around.
Oh, but no, I say because it's not. I got you. Yeah, it's not. It's not.
I'm just saying it could be that.
No, I mean, it's not, though.
It's certainly not Seinfeld, but it could be a guy like him who's just a bored billionaire, just flying some car-sized
drones around.
Yeah.
Causing a panic.
And then when the governor gets involved and federal government's involved, you go, oh, whoopsie.
Like, I got to stop. It's too much.
Forgiveness, not permission. G&D with you. We're taking you up to 6:30. We're actually hitting the airport today. We are going to New Orleans tonight, which should be fun. Speaking of which, next, Commanders Saints. Chase Young going to strap it up against the Commanders. Is that something you care about? We'll get into that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for listening to the program. We got a big football game the Commanders are taking part in this weekend. Important December football, the way it should be, with the weather cold in the winter, playoffs in the horizon. Washington's got a chance to beat a Saints team that is undermanned. They've already fired their coach. They're going to be playing now without their starting quarterback. But one of the storylines in this game that I think is so interesting, that really hasn't gotten a lot of run this week, is that Chase Young's playing decent football. His sack total is low. So if you just look at his football card and you see 3.5 sacks, that's not impressive. But he's coming off 10 pressures last week, which ties his career high. He's actually been one of the more successful pass rushers in the league in terms of win rate and pressures on the season, top 5 in the NFL. He's positioned better, Danny, to go out and have a big game against Washington this week.
He's actually due, and not just because he hasn't played well, but because he has and hasn't gotten a lot of the counting stats that come with it.
But a year ago, when he played against the Commanders, not long after they traded him to San Francisco, as part of that rotation, he was kind of struggling. It had fallen out of favor. If you remember, there's some questions at that time after some clips were circulating online where he quit on plays and stuff. Maybe he wasn't in a good head place. I don't know. But he clearly was not a guy they were planning on bringing back already. It wasn't going well. That hasn't been the case in New Orleans, where he got decent money. He's come in and he's played at a pretty high level without the sacks to show for it. But this is the second time now he's playing the Commanders. So I guess the question is, what is people's intrigue in that storyline? Are you over it because it's a different regime than the one that drafted him? The people that decided not to give him his 5th-year rookie option have all left the building. We also got the Chase Young revenge game already. It wasn't very vengeful. He had 1 tackle and did nothing else for the 49ers last year, but we saw him play against Washington in a road game last season. I guess it was a home game. It was at home against, remember, Brock Purdy had a big day. They lost 27-10 against San Francisco. But it's the second time he's played him. There's a lot of reasons why maybe this wouldn't be that interesting to people anymore.
Yeah, I get the sense that most people are over it and moved on. I am not. You're much better at this than I am. When I get screamed at for years about something and I was right and other people weren't, I need more. I just want everyone to face it. I need everybody that yelled at me for so long to have to swim in their incorrectness and everything else. I keep score. So for a lot of people, I think they've kind of moved on and don't really care. But for me, last year, I think there was a little bit of air out of the balloon because Washington was so bad. Everyone was going to get fired. The regime that drafted him, who was terrible, was going to get fired. This team was going nowhere anyway. San Francisco's good. They're going to come in here and beat the brakes off you. He'll barely be a factor, and sort of that's that. Who cares? But this now, there's something on this, right? This matters for Washington. Probably matters a lot less for New Orleans. Young is probably, trying to get himself a free agent deal at some point. But for Washington, there's something on the line here. You win this game, your postseason chances go through the roof. If he plays spoiler, if he has a sack fumble late in this one, then all the people that got real quiet for the last couple of years will come out of the woodwork and see, I told you, Chase Young a baller though, and game wrecker and all the other incorrect things that people will say. But there's a lot more on this one here this time around for Washington and that kind of, to me, raises the stakes a little bit. So this is like my number 1 or 2 storyline in here after Washington going to the postseason, obviously, and Jaden Daniels and everybody else playing well and kind of capitalizing on a down team. But I'm very in on the storyline. I get the sense I'm in the dramatic minority, though.
I think you are. I don't know. We can open up the phones on this and try to touch the people and try to take a temperature. But I can say I'm opposite you in a sense. Like, that does not mean I'm not interested in what happens with Chase Young's career. I will always be interested in that. He was the number 2 pick. He was viewed as this generational talent that was going to be the next great pass rusher in the league. People like me who are not scouts, but who talk to all the people who do that for a living, whether it's scouting or being in a front office or what have you. We were told this guy was kind of can't miss, that he's going to be awesome. And so this idea that he missed, and some of the behind the scenes stuff, some of which has gotten out there, some of which hasn't, and maybe over years will, but some of the work habits and the off the field burning of the candle at both ends, and the things that led to maybe Chase Young just never really reaching his full promise and falling out of the good graces of the previous regime and staff, both based on performance and some of the other stuff that they didn't love about his time here. It makes me interested in what becomes of him. But if you're asking, is this a storyline this weekend that I care a lot about? I would say no to that. And that's the question for you guys on the phones at 800-636-1067. Do you find yourself particularly intrigued by Chase Young playing Washington, the Chase Young angle of this game, a quote-unquote revenge game, yes or no? 800-636-1067. Doesn't mean I don't think he can beat him with a big play, because I think he could go out and have a sack or two or have some TFLs. He's playing really well. But we got this game once. Like last year, right after they traded him, when they had just broken up, and you went to the same party he was going to be at. That was interesting to me. He came to your stadium. You didn't go visit him. He was back on the sideline in Landover, Maryland, with the team you traded him to about a month and a half after that, roughly. And by the way, he didn't do anything in the game. He had one tackle, as I mentioned. Like, that was the story. So you've already had that. It's another team removed, and the proof's kind of even more in the pudding. Like, the jury has returned the verdict. He's a guy.
Right.
A guy who's playing pretty well, but I've just kind of lost some of the passion for it, I guess.
Which I get. I mean, to me, the passion is, if Washington was like they were last year, first year of a rebuild, this was a team that was going to win 4 games or 5 games and pick in the top 7 or 8, I wouldn't care the same way. But because there's so much on the line here, and this, the guy we spent so much damn time and energy and focus and discussion items on is now on the other side in a more meaningful game. Like last year's San Francisco game meant nothing to me. You know what I mean? It's like I actually rooting for him to get beaten up, so nobody gets to hide. So nobody gets to pretend that we're actually better than we play. We really are. I wanted none of that. I wanted no cover for any of the losers that were running this thing for so long, right? So now there's a lot. This game matters a huge amount.
That's another point.
And that's kind of my angle here.
It does matter a lot, for sure. But Cam Jordan can wreck the game more than Chase Young.
Totally.
I care more about him. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it matters. It matters that any player on the Saints, if Paulson Adebo was healthy, I pick him because his name is Paulson, which I find really funny. But if Paulson Adebo was healthy, he could beat them too. And it matters. It doesn't matter more because it's Chase Young, in my opinion. But that's the other thing. If Rivera was still here, luckily that's not the case. If the front office was the same, yeah, that's interesting because Chase Young is trying to get back at the guys that he still probably feels like did him wrong. Those guys are all gone. It's a completely different cast of characters. He didn't even really break up with this group. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta listening on the Odyssey app. The Chase Young Commanders storyline this week. Interesting to you or no?
Not really. It's a nothing burger. I'm Danny, I'll say I'm with you 95% of the time. Grant, I love you, but you and I are on opposite sides of the spectrum a lot of times. Danny, you're becoming Rooster here. You're just holding on to this anger and you want to prove yourself right the whole time. And
I'm so desperate for that.
You're not Rooster. You're not Rooster, man. Don't stoop to that level.
That made me laugh. No, but I appreciate it. But you, by the way, you've diagnosed my pathology 100% correctly. Even from Atlanta on the Odyssey app, I didn't need to sit down in the chair and pay you $400 an hour for it. That's correct. Yeah, I mean, it's for this one specifically because we spent so much. It wasn't a 7th rounder we were arguing about or whatever. The same way with Griffin and other guys that are at the top of the board, number 2 overall pick, where you're kind of going, hey, I'm on one side of this and everybody else is on the other. Like I want that time back. You know what I mean? Like we did that, and I pour a lot of energy.
How long does that go? Or is that it ever?
It's a long time. It ain't. I'm not done yet. I don't know when I'm not going to care. If maybe 3 teams from now, maybe a Super Bowl from now, I won't care. But the same way, like I'm happily married. I love my wife so much. An ex-girlfriend trots by and we're in direct competition for something. I'll be interested just to see what happens. There's more because of how much we put into it.
Does anybody feel what Danny feels on this? 800-636-1067. Or are you more on the side of, it feels like it was 5 years ago that Chase Young was good for this football team because that's how long it's been.
It was, yeah.
It was a long time ago. It didn't work. We kind of been there and done that. And I got bigger fish to fry. I'm trying to make the playoffs right now. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're getting ready to fly to New Orleans. We will be in the air by 8 o'clock tonight. I say 8 o'clock because our flight just got pushed back a little bit. So it might even be after 8 o'clock now.
Yeah, it's post-8.
What did we get pushed back to?
8:50.
Oh, so we went from 7:50 to 8:50?
Oh, yeah. And they usually just stop pushing it back. It's usually just, that's enough pushing back. It'll
Here
be
we
fine
go.
from now on.
Danny
Again,
Rouillet.
everyone should respect travel. It's going to work out. We should always be stunned when it does.
Well, but yesterday's big ordeal was we would never make it to the airport. And my point is, we should not be concerned about this. We will make our flight. We're sure as hell going to make our flight now.
We'll make it now.
We don't have anything to worry about.
Plenty of time for 5 guys and 6 guys and everything else.
We're going to get that 5 guys that I promised you boys.
Yeah.
Don't you worry about a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we were all over that. But we're pushed back an hour. We're fine. And we're going to have about maybe 25 minutes as of right now to make our connection, which in Charlotte, the biggest airport in the world, shouldn't be much of an issue. But more on this as it develops.
Yeah.
I did just get confirmation from Dad that he's going to eat some crab on this trip.
Nice.
Which he has not tried yet. And I'm excited about that, but also nervous because I feel like you want to try that like near your local hospital and like your urgent care of choice.
But let's not poo-poo it. I mean, he's going to try some.
No, I'm very excited that he is, but
Yeah.
like just like the ambulance on Bourbon Street thing could be a lot. So I'm just hoping for the best.
Yeah, it's almost like they're doing an Uber pool, picking up drunk guys and get one shellfish allergy.
3 guys in the back of the Uber or back in the ambulance. A couple of dudes who drank too much and fell down and hit their head, and Darius who ate a crab. But we're going to see where this takes us. It's going to be a fun trip. Lots of tweets flying in. We got calls as well, 800-636-1067. The question at hand is, with Chase Young getting ready to strap it up against the Commanders this weekend, do you care about him or this storyline anymore? My answer is no. They played him last year when he was on San Francisco. The staff that drafted him is gone. Danny's not there yet.
Yeah, 100% it matters. If I spend hundreds of hours of time and energy and investment and arguments, I'm invested. That doesn't just go away. Eventually it might. Like I'm still invested in Bryce Harper. I care one way or the other. In 10 years, maybe I won't anymore. I'm still very much so. It still burns. Like I can't shut off that passion switch like that. And it seems like a lot of people can.
I got a great tweet here from Nick who said, I'd forgotten Chase Young was on the Saints. He doesn't matter to me at all. I care as much about him as if they were playing Casey Toohill, which is really funny. I care more about Chase Young against Washington than Casey Toohill. I think he's being a little hyperbolic, but I don't care that much more. Like John Ridgeway is on the Saints as well.
Mm-hmm.
I care a little bit more that they're playing Chase Young than that they're playing John Ridgeway, but it's closer to them playing John Ridgeway than if they were playing Terry McLaurin or something like that.
Yeah.
Brian says, I will remember Chase Young's football path as much as I remember losing my second molar. A lot of zings. A lot of people that don't care that
Some
much.
zings.
Let's go to Matt Nashburn on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy?
Hello?
Yeah,
Hey,
you're on the
how you
radio.
doing?
Go ahead.
How you doing, guys?
Matt?
That was a tough one for Matt there.
And for us as a radio show.
Yeah. Oh, what's the I'm looking? Oh, screeching halt. That's what I was looking for.
He did say hello, which was nice. Let's go to Charles, who's in DC. Hello, Charles.
Grant and Danny.
That's what we're looking for.
Grant. You really need to stop it, Grant. You really need to stop. You know good and well that you care a whole lot more whether the Commanders are wearing the black uniforms than them facing Chase Young this week. You know it. And Danny, it's almost as if I want to say that it's not like Tom Brady returning back to New England. It's nowhere near that. We're talking about Chase Young facing the possibly 11-2 Commanders. There's such a major, much more bigger storyline that we could be talking about. But I think the conversation should be whether or not the black uniforms are going to be worn this weekend. That's what I think.
I think we know what uniforms they wear. They put that out before the season starts. This is not a black uniform game.
Yeah, so respectfully, they could wear underpants. They could go shirts and skins. They could wear pink. I don't care about that at all.
How did they just get to 11-2? By the way,
He said they could be 11-2. A couple things broke their way.
Is that what he was?
I think that was the
referencing?
implication.
Like they could have won a few more games, and because they're actually not close to 11-2. But he's saying this team's good enough that they hypothetically could be 11-2.
Maybe that's what that was.
Okay, all right, I'm good
Maybe,
on that. I don't get the thing about the black uniforms. You want them to wear those, I guess. That's fine if you want them to wear those.
I'd like the team colors. I'd love for them to do that. Like, give me that at some point.
How about the real burgundy,
Mm-hmm.
the real gold, the real uniforms from before they changed to the Commanders? You could still have the block W. You could still be the Commanders. But you got to give me the uniforms back in the right colors. How do we feel about that? Drew is in New Orleans on the Odyssey app. We're going to be joining you soon, Drew. What's up?
Yeah, we're almost there. We had to pick our daughter up from Alabama to go to the game. But on the storyline,
Did you drive from here?
What? Yeah.
No
way. It was a
way.
bye week. That's what you do on a bye week. You drive across the country. We'll be back in time for Philly, and that's what I was going to say is this storyline is story 11 out of 10, and the quarterback for New Orleans. What are we going to do about Noah Brown and how are we going to backfill him? Is Lattimore starting and playing? Those are all big storylines. This one's under, what do you eat in New Orleans over the weekend? And, how much do you want Pittsburgh to beat the Eagles? Then we get this one. So, unless Chase wrecks the game, then on Monday, this could be a story. So I hope that doesn't happen.
So, Drew, by the way, we're going to be broadcasting live tomorrow, assuming we make it to New Orleans by then.
I was going to say, yeah.
At Hotel Monteleone, right off Bourbon Street. And then Monday we'll be at Brennan. So if you're around, hopefully we bump into you, buddy. All right?
We'll see you down there.
I love it.
Hurricanes in hand.
Let's go. What a trip my guy's on. First of all, driving is kind of a show.
That's a long drive.
How
bro.
long do we think that is?
I mean, I wouldn't even be able to hazard a guess.
Well, first he's stopping in Alabama.
Which that's not down the street. That's not Manassas. You know what I mean?
This
Like that's
says
a ways.
18 hours.
That sounds, I was going to say 18, 20, 25, something
And
like
what
that.
is he doing?
I don't know. Some people love that bit, man.
18 hours?
Yeah.
Somebody likes that?
Yeah. Just like, let's go on a road trip.
I guess if you drive 9 or 10, let's say, or 8, and you go and you spend a couple of days where your daughter's at school and you see her college town in Tuscaloosa or whatever, I don't know, Auburn or something. And then you get in the car and you're retired, let's say, so you're there for 2 or 3 days. Hop in the car and now you got 9 more hours to get to New Orleans. Maybe I could figure that out, but that still sounds pretty awful.
It's a lot. I mean, for my 21st birthday, we did a road trip type bit where we visited friends in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, then went to Birmingham to visit some friends, then went to St. Louis, and then, drove all the way back. And I mean, I was like, I don't want to do that again. I'm glad I did it. I had so much alcohols. I'm good.
Top of the hour as soon as we return. Looks like some breaking and developing news from Eric Flack on whether or not the RFK bill will be included into the budget resolution that's coming today, which would be the big hurdle, which would be what we need to know if DC is getting this land to build a stadium on. And it sounds like he's starting to get some info on that, and he'll have it for us right at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. Today could end up being a pretty memorable day in DC sports, depending on how things trend. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Eric Flack standing by. We're going to get to WUSA TV9's reporter on the latest as DC tries to recapture the land, getting it back from the federal government that it could eventually build a stadium for the Commanders on.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
All right, let's get Eric Flack on the horn here on the guest hotline. So, Eric, a couple hours ago, you tweeted that you had an insider tell you that the RFK bill that we've been waiting to find out whether or not the land was being attached to is coming down the pike today. The spending bill was going to be finalized, and we could get some resolution finally once and for all. And I know within just the last few minutes, you've got an update on that. So give it to us.
Yeah, the latest is that as of now, which is about 3:04 on Thursday, December 12th, that RFK bill is in fact included in this larger spending bill, which means that DC really closing in now in the final stages of a full-fledged push to get the Commanders back to the district. Still never official until it's official, but it was a huge hurdle to actually get that RFK bill giving DC long-term control of the land into that spending bill. Things change up on Capitol Hill, but as of right now, as we stand right here, it is in that bill. And again, once they agree on that larger spending bill, which really doesn't have much to do with RFK at all, passage is a formality. The debate is over. So once RFK officially gets included in the final version of that bill, it is, for all intents and purposes, a reality that DC has long-term control of that RFK land.
So Eric, a couple times I've been like, okay, yeah, this is it. And then there's a Steve Daines pop whack-a-mole. And then there's like a Maryland senator whack-a-mole. The government, is this it? In terms of this part, at this phase of it?
Let me put it to you this way. I had a good exchange with a source, and this was actually yesterday. This was before it made it in, and I was like, "How are you feeling?" And he's like, "I'm feeling 70%." There's somebody who wants it in the bill, and I said, "So is that like we're almost there, or like, oh no, there's a 30% chance that it might not happen?" And then he jokingly sent me the Christmas ornament of the Hail Mary. And I was like, well, that doesn't sound good. He said, no, we're moving in the right direction, and I will crack a beer if it gets into the bill. So we're like at crack your first beer time in celebration. Now, the text of this bill, and this is inside baseball, but the text of the bill is probably not going to be finalized until potentially over the weekend. At the point the text, it's actually written in stone, then you're kind of like officially official, and then they vote, which again is pretty much a formality. So we've still got some time to, and you know, you've probably followed a lot of the news. I've been reporting on it. Others have as well, about the backdoor negotiations that have been going on with Maryland. And so there's always a chance that things could go sideways, but it's a lot easier. It's a lot harder. It's a lot of bigger, longer putt, as you might say, to get the RFK bill into that resolution. That's the big obstacle. Pulling it out seems much more unlikely. Once it's in there, you're moving in the right direction. So I think everybody on the side of those who want this resolution to pass, this bill to pass, so the DC can take their real shot at bringing the Commanders back, is feeling very, very good right now. So, Danny, yeah, things can change, but right now trending in the right direction with that RFK bill. As of now, sources, Capitol Hill insiders telling me, is included in this bigger, larger spending bill.
Love that. Eric Flack is with us, WUSA TV9's award-winning reporter. Let's say that the land is involved, okay? So in the bill, right? That resolution comes through.
Right.
DC, that means DC gets the land. There's nothing else that needs to happen. Yeah.
Nothing else that needs to happen.
Okay.
No. I mean, yep.
So my follow up to that is the land is DC's. Does that automatically mean that the stadium will be built on that land? Are we confident in that, or is it a whole nother thing now?
Yeah, then you gotta like actually DC's got to cut the deal with the Commanders, and
but isn't that a formality at this point?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, $1 billion isn't that, we don't know. I mean, you can read the room as we've talked about before, and Mayor Bowser up in the suite with Josh Harris and Roger Goodell high-fiving at the Titans game as a formality. But like they would have to approve money just like they did for Capital One. So the city council, DC council will have to get involved at some point. They will have to produce, like, here is the agreement. Here is how much Washington, D.C. is expected to pay. I mean, we have a whole lot of steps before we are breaking ground, shovels in the ground at RFK, and they're coming back home, and circle your calendars for 2030, because that's when, the Commanders return to the district and to RFK. But the biggest challenge always going to be, the one thing that was going to be the biggest obstacle was the fact that DC didn't even have the right to make the deal because they didn't control the land past 2037. Now they control this land. They don't own it. They control the land. They have the right to lease it out under this agreement for whatever they want, whether it's a football stadium, whether it's a shopping mall, whatever commercial entity you want to do, you'd be able to do it now at that land. But now you're at the point where DC has to be able to, negotiate with the Commanders, say, here's what we're in with. What are you comfortable with? Part of the Maryland contingent's argument was in trying to block this was that federal taxpayers were giving DC basically a bargaining chip with the Commanders, where like we're just giving them this federal land, which they are then going to turn around and give to the Commanders for free to build the stadium there, which we don't know for sure, but is fairly likely. But so the agreement between the Commanders and the DC still has to be formalized. Now, has talk happened behind closed doors that we don't know about? I mean, it'd be hard not to think that they weren't having exchanged a couple of numbers, but again, we don't know any of that for sure.
Eric Flack with us here on Grant and Danny. So you mentioned Maryland here, and how would you quantify this? Like, did Maryland lose? Or did they get the concessions? And what does that mean? Because one of the things that they wanted, Eric, as you've talked about before, is what's going to happen to stupid FedEx Field or Northwest Field when you guys are gone? Which is a reasonable question, but it's also, if I'm the team, I'm also kind of going, I don't know if that's my problem or not, but whatever. Did Maryland get their conditions satisfied, and what does that mean in the future, or did they just lose?
They had a couple of big conditions, and there was a lot of smoke and mirror about fighter jets, and the fighter jets may or may not be part of this. But based on my reporting, there were two huge conditions. One, it was like what was going to happen to the future of FedEx Field, and then the second that kind of developed later on, and this is going to get really politicky, but the Maryland contingent, Senators Cardin and Van Hollen, were negotiating for huge amounts of disaster relief money to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge, because that's the bridge earlier this year in Baltimore that collapsed. Everybody remembered that. And they want a bunch of federal money. We're talking billions and billions of dollars to rebuild it. And at the 11th hour, that became part of the discussion. So you have to, at first it was Governor Westmore saying Maryland can't move forward until I'm satisfied that FedEx Field, or the FedEx Field land, the Northwest Stadium land, is going to be taken care of once the Commanders leave. Nothing has been formally released on that. I'm pulling some strings on that, but I think it's safe to say that on some level, Governor Westmore and that land issue had been taken care of, okay, because we're here. Then it became, well, what about all the money for the Francis Scott Key Bridge? And that became the sticking point. Hey, we're not going to be cool with the RFK thing if we don't get the money that we want to build the bridge. seemingly completely unrelated, but that's the way Capitol Hill works. That's the way politics works. At this point, we're hearing the bill is a RFK bill, is in this spending bill, got added to this larger resolution, got attached. So you have to believe that Maryland's side was satisfied with the amount, or is satisfied with the amount of money that they're looking to get out of this bridge. So did Maryland lose? Maryland got what it needed to make this palatable moving forward. They said, okay, if we're not going to defeat this, we're going to need some chips back to let it go through. And the chips back ended up being on a local level, making sure the Commanders committed to take care of that Northwest Stadium site if and when they leave for DC or anywhere else. And B, making sure that Maryland got its Francis Scott Key Bridge money to rebuild the bridge. Again, politics as usual up on Capitol Hill. Those were the big sticking points, and you have to imagine that they were met at this point.
Eric, I want to go back to something you were talking about a few minutes ago, which was the hypothetical that they build in D.C. or try to get that done, and the amount of money that the city would give the Commanders or put toward the project. I mean, do we have any speculation or guesses on what that would look like? I think last we heard, Maryland had already told the Commanders they were forking over like $450 million or whatever to help build up the area around there. And then the second part of that question is, where is the money coming from? Because you told us, and so many others along the way told us, I think, at different points, that they didn't have the money for the Wizards and the Capitals and the Commanders, certainly all three of them. Where are they getting all the money?
So it's going to be creative accounting. There's a lot of ways that DC can say that it's contributing financially to this without taking money out of its bank account or charging things up to its spending credit card checking account, as an analogy. First of all, what DC does with all of these, like it did it with Audi Field, did it to a certain extent with Nats Park, is they built up the infrastructure. We're going to do the infrastructure. I think Mayor Bowser has already talked about providing infrastructure. And when you're talking about rebuilding that RFK site, the infrastructure piece is going to be huge. That is going to be hundreds of millions, may reach $1 billion just to do that. They're going to have to improve the metro. They're going to make that metro access better. They've got to redo the parking lots. They've got to redo everything. And that's going to be part of that contribution. That's a totally different budget, than, giving money to redo Capital One Arena or just writing a check for a building or renovation. So you can creatively account for different ways. How much do you quantify for the land that they're going to get for free? If they were to go to Virginia, the Commanders would have to buy land. They are presumably going to get the RFK land for free or at some sort of a lease. Does that count? Look, these stadiums cost $5 billion these days. What I've heard they're going to do for a stadium is going to be something that's going to qualify for a Super Bowl, which means you're going to have 65,000 people minimum, and you're going to have a dome. But they're going to want to do there are minimum qualifications for an NFL Super Bowl. So you got to imagine that you're in the $3 to $5 billion range. They've paid some big LA firm, as we've talked about earlier this year, more than $500,000 to a firm that specializes in finding ways to finance stadiums like this. It's literally all this LA firm does is come up with financing mechanisms for municipalities for these sorts of things. So DC is already down the road behind closed doors on figuring out how it's going to pay for it. But certainly there might have to be a new tax revenue source. That's the only way to come up with money when you don't have any money, is to figure out a way to generate money. And usually that means some sort of a tax on business or roads or some sort of a way to come up with the money. But you would have to think that Mayor Bowser has some sort of a plan with as out front as she has been about trying to get the Commanders to DC. knowing that there's going to have to be some public financing arm of this, and knowing what the district's books look like as of right now. She has to have a plan, and I think they're working on a plan. What that plan is, Grant, I don't think any of us know for sure right now.
Eric, super quick, because I know you got to jump. Local residents around RFK, I don't have great numbers on this, and it's hard to find really good data, but I know there's a lot of outspoken folks that said, no way, no how, we have no interest in that, and maybe some folks in the D.C. Council's opinions have reflected that. The strategy for them is?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be a loud, big protest. I mean, I've done some reporting on this about what Josh Harris has gone through up in Philly just to get this basketball arena, which he is paying for out of his own money, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And even that's been a hassle. I mean, there are going to be loud protests. We are just starting it. I'm of the belief that the protests are not going to be able to override what seems like a runaway freight train of momentum if, in fact, what we believe to be happening right now happens and D.C. gets the land. But there will be loud protests. There have been groups that are already mobilizing. I just don't know that faction of D.C. Council, which once was very strong and once was the majority in opposition of this happening, is the majority anymore. And in fact, the main power players, the Kenyon McDuffies, the Mayor Bowsers, really are in favor of this. And some of the other main players who longly opposed it are opposing it much quieter now. And so the kind of writing is on the wall, but certainly we are about to, if this happens, we're about to enter a huge stage of community meetings, of protests, of we don't want a stadium in our backyard.
All right, but to summarize then for people that joined us midway through the conversation, your reporting is that today looks like it's going to end up being a gigantic step toward DC getting the land.
Enormous. To summarize, as of right now, the bill that would give DC long-term control of the RFK site, therefore clearing the way for Washington, D.C. to bring the Commanders back to the district after 28 years in Maryland, is included in the piece of legislation that it needs to be included in to become a reality in just days. And as we sit here right now, unless something changes, that bill is on track to be approved and clearing the way for what could be a momentous shift of the Washington Commanders back to D.C.
Eric, awesome with us, man. Really appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
Much appreciated. Eric Flack, check him out on Channel 9 in town. Game changer.
Yep.
If this comes to fruition here, as he's reporting that it's going to, and I trust Eric's reporting. Pretty amazing, though.
Yeah, I am not spiking any footballs, forgive the pun, just yet, just because I've been burned so many times by this is it, and then another thing. But that doesn't change the fact that this was in doubt, and this is enormous.
The whole mission.
You can't have anything else without this.
With all of the wins, the losses, the good, the bad, the undulations, the ups, the downs, it was all to get to the goal line. And the goal line here is, really the end zone is just to get the land back.
Yeah.
And he's reporting they're going to get the land back. Meaning this would be the game. It would be over, basically. Now it's up to DC to find out how to not screw it up. And you got your land that you always say, when you have the land, you'll build the stadium. Well, now you're going to get the land.
Yeah, so like I don't have a great analogy for it, but the things that we would like to have happen, that's all a big waste of time until this happens, right? And this part was in doubt, and now it's occurred. There's still TBD. There's still a bunch of stuff that, as Eric was pointing out, I think really well, where you got pissed off neighbors who don't want it. You got financing issues. You got to do some creative accounting. You got to have this and that. All these different things have to happen, whether they will or won't, who knows? None of those discussions could go forward, and we're all a waste of time until this hour. Like, this thing goes down, now you have a chance.
Week 15 in the NFL kicks off with a terrific game with playoff implications tonight. Let's take our first look at the slate next on Grant and Danny. The attention of DC sports fans this weekend will be on the Commanders and the Saints. A 1 o'clock kick, although it's noon local, Danny, so I don't want you showing up late.
Well, we're going to make our adjustment. We're going to plan accordingly there. Thank you.
I believe we'll do a little breakfast.
Little brekkie.
And then what time do you want to get to the stadium? I'm curious.
I actually didn't think about that. What
Christian
do you
asked
think?
me the other night, when do you guys want to be at the game? My answer and your answer, I think, are going to differ on this. Say 12 o'clock kick, when would you want to be in your seat or at the stadium?
In my seat, 11:45.
See, so I thought you might say that. I'd like to be at the game for a noon kick if the gates open at 10, by like 10:30 at the latest.
Okay. What do you want to do there?
I want to walk around the Superdome.
Yep.
I've never actually done that. I've covered many games there, and I've been there with you.
Okay.
But I've never actually walked around and like seen the concourses and stuff. And then I want to sit in the stands and watch pregame warmups. I want to watch guys run around and catch routes and just take in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I'd like to get into the stadium around 11:15, 11:20, get your food stuffs, because we walked around last year. I mean, we did that. Not last year, whenever we went a handful of years ago.
I did not. You may
Yeah,
have.
yeah. So did you what did you do? You went right to
I
your
was press
seats or
box
press
pulsing.
boxing? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so we went right to our seats, or no, walked around. Everybody was doing their chants and stuff, and everyone was nice. You couldn't really get around because it's so cramped in there. It's such a dated building.
It's an old stadium.
That it's hard to, like, they didn't, well, I don't say didn't plan it well. They didn't, like, it's not built to accommodate a swell of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not much room to get by and go around. So you kind of are at the mercy of everyone else. You're sort of inching forward to get to your seat, and that's that.
As the stadium guy, I do have to inform you guys, though,
Yes.
that their concourse has been recently updated. They did a lot of updates to the stadium, so there's a lot of new things to see. It looks a lot more modern.
How do you know that?
Because I'm the stadium guy.
Stadium guy.
So of course I know that.
Huh? Do you get it? Do you get like emails?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm subscribed to a newsletter that only stadium guys are subscribed to.
So like Ryan wouldn't get it.
No.
Like I wouldn't get it.
No, that
Grant wouldn't get it probably.
Nah.
Oh,
just me.
Just you. Got him.
Well, then we got more to see then.
That's
Renovations.
nice.
I told him you'd probably want to be there closer to kickoff.
Mhm.
But, I mean, that's if we're all walking together. We could all also do our own thing, too, which would be fine. But he was talking about maybe meeting up at the hotel. It's a 20-minute walk, flat ground, not too bad. Several blocks.
Yeah, that by the way is one of the coolest things. Is like this. It's there on the Strip, the
Yes.
the Bourbon Street and everything around it, like that whole French Quarter, and you just kind of saunter, along with the teeming masses,
I was
just kind
gonna
of
say
wander that
there
way,
is
and you're
a
right there at the
wave
Superdome.
Of Saints fans.
It's great.
That are all in jerseys. Everyone's wearing an Alvin Kamara jersey, basically, at this
Mhm.
point. Or a Cam Jordan jersey. And it's just a mass of people all kind of, if you had an aerial shot, just headed toward the one part of town where the stadium is, the Superdome. But anyway, it's going to be fun. We will be there, all eyes on the Commanders and the Saints. But I figured we could take a look at some of the other key matchups this weekend, because there's a bunch of playoff important, ramification games that are going to be played. Starting with tonight on Thursday Night Football, while we're in the air, the Rams and the 49ers. I'm hoping we have TVs on the plane. If not, I've got to find a way to watch my YouTube TV on my phone, which I feel like shouldn't be that hard. But whatever that is, the finding a way to be on your phone, I can never figure out on a flight. The guy next to me is watching a TV show that's like live somehow. The guy to my right is streaming a movie. The guy in front of me is working on a proposal. And I'm just like not being able to get a text through. Can't figure out how to get on the internet. I don't know how people do
Look,
these
I
things.
turned it off and turned it back on. Anybody?
How do people get on anything? The wireless is there. I see the little logo when I get on the plane, and then nothing works.
Like, are you an American Delta Sky Miles reverse miles like special lookup customer? Like, I don't know. Can I
I'm
just watch
hoping
it?
Clary, because he's young, can help me figure out tonight how to get on the internet and how to stream the football game. But Rams Cardinals, and this becomes pretty significant to the Commanders, obviously. If San Francisco wins, even though they'll creep up on Washington a little bit, the Niners would be 7-7 with 3 games to play and an outside chance at making the playoffs. At least the Rams would be fended off at 7-7.
Yeah, that'd be massive.
And it'd be a game and a half difference, maybe 2 games by the time the Commanders hopefully beat the Saints. If the Rams win tonight, now all of a sudden frisky LA is 8-6, and a Washington loss to the Saints getting upset this weekend, and there's a tie for the final wild card spot.
Yes, indeed.
Now, for the moment, the Commanders would have the tiebreaker because they have the better conference record. But now you're going into a game next week where you play the Eagles. The Rams next week are playing the Jets. So if the Rams beat the Niners tonight and Washington was somehow upset by the Saints, not likely, but possible, you would be expected to no longer have a playoff spot at the end of next weekend because the Rams are going to be favored over the Jets and Washington's going to be an underdog. So that's the quick path and math to you want the Niners to beat the Rams tonight.
Without a doubt. And it makes it more complicated. It puts the Rams behind the 8 ball, to your point. I mean, they already sort of had their misses, right, where they lost some games early on in the season and struggled. This is what they did last year when then at the end of the year, they ripped off a bunch of wins in a row and got themselves into the postseason. But if they lose, it just makes it complicated. And that's good for Washington, who's in, not outside looking in. So, Washington obviously owns their own destiny here. You win a bunch of games, you get in, and that's kind of the end of the story. But if we're talking about scenarios that are realistic, it would not be crazy for the Rams to beat San Francisco tonight. They're 2.5-point dogs. It wouldn't be crazy for them to beat the Jets. So now all of a sudden they're breathing down your neck. There is a very good path to them winning 10 games. That puts, again, some pressure on you. I don't want it to get to tiebreakers. I don't want to have to go out and go, okay, well, Washington has a better NFC record, but only on Sundays, and then there's 2 common opponents and one of them tied. I don't want to do that. Just win a bunch of games and get in. But if we have to face that scenario, tonight is the one you'll probably look at and go, if the Rams win, they're going to make it, put some pressure on Washington here.
This game does not correspond directly to the Commanders, but it is an important one. The Chiefs play the Cleveland Browns at 1:00 on Sunday in Ohio. Kansas City's 12-1 and Cleveland is 3-10. Kansas City has a 2-game lead on Buffalo for the number 1 seed in the AFC. But the Bills beat the Chiefs head-to-head. The only loss for Kansas City all year was to the Josh Allen-led Bills. If Buffalo can get even with KC in the win-loss column, they'll have the tiebreaker. The Bills have the most important game of their season, the best game of the weekend by far, 4:00 window, 4:25 national TV kick against the Detroit Lions. So a very losable game for Buffalo. But if the Chiefs were to drop a game to Cleveland, who's playing better, Jameis Winston puts up a lot of passing yards. They score more points than they did with Deshaun Watson at quarterback. They're only 3-10, but they're in most of these games now. We've seen them recently beat Pittsburgh. If the Chiefs lose and the Bills beat the Lions, Buffalo's only 1 game back with the tiebreaker for the number 1 seed in the playoffs going through Orchard Park.
So the Chiefs are good. I'm not saying they're not. They're 12-1. Obviously, that's not a great bit of analysis here. But they've been playing with their food a little bit at times. This is sort of like, reminds you of the Celtics' big 3 that's like, we're not going to hit the gas all year long with these veterans and finish with the 1 seed. We don't care about that. Let us get to the postseason. Some of these teams that have enough pedigree, believe there's another gear they can get to. So if you look at them overall, in terms of like outscoring their opponents, they're pedestrian. They have a worse point differential than the 2 teams trailing them just in the AFC West, for example.
The Broncos and Chargers have a better point
differential, right? So
would not have guessed that.
So Kansas City, again, is 12-1, and they've earned it. They're really good. They're going to the AFC title game again.
You also don't want to play them in the playoffs.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this isn't me knocking them. This is me saying this is where they are. They're due for a couple upsets. They're due to maybe drop a game or 2.
Here's some intrigue, another AFC playoff type game. In terms of a team that's going to be in and a team that wants to try to fight its way back into the picture. Dolphins at Texans. Houston does not really pass the eye test at this point. They're 2-3 in their last 5 games with losses to the Jets, Lions, and Titans. That's 2 really bad losses.
Yeah.
The Jets and the Titans over the last month. They barely beat the Jaguars, but they avoided even more catastrophe there. So 8-5 Houston, almost certainly going to win the AFC South. But the Dolphins at 6-7 have to probably run the table to get in at 10-7. They play the Texans, then the Niners, then they finish a little softer with the Browns and the Jets. They are playing a lot better football. They're 4-1 in their last 5. Had the one letdown bad performance against the Packers on Thanksgiving night. That was their only loss since early November. But I'm excited to see this game because I think that the Texans are either going to win, it'll feel like a get-right game, and they'll be back where they need to be. Or if the Dolphins win, really 2 huge storylines. Houston can't be trusted. They're a Super Bowl contender on paper, according to a lot of people after a big offseason. And then the Dolphins at 7-7 will absolutely be in the mix. They're going to be in the hunt graphic.
Yeah, so they'll still be trailing, but now they're the team that is doing what the Rams have already started to do, which is gain some ground, breathing down the neck of a couple of teams that are fine. Thinking about the Chargers and the Broncos, who, how much do you trust them in late December type football? Again, they've had good seasons, both those teams that I just referenced, but are you sure they're going to hold off a surging Miami team?
I told you the Bills and the Lions is the best game of the weekend, and I do believe that. 4:25 on Sunday. There's another really good game at that same time.
It's not Jets Jaguars.
No. 4:25 on Sunday, Steelers Eagles.
Yeah.
10-3 Pittsburgh, 11-2 Philadelphia. That is an awesome game.
Phenomenal.
Philly could be even with Detroit at the end of the day. If they beat the Steelers and the Lions lose to the Bills, which is very possible, both of those teams would be 12-2. Tied for the number 1 seed. Obviously important to Washington because if they stay in the 7th spot in the NFC playoff picture, they're going to the 2 seed. Is that going to be Philly? Is that going to be Detroit? It'll be one of those 2 teams. So that's a game you absolutely need to keep an eye on. I love watching Pittsburgh. I know it's kind of ugly and they muck it up and it's defense and running game and pushing people around, but there's just something old school and fun about a Mike Tomlin coached, physical, grounding, bruising team.
And their offense is better than you think, too. They've been mildly prolific at times over the last couple of months. By the way, does it surprise
That's
you?
quite an endorsement. Not that you're wrong. Like, that's the perfect way to say it.
Yeah, because they struggle against
mildly
Cleveland.
Prolific at times.
Yeah, I mean, I associate them with 12 points last year, in wins by the offense, like 3 field goals and like a safety and then some sort of weird like drop kick. Like that's who they were. Now they like score touchdowns. Does it surprise you though, by the way? 5.5-point dogs, Pittsburgh this week. With everything swirling around Philadelphia, Pittsburgh coming off the loss, 5.5-point road dogs. I thought that was a big number.
That is a big number. Yeah, I would say that's because there's an expectation. First of all, you're on the road. I know it's the same state, but it's going to be well-traveled. Crowd will be there from Pittsburgh. But that's a tough place to go play,
Yes,
as we
it is.
saw. So that's a couple and a half points, whatever. And then I would say that there is something to like the banding together maybe after this week of all the turmoil for a good team. I could see something like that. A couple people are asking us, by the way, where we're going to do the show from tomorrow. Assuming we make it to New Orleans in time to broadcast at 2 o'clock, we'll be at Hotel Monteleone in New Orleans, right off Bourbon Street. So if you're near or around the French Quarter, you're downtown as you land, you should come by. We're going to be, you can walk in. There's going to be signs that direct you right to where we're broadcasting from. So you should come say hello. And then on Monday, before you fly out, if you're kicking it during the afternoon, we'll be at Brennan's, which is the best restaurant
Just
in New
iconic,
Orleans.
man.
It's one of the oldest restaurants in America. It's an absolutely amazing, historical, wonderful place. So you should come see us there. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. And at the top of the hour, we'll spin you around town, get you the latest on every team you care about in the Beltway Blitz. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Double play brought to you today and every day by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stopping for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Chiefs, as we embark on this journey today, you, Darius, Ryan, and myself, there has been, cloud is probably too strong. There's been a something shy of a wedge, but a little bit of consternation, if not irritation. Dare I say something that has caused borderline frustration, disappointment, chagrin, a general negativity. And it kind of swirls around me here a little bit. So I'd like to take this opportunity formally on the radio program. It's even brought up earlier today, not long after I arrived. After having forgot my suitcase, by the way, I had to go home and get it. But that's not the point. The point was...
By the way, you were minus 300 to forget your suitcase.
So obvious. I mean,
I just see that bet cashed.
Yeah, packed it, and it wasn't part of the normal routine, so I just jogged right by it. Goodbye, suitcase. Fare thee well. Just sitting at home, and I had to turn around and go back and get it. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yes. So this is something that's been kind of lingering around, and I don't know if it's caused anger, if it's gotten there yet, but I think if it prolonged and continued, it might. So I'd like to formally take this time here on the double play. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, to turn to our friend Darius Stammer. Darius, happy haircut, buddy. I saw your haircut. When I got here today, I noticed it. I like it. I'm glad for you as someone that doesn't naturally notice people's hair or, with all due respect, care what you do with your hair. I know that you cared about this and you got your haircut at the place that you were talking about last night. Good job. Good haircut.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for noticing.
Ladies
And you're not the only one.
That's what growth sounds like.
That is growth, yes.
That's what growth.
Yep.
So Darius came in. Ryan and I were already here. We gave him a standing ovation. He walked in. We were very excited. Happy haircut.
And Denton was there too.
That's true. A lot of yelling, a lot of cheering, a lot of happiness. And then when Danny got in after he went and got a suitcase and went to whatever else he had to do, and he got here and he goes, taps on his computer. Starts talking about lunch. Starts talking about this mystery.
There was a lunch
this
thing.
mystery deal that fell apart at the seams. All this other stuff that you had going on. It was not your day, I will say.
No, not even good. And then we get the notification that the flight's delayed. But it's fine. It'll be fine.
So Danny
it's all fine.
Has said nothing to Darius. I'm pointing at Darius. Still nothing. He's turning around. He's looking around. He's like, I know. You can just say it. You can say something. But you waited.
We're going to save the formal thing for the air. I think it holds more weight because there's a record of this.
And I agree. I like that we saved it for the air, and I think it played out well. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's a great haircut.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, the funny thing is, I got there too late last night. I thought I could get there like 6:45. It didn't work out that way because there was traffic, because there was rain, so people don't know how to drive. So I didn't get there in time last night. I walked in, and the guy was like, "Sorry, man, can't take you." I was like, "All right, cool,
Great,
screws me
good
over."
news. Thanks.
So I actually had to get up
Well, I'll
first
just
thing
go
this morning.
sit on my hand over here, pal. Thank you.
Pretty much, yeah.
So get back in the car. Great.
So yeah, I ended up going first thing this morning.
Did you use the picture that you Googled?
So that's the thing. I actually didn't. I actually did not go. I actually told him, I said, go ahead and fade the sides and keep the top dark. And he said, you want me to clean up the beard?
Dark?
I said, yeah.
Dark?
Yeah.
Is
I
that
like
a
to keep
term?
keep it dark. Mm-hmm.
As opposed to what?
As opposed to like cutting it all the way close. Yeah.
Don't use color. Don't brighten it.
That's a thing.
That's a thing. Yes. Keep it dark.
Now, could I, as a white, say and have that make sense? Keep the top dark?
I don't think so, because I don't know if you'd ever cut your hair down that far.
So hold on. So if you take more off than you did, is the point that your forehead is not dark? Not your forehead. Sorry,
top of your head.
The top, your skull.
Yeah, it'd be more of. I'm trying. I don't know. I'm terrible with barber terms, but I'm assuming if he was to cut it any closer,
to keep it dark.
I never. That was very casual.
That's just one of those things I always heard my dad say when I was younger. So I just kind of.
So it could be. Is it a Daryl Dameron thing, or is it just an entire?
I mean, barbers know what it is when I say it, so I'm assuming that they know. I'm assuming it's a barber term.
My question is it larger than just your family? Is it a community term, or is it just something that you say in the Dameron family, sir?
I don't know. I wish I knew. I honestly don't.
Okay.
It's just something I've known my dad to say, so I just started saying it, and barbers do it, so it works.
Because I don't think it's something like.
What do you think the white version of that is, Darius? Like, what would I say instead of that?
Keep some salad on top there.
Exactly.
Keep a little of the old string spaghetti on top.
Yeah, I just you wouldn't cut your hair that close, so I don't think that you would say that. You
But
wouldn't say keep it
if I
dark.
did, if I was a really close to the
But
head
wouldn't you
type
just
guy,
say don't buzz it?
I guess. I don't know.
Is that not a term, buzz cut?
I've never used the term buzz cut.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that would be the version.
Yeah.
It's like, don't buzz it. Leave some. Here, you know what?
Leave a little bit.
Leave length. I have said that. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, that's the equivalent.
Keep
There
it
you go.
dark equals leave length.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
That's the equivalent.
like I wonder what would happen if I go, just obviously really close on the sides, fade it up a little bit, and leave it dark on the top. I wonder what would happen.
Leave it dark is a.
And just go ahead and leave it dark.
She would go.
What?
As opposed to not coloring it.
What is it? What do you
or-
mean? Do you want?
Like that's the You know who didn't leave it dark up top was Joe Burrow when he dyed his hair blonde.
Yeah,
that'd be the opposite of leaving it dark. Yes.
Let's go to Marcel, who is in Waldorf. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Guys, long time, first time. Appreciate you taking my call.
Oh, well, thank you for making
you
the call.
very
We
much. That's
appreciate
nice of you. Yes.
No problem. No problem. Thank you. You guys kind of desperately need a little bit of help with this haircut situation.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
Good read by you.
Yeah. So as a black, what Darius is saying when he asked the barber to cut his hair short or dark is basically you're not cutting it low enough to where you're seeing your scalp. So when it's still dark, you're leaving just enough hair to where it's covering your scalp, and essentially, as a black man with black hair, your hair is still dark. So if you cut it a little bit lower, you see more of your scalp and it gets lighter. If that makes sense.
So it's basically like my one guard or two guard. Like you're saying, like.
Yeah.
So do you agree that my turn would be like, go ahead and leave some length on there for me, something like that?
I guess so. I mean,
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking about
and
shorter than because it's not about styling the top of your hair. This is like basically just a shadow.
No, I think he's saying, if there's no hair on Darius's head, that
It's lighter than his scalp is lighter than his hair.
The color of the hair is lighter. Is darker than the color of the top of your head.
Yeah, you would see the skin on the top of my head if I got it cut any shorter, and I don't want that. I want there to be kind of like a visible darkness of the hair. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just leave it dark.
I think he got us where we needed to go there.
Leave it dark.
We appreciate that, Marcel. That was great.
Very
great call.
comfortable conversation between friends. Nothing to see here.
Yep. Yeah.
Right?
Right?
I'm
looking around.
Okay?
I think we're good.
Nobody came running from like down the hall. I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Why is CK waiting right outside the door?
Oh, no.
Why is he waving his arms like that?
You know that Juan Soto just said in a press conference, he has not spoken to any of his Yankees teammates since the end of the World Series.
Yeah.
That's insane to me. I don't know who that says more about, his teammates or him. And I love Juan Soto, but that is weird.
That is weird, isn't it?
You've been negotiating. You've been potentially going back to New York. Like, where's Aaron Judge, your captain, doing his recruiting? What is going on? And by the way, let's say you weren't a free agent. Or let's say you weren't maybe going back there. You just had a 6-month season with those guys every single day. You haven't talked to them at all, your buddies? That is weird. Not one teammate, not one word he says since the World Series.
How was Thanksgiving? Good. You just talked to one of your teammates. You know what I mean? Like, not even that?
Let's go Beltway blitzing next on Grant and Danny. DC's teams are building a foundation of success on and off the field. It's time for you to plan for your future as well with our friends, the exclusive sponsors of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. KMLawyers.com to do that. Tell them we sent you and you'll get a discount. That's KMLawyers.com. We'll cover the Wizards coming up in a couple of minutes and the Commanders who are getting ready for the Saints in New Orleans. We will be there at the Superdome. But we start off on the ice. The Caps have had a several-day reprieve, and they are getting back to the ice. So let's get after it. Bailey Johnson is with us, covers the Caps for the Washington Post. Bailey, tell us about the night ahead and the break here for the Caps and what they got done.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. It's kind of a little bit of one of those trap games where the Caps have been off for 4 or 5 days now, depending on how one counts days. And the Blue Jackets played Tuesday night. Devison was not pleased with how they played. He is certainly a stern guy who drives them hard and has them playing really hard and fairly well this year. They've obviously had some ups and downs and aren't one of the top teams in the league, but they're hard to play against and can give you a fight on any given night. So the combination of them almost certainly being very up and ready to go for this one after they did the way they played on Tuesday, and the Caps coming off of a long layoff. This is the longest break they've had since the beginning of the season when they started way after everybody else. The Capitals will certainly need to be ready to go early tonight, or this one could turn on them pretty quickly.
Yeah, most recent sample against one of the bottom feeders of the league. They didn't play a particularly good game and lost to San Jose in overtime. Hard to complain much about what the Caps have done as they lead the league in points, but it's something I'm certainly aware of heading into tonight. And you mentioned kind of being off the rhythm a little bit, not having played in a while. So just kind of thoughts there playing against a team that frankly isn't having a very good season.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the San Jose game for the same reasons. Again, another one of the teams that's not one of the top in the league, and the Capitals have done very well against teams that are very, very good. They beat the Toronto Maple Leafs in a very good game on the road last Friday. Struggled a little bit in the beginning against Montreal in what could kind of be a similar situation tonight. Montreal's not great, but they do have some players that can hurt you, and they came out fast and hard and really took it to the Capitals for the first 20 to 30 minutes, most of the first 2 periods before the Caps decided, hey, we'd actually like to win this game. And playing here in Columbus has a new goalie coming in tonight, Jet Greaves, who hasn't played a game for them this year, but has been pretty strong in the American League. That tends to motivate the defenders in front of him to play tight and give him a good game in his first game of the season as a younger player. So the Capitals will, I think, need to start well, start on time, and probably get up by a couple early if they want to have success tonight.
Ovi was taking some shots on the ice yesterday, needed someone to pass to him, and he found an old friend. Tell us that story.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it. Backstrom's not around a ton, but he was in the building yesterday for whatever reason. I don't know why. And Ovi wanted somebody to pass to him, and who better than number 19? So I got there right after they'd both gotten off the ice, so I missed it. But I saw the pictures and videos just like everyone else. And obviously, a sweet moment, and I'm sure Ovi enjoyed that as he's, I would imagine, getting bored skating on his own at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had a little joke there. Do you think Backstrom's qualified? Like, is there enough pedigree there for him to be up to the challenge? That is a good deal, but I love stuff like that. In terms of how this team is playing defensively, overall, you have to be really impressed with what they've done to this point. Is there any kind of, I don't want to say worry or chink in the armor even, but there have been a few moments where there have been some high-scoring games here over the last month or so. It just kind of have me noting it overall. Just give me your thoughts on how the team is playing structurally defensively.
Yeah, you're right about that there have been some high-scoring games. They've definitely tightened up over the last couple of weeks, which is what Spencer Carberry has wanted to see. I mean, early on in the year when they were playing those really high-scoring games, they were also scoring 6 or 7 goals and kind of getting themselves out of trouble. But Carberry knows how to read the analytics and knows that the Caps probably won't be the best shooting percentage team in the league all year, which they currently are. So that means that they have to still play tight defensively, because if that changes on them and all of a sudden shots aren't going in, pucks aren't going in, they're not having the same level of offensive success. They can't count on scoring 5 goals and getting out of their mistakes. So he wants them to still be playing tight defensively and sticking to their structure. And you've seen them do a better job of that lately. Even in the San Jose game, they probably shouldn't have lost to the Sharks, but they gave up 1 in regulation and then lost in overtime. So that was 2. Gave up 1 to Toronto, 2 in Montreal. They've been tighter lately, and I think you're seeing that trend come back to where Spencer Carberry would like it to be.
Bailey, thank you. We appreciate you.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. The Caps, the best team in hockey as of the moment they last played a game. Games in hand now behind a couple of teams, but they have been awesome all season long. Nice chance to check them out again tonight right here on 106.7 The Fan. All right, let's keep the blitz moving. Next up for the Wiz, the Cavs, 7 o'clock tip tomorrow. Last time out, believe it was that Grizzlies game. So they too have had a little break here. Chase Hughes joins us, Monumental Sports, to discuss the Wizards. Chase, how should we be feeling right now about the local hoop squad?
Well, they're a quarter into the season, and they've had this nice little break, and it'll be interesting to see how they look when they come out of it, because they've only got 3 wins so far. I think they knew what they were getting into this year, but they probably hoped for their defense to be a little bit better, maybe that they'd have a few more wins so far this season. And they're coming out of the NBA Cup, and they've got 2 games added to their schedule, and they happen to be against the best teams in the Eastern Conference, the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Boston Celtics. And starting with that Cavaliers game, they've played them twice so far this year. The first time was at home. They were pretty competitive until the fourth quarter when Donovan Mitchell just was unbelievable, took over the game. But that second time they met the Cavaliers, they had maybe their worst loss of the season. They really got blown out. So I think this will be an interesting game to watch to see how can they bounce back after having the benefit of a few days to practice and really gear up for that game.
So, Chase, they got a lot of injuries all of a sudden. They've added up, whether it's Kuzma, and I know a couple guys didn't play the other night, and Kispert and Sarr and company. Update is there. I mean, win-loss, I'm not really as concerned, but I want to see the kids, and there are a couple guys that are banged up here. Give me the latest on Sarr, George, and company.
Yeah, so another good reason to embrace these days off that they have is to heal up a little bit, but it's a bunch of minor injuries. It's hard to say who's going to be able to play tomorrow, but you've got Alex Sarr, who has lower back soreness. He missed the last 2 games. He indicated he's probably going to be able to play tomorrow, but we'll see how he reacts after practicing today. Kuzma's been out for a little while with a rib issue. He seems to have the most serious of their injuries, given how long he's been out. Malcolm Brogdon had a knee issue, came back, and then hurt his hamstring, but it doesn't seem to be very serious either. And then you've got both Keyshawn George and Corey Kispert, who went down within a minute and 20 seconds of game time of each other with the same injury, a sprained left ankle. They've all been kind of slowly working their way back. I think Sarr is probably the closest to returning, and Kuzma is the furthest away, possibly, and the other 3 would be in between.
Chase, how is the veteran trade chip market developing for them, this season? Who could be on the block?
Well, they've got a good group of veterans, but of course, some of them haven't been healthy. Kyle Kuzma, his season has kind of been defined by his injuries, so that's always going to affect a guy's trade value. I think they've all shown that they can be contributors when they are healthy. I mean, Valanciunas in particular, I would imagine his stock is pretty high right now in general. He's been terrific this season, only playing about 20 minutes per game, but he's played every single game, and his per 36 numbers are pretty exceptional. I mean, he's having the best season per minute that he's had in a few years, and he's been one of the more productive players, not only on the team, but in the NBA. Per 36, he's averaging like 21 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, over a block per game. So, with a guy who's playing that well and who serves a pretty specific purpose for them, it's always going to be a tough decision when it comes to those types of things. Like, for instance, they're the worst rebounding team in the league when he's off the court, but when he's on the court, they're top 5 in the league in rebounding, and that was their biggest problem last year. So it always comes down to, like, do they get an offer that they can't really refuse? Because, in the case of him and in the case of Brogdon and a lot of these other guys, they like the impact that they provide and the example they set for their young players.
Chase, I got in a minor argument. It wasn't heated, but it was a conversation with different points to be made in 2 different sides. I'm not going to lead the witness at all. Is Bub Carrington a point guard long term?
I think so. He has not been a point guard throughout his entire life. It's something that he's kind of picked up over the last few years, particularly last season at Pittsburgh. But he's really good at creating off the dribble, and I think he's proven to be a really good table setter over the past few years. Averaged about 4 or 5 assists last year in college, and he is a combo guard, but I think they see him as a point guard long term because they like guys who have size for their position. They really covet positional size, and at 6'4", 6'5", that certainly applies to point guard, I think, more than shooting guard. And based on the way that they've used him so far and the way they've talked about him, I do think point guard is his position long term.
Chase, thank you, brother. Be good.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, be well. All right, let's talk football. Chick Hernandez, Channel 9, DCWSA TV 9 in town. Chick, you guys met with KJ Osborne. I just was watching the video in the break. Do you think he plays this weekend at wide receiver?
Boy, that's a great question. Knowing Kliff Kingsbury, why not? Get the guy in the mix. They've had a few, obviously coming off the bye week, they've had some time to kind of chillax a little bit and kind of retool the offense. I don't think that's an issue. Why not? I mean, Noah Brown, unfortunately, when he first came to the Commanders, he played out of the gate. So let's go. Let's work him in. So yeah, I would not be surprised one bit if he plays. By the way, I like the fact that you go from Chase Hughes to me. You're keeping the initial CH. Well done.
Craig Heist is on next, so we're gonna round out the blitz with another CH.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
See if Craig Hoffman's available, please.
My friend Chris Hollister could come on. Chick, they may just be the answer that you just gave, but how do they replace Noah Brown? Is it a couple of guys with maybe a target more per week, or do they just go KJ Osborne? It's your spot.
Yeah, I think it's his spot. I mean, look, obviously in totality, to lose Eckler and to lose Brown, that's a lot of offense that you're missing. So they've got to find some places, and I think the way that Jaden played, I guess 10 days ago, whatever. I think they're kind of back on track when it comes to that, and they're going to face obviously a pretty decent Saints defense. Although I'm not sure what Chase Young is going to be doing on that defense because he doesn't seem to be playing so well. I think you just gotta go with what brought you there. Simple as that. And I think that Kliff has a really good feel for what Jaden Daniels is doing and what he can do. And obviously with Terry, going to get a lot of coverage here because he's been hotter than July. I think they'll be okay.
One area where I'm not as convinced they'll be okay. I'm raising my concern flag, if you will.
Okay.
Kicker, where they're rolling with Zane Gonzalez. He missed 2 kicks in the last game they played. Then he missed practice time yesterday with a left foot injury, which is the plant foot for him. It seems like they're confident, right? I mean, they're just rolling with him now, moving forward.
I think they're confident. Indoor game, which makes a difference for a kicker. Obviously, there'll be no wind. So they're confident. It is a strange. I mean, look, it's kicker number 6 under Dan Quinn since March.
Man.
So it's really odd what they've been through with the kicking situation. But yeah, I mean, how many more kickers can you find out there? That's where are you going when you're 6 kickers deep as it is? You got a guy who was really good until his last game.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there weren't many games before that. He hadn't kicked in the league since 2021. Yeah.
Right.
So it's a small sample, and now we got a little bit of a bugaboo. But to your point, they like him more than they like the guys that are available. Other injuries. He was on the injury report. He was full practice today, which is good. It looks like Cleveland Farrell and Quan Martin were the 2 guys that still are not really practicing in full. Have they said if there's any concern on either of those 2 guys on the defensive side?
No concern because Joe Whitt Jr. won't tell us anything. He's a great POW. He can say a lot of things and you get nothing out of it. So, no, I don't think there's concern. I talked to Quan yesterday. He didn't seem like he was concerned about it. It's just the normal wear and tear. And even if, the bye week, I think the bye week really helped a lot of those guys. A guy like Cleveland who got a chance to get better and healthier. I think it really helped them. Obviously, it was so late in the season. I mean, the latest that any team's had. So I think they're in a prime position. I'm kind of giddy about what's going to come here down the stretch.
So speaking of that, Chick, did they find something against Tennessee, or was it a good game against the team that's struggling?
Well, they found that they sure can run the ball, and with B-Rob back there now, even more rested from that hammy and knee. I think he's fine, and the O-line is kind of salivating as to what they can do. So they've gone basically to and this is. Sam Cosby did this last year, and it fell on deaf ears. But it was, to Kliff Kingsbury and crew, like, hey, let's run the ball. We run the ball, we're so dangerous, and that is the case for that offense. I think you're going to see a pretty solid offense the rest of the way here, barring any catastrophic injury. And now that I said that, I'll knock on some wood.
Yeah, how much of a story this week out in Ashburn was Chase Young against Washington? We asked listeners earlier today. I mean, they didn't seem to care much. It just didn't come up.
Zero. I mean, I think, Dan Quinn spoke highly of him. But, and I'm not, as you well know, Grant, I'm not a big numbers guy. So all the analytics about what he's done, if you just watch the tape, you know that he's not the guy that everybody hoped he would be. Simple as that. He came into the league
the high cachet, and you thought, okay, this guy could be a gangbuster. This could be LeVar Arrington, a young Arrington, all of it. And it's just not been the case. You watch him loaf on plays. I don't think they're that concerned with him. Now, having said that, a guy who's playing against his former squad, that kind of gets you up a little bit. But that's the same thing that a bunch of former Cowboys said who are now in the Commanders. That didn't work out so well.
Chick, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Peace out, boys.
That's our guy, Chick Hernandez, Channel 9 in town. Check him out over on WUSA TV. I want to get into the injury report in a little more detail. Our level of confidence in Zane Gonzalez, who they're rolling with. Will we see KJ Osborne play in that Noah Brown spot this week, or is it going to be another week to get him up to speed? And what if Quan Martin or Clelin Ferrell, who are both still limited in practice, aren't either able to go or be themselves? Let's dive into the Commanders and the Saints and the injury report next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Noah Brown out against the Saints, unlikely to play again this season. The Commanders claimed KJ Osborne, the former Viking, who's had plenty of success in the NFL this season, played in 7 games with the New England Patriots, just wasn't used very often. But he was a terrific slot receiver in Minnesota before showing up with the Pats. Danny, do you think he plays this weekend for the Commanders?
I do not, just because I think it's too fast.
It would be pretty aggressive. When did he get? They claimed him this week on Tuesday, right?
So he may be a genius. I mean, Josh Dobbs is like an actual rocket scientist or whatever the hell. It still took that guy a couple days to figure out a playbook in its entirety, to know where to go.
Oh, so you're saying he won't even be active? You think
that's my guess. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you are able to communicate with him somehow. Hey, on this one, run a corner. This one, run a stop. This one, run a I don't know, a curl. I don't know, but I wouldn't guess that he'd be up this week. I think this is more of we need the body in the room, get him up to speed, and then maybe utilize him down the stretch. Some of them, I just think it's too fast. It's not a reflection on him.
Totally agree with that, except that, they don't have a whole lot of depth at wide receiver. And in terms of actual quantity, if you wanted to deactivate him this weekend, that means you'd have McLaurin, Zacchaeus, De'Ami Brown, and Luke McCaffrey, only 4 receivers.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to elevate, say, Bryson Tremaine from the practice squad and have him be your 5th wide receiver potentially at that point. I just don't really see them only having 4 wideouts active. Now, I guess you could call up, I'm just speculating, but, Michael Wiley, the running back, with your injury that you're dealing with to Austin Eckler, and make your 53, look different elsewhere. But I think just from a sheer numbers standpoint, if you go into the game with 4 wide receivers, the first time you lose someone, somebody loses their wind or isn't available for a series because they roll an ankle or whatever, you now don't have an extra wide receiver. Like in a 3-receiver set, when you're in 11 personnel, guys run down the field a couple of plays in a row in 2 minutes and they're tired. There's no one to trot out there for them. Now you're having to put like John Bates or Zach Ertz split out. So I think KJ Osborne probably has to be active. There's a difference between will he play and will he actually be heavily involved. And I would guess he catches, I would say he gets like 1 or 2 throws and 1 catch, and he plays like 10 or 11 snaps, something like that.
So your point is right about the numbers. I anticipated someone coming up from the practice squad or something just for this week. I mean, the plan isn't that person, whoever it is, for this Sunday for a long time. It's clearly Jamison Crowder, KJ Osborne, etc. But the window is just now open for Crowder. I don't expect him this weekend. And then, Osborne, again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's you give him, you spoon feed him. Here's a sub package. Here's a handful of plays. We're not going to ask you to do much. You're blocking on 70% of them anyhow. This is just to give Terry a break or something.
Bryson Tremaine's been elevated earlier in the season. He's still on the practice squad, so he'd be a candidate. He's the big kid from Stanford. He's 6'4", had an awesome training camp, pretty good preseason. I actually really, really like him. I don't know that he's ever going to be any kind of regular contributor in the NFL on Sundays, but I think he's a really nice player to have in the organization, and he just flashes all the time at training camp. They also have Mitchell Tinsley still. I mean, people have probably forgotten about him.
Made some preseason noise.
Last year, primarily.
Yeah.
A little bit this year, too. If you remember, he was the story. He was the biggest, most talked about player that forced his way onto the roster at the end of the preseason last year when he was on the bubble. Ended up being on the 53-man for most of the year, but almost never active and very rarely used. I think he caught a pass last season. And then there's one other player named Mike Strachan at wide receiver who's on the practice squad, who's got some time.
Who's enormous, by the way.
Got some time with the Carolina Panthers. He's 6'5" and 225 pounds.
Yeah. So maybe if that's the gig, is you're our spread out tight end. Like you're the blocking role, maybe, and we'll throw you a pass just to honor it so that the defense has to account for it. But maybe it's that. I mean, who knows?
I just think there's got to be a way, as new as KJ Osborne is, and as much as you've got to learn, and as much as that probably is drinking water through a fire hose, the guy caught 50, 60, and 50 passes over a 3-year span with the Vikings. Like, think about that. Wide receivers who have caught 50 or more passes here, there's like 5 guys in the last 8 years or 9 years or something. That's hard to do. He's going for 655, 650, and 540. So there's some game there. He caught 15 touchdowns in 3 years. He had a 7-touchdown season in 2021. Now, this is a Vikings where they're airing it out. Cousins is dropping back and putting the ball in the bucket for the receivers downfield. And you got Justin Jefferson and later into his career with Minnesota, Jordan Addison probably taking some attention away from you as well. So now you're getting one-on-ones in the middle of the field. I get it. I mean, it's not like you're going to be that guy as we saw with New England when you leave those players. But you remember how excited people were when they signed Noah Brown because the idea was you got a dude who's actually caught balls in the league?
Yep.
KJ Osborne is more accomplished than Noah Brown.
This is very similar in that regard. Yeah.
So it would not surprise me if Chick Hernandez, who just joined us on the Blitz, is right. And I'm not saying that there's a path to him just getting like 50 snaps this week as their wide receiver 2 opposite McLaurin. I don't see that at all. But if you told me right now he plays like 20 snaps and has 4 catches for 27 yards or something, that would not shock me. Because I think all you have to do, Danny, is, you're learning one role in the offense. I wouldn't ask him to learn 3 receiver spots. Hey, I need you to learn these 20 plays. This is our game plan. Learn this role and be ready to help us on Sunday.
It's how you'd have to do it. I mean, unless there's something I don't know. Unless Alex Van Pelt, the OC in New England's terminology is the same as Kliff Kingsbury's, or the concepts are the same, or it was the same that Kevin O'Connell was running. There's a lot of crossover. Because to me, it would be too damned overwhelming. It'd be so mechanical where you go, turbo. Okay, that means X. Oh, already the play's over. You know what I mean? Like that. That's just so hard.
How complicated these systems are.
Yes.
When you see them. I remember one time going to Will Montgomery's house. This has been a handful of years ago now, well after his playing career. And we were chatting about all kinds of football stuff. And I was asking him about Kyle Shanahan's playbook. I was like, "You want to see it?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he just went and grabbed it. He still had his playbook. And so he plops it down on the table. I mean, it was, we talk about Al Saunders' playbook.
The old 700 pager.
Just a big binder, hole punched and everything, but just a clunker. And it's so thorough. Like the first page is the terms. I mean, like as if you've never played football before, ever. Right. So if you're like Sammis Reyes, who was the tight end trying to come over to the United States and learn football, didn't know anything about the sport. You're learning terms like, what is a slant? And then it talks about the depths he wants on every route. And it's very precise. On a dig, it's 15 to 17. But on this, it's 19. I mean, like that was the first few pages. And then you get into the actual plays. And it was hundreds of pages. It was insane. To these guys, though, it's their language.
Yeah, they live it. So it's easier. It's easier for him than it is for me.
And I think, and I don't know exactly the number I would say, but if you're in the NFL and you know NFL offense to the level that KJ Osborne does, I'll bet you know every playbook at an 80-some% clip. If you get what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you mean.
I don't know what the percentage is, but let's say it's 70%, 80%. And then the rest is filling in the blanks and what do we call this? And okay, so that's dagger for us, but that's for this group, we call it this. And I say all that to say a super smart guy who's been around the league like that, he could probably play.
Yeah, you could equate it to certain things to get by. So again, this isn't
he's not like a quarterback.
Right.
Where that to me is very.
You got to know everybody's stuff. Yeah, I mean, so maybe you have a subset for him, but it just, I don't know. It feels too rushed and too soon, and the guys that have been here and know it, especially if they're not going to be heavily targeted, I would feel like would get up ahead of them. Whether it's again Bryson Tremaine or Tinsley or somebody, and some of the guys that are here with slightly larger roles. Instead of Luke McCaffrey having a 34% snap count, he gets a 45% snap count, and Zacchaeus goes up by 6%. Next thing you know, that's how you get your hole this weekend. But maybe, I don't know. It could be that they go, nope, Osborne knows it, or we figured out a way to feed it to him that it makes sense, that he can quantify. Because again, I think we underestimate that. It is a brand new language every time. I know it's easier for these guys that live it than it would be for some peon like myself off the street. But in December football, in a really important NFC game, counting on a guy that has not done it in your uniform at all, in here, just coming in now seems to be hard.
All right, so let's call our shot on this next then. I'm going to pose this question, and let's open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys on this Thursday. Steamrolling toward Commanders and Saints on Sunday. We'll be in New Orleans. Let's set the over-under on a half catch for KJ Osborne on Sunday. Does he go over or under 1/2 a catch in his first game with the Commanders? Is he going to be active? Is he going to be playing? And if he is, does he catch a pass? We'll set it at 1/2 of a catch. Do you see him helping them on Sunday right away? 800-636-1067 is the number. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. the former Vikings wide receiver, now with the Commanders, had just 7 catches in New England this season. For whatever reason, on a team needing wide receiver production, couldn't get on the field, couldn't help them. But I choose to look back at his time in Minnesota as what he's capable of. The former Miami Hurricane. Status, I would say, up in the air for this weekend. We don't know if he's going to play or not, but there's only 5 receivers on the depth chart if you count him. So I have a hard time believing he wouldn't play. And because of that, I'm going to say over 1/2 of the catch. I don't think it's going to be a big game, but I'm going to say
just do something, get your feet wet.
Yeah, I'm going to say 5 to 8 snaps, and he gets a target and a catch in those 5 to 8 snaps. I will say he catches 1 or 2 balls. So I'm going to say he plays, he catches a pass. I'll go over a half catch.
So that's very reasonable, by the way. I'm going to say under. I just think it's too much to ask for somebody to walk in December, having been in a totally different system, offense, city, region of the country, everything new. Maybe get up to speed, just in a numbers game, maybe make him inactive this week, but he'll have a role going forward.
I think that's totally reasonable too.
Yeah.
Like, just see it your way through that lens of, I would say more often than not, when you get signed, didn't he sign on Wednesday? It was yesterday, right?
It's either Tuesday or Wednesday. All the days have run together for me this week, by the way. This one's nuts.
I would say more than half the time that would mean a guy doesn't play. In fact, he shouldn't play this week. They just don't have the depth at the position. If Crowder was on the roster and active and they didn't have to activate him, then I would feel differently. If I thought you'd be better off calling up, say, Bryson Tremaine than just KJ Osborne with a couple of plays written on the back of his hand, then I'd go that route too. But I think there's a little bit of a need here for them, frankly. That might help force them onto the field. Let's go to Chris in Oxon Hill. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Definitely appreciate y'all taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I kind of got to agree with you, though, Grant. I really do feel like he may go a little bit over the at least 1 catch or more, even though, like Danny is saying, that he hasn't been in our offense. You know, he's just getting used to what's going on and really starting to understand everything. But this is a game of football. You know, you kind of get thrown to the wolves at times, and you got to be able to learn how to survive. So I really feel like he's going to be able to play this weekend because we're so injured and, you know, everything is looking kind of in the backfield towards us when we think about who we have on our wide receiver core right now. And then, you know, always got to think of the wrestling. Almost reminds me of like the Royal Rumble. KJ Henry at least will be able to throw one person over the top rope to be able to participate in this game. Definitely appreciate y'all taking my call.
Thank you, dude.
I love Chris ending all of his calls with a wrestling reference. You know, he's watched the Vince McMahon documentary on Netflix.
Had to have, right?
I thought he was going to go with comping him to a wrestler, but he actually went with the actual Royal Rumble. To me, the analogous moment here for the Royal Rumble is we're all sitting there and we're waiting to hear whether or not his music hits. Like that initial bar, you think you know me, you think you know me, whatever his song is, right? Like, psh, we're like waiting to see, is he going to run down to the ring or not?
Or there's a rumor that the new wrestler signed from WCW like 24 hours before. And then the next television broadcast, you're like, do we see this guy? Like, did Sting cross over to WWE or something like that?
You know, McLaurin and McCaffrey and Zacchaeus and Diami are all running down to that ring. Is Bryson Tremaine's music going to hit? Is it going to be KJ Osborne's? By the way, all the WCW guys that would come over to WWE normally started with just like one. They were like, oh, it's Brian Taylor. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you guys know him. And he's like just in a Speedo. It was just that first last name. Just something normally nondescript and uninteresting. But it's like, oh, it's Christopher Flores. You know, and it's like, is it? Am I supposed to know this guy?
You mean the jobber?
Let's go to Jonathan in Alexandria. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Danny, by the way, they're still not talking about the drones. Even though they are, they're still not. It's wild.
Totally.
I'm taking the over.
Did you hear the update today, Jonathan?
No, I haven't.
So it was only in passing in the first segment. But according to, and I'm assuming this was real, but like the sheriff of Spotsylvania or Stafford County in Fredericksburg, there were drone sightings over King George, Virginia, where I'm from, and Fredericksburg as well. So this is now officially a local sticky wicket. Also,
yeah, I'm a Mary Washington Eagle, so that I got.
Oh, you know all about it.
That. Mm-hmm. I do. I'm taking the over on this. We're thin I think the guy's good. I also think that we are going to beat the brakes off the Saints. They can't stop the run. I'm seeing a repeat of the Titans game where we run all over them. So I think it's going to be a low-stakes game where people like him are going to be able to get their feet wet in a sort of a safe space.
Ooh, I
Appreciate you,
I
dude.
love that logic. Like they're up, 27-10 in the second half. They go, let's get KJ out there to run a couple
Get
of
him a
routes.
few plays, yeah.
By the way, I totally think they're going to run the ball all over the Saints. New Orleans is arguably the worst run defense in the NFL, and they're coming off that 267 against a really good run defense.
Yep.
Now you have the bye week that kind of crowbarred in a break during what could have been some momentum carrying it over, but I think they found something in the run game against Tennessee they can go back to. If nothing else, just a full-on commitment to whether we win or lose, we're doing it this way. I think that's going to be their mindset. Like, this is how we're going down with Brian Robinson toting the mail.
So I thought that against Dallas too, and I'm hoping that this time I'm right.
Yeah. Patrick and Orange, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, Grant Dave?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, so what I wanted to say was the language that these NFL teams communicate with is so different. We've heard guys say that it's like going from learning a foreign language and then learning another one, like the difference between Spanish and Chinese. It can be so different from one system to the next. The other parallel is I've been in the military to be 15 years in June. And if you were to drop in on my day at work, the amount of acronyms you would be inundated with, you would barely know where you were going or what people were telling you to do. I think it's going to be the same thing with this young receiver, and I'm betting the under. If he does, in fact, get on the field and it is, in fact, later in the game and you've got a lead, you're running out the clock anyway. You're not throwing it.
Appreciate you, dude.
A couple of things. One, it's so funny about the acronyms. So I live in a neighborhood where, for whatever reason, there's a lot of military people that live in this area. And when I go to any kind of a function at someone's house or like a get together, or hey, stop by this person's house on Halloween night for drinks or whatever, it just turns into everyone like, you see what they're doing over at KDOT, over at TAJR? You know what's going on over at LC? I mean, it becomes
it's unbelievable.
Acronym city.
Yeah.
And as a civilian, that's they're like, oh, he's a civvy, he's a civilian, whatever. But it's so much like, hey, over at K building, the LTR needs to be filled out for the R7s. I'm like, what is
this? Yeah, I mean, I was a government contractor, former life, with Department of Defense, and I'm sitting there just trying to keep up. I don't know who the ASOC is or the JSIDS is, or if like DH is dining hall or someone I have to go find. Like, I don't know anything.
Anthony Calvert, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Can you hear me all right? I'm a little staticky on from my end.
Got you, pal. Sounds wonderful.
Good.
All right, wonderful. Yeah, I also work. I work for a GC, and yeah, the acronyms are ridiculous, but I agree 100%.
By the way, GC, don't know what that means.
Government contractor. Boom. I knew that one. I was a GC.
Well, it just don't. You just. I work for one. The acronyms are ridiculous.
Dude, keep doing the casual acronyms. It's so funny.
Yeah. Me as he was saying that.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So anyway, I'm going to go with the over. Same principle. I mean, you don't need to know the language to say, hey, it's a screen. Hey, it's a slant. Hey, hot route. I mean, just get him in the flow a little bit. But I think, and I haven't heard this mentioned, I think one of the reasons we got him is because he used to return kicks. And since Eckler's been out, I've seen a noticeable dip in our kick return production. So I think you'll see him on kicks, if not this weekend, soon.
Could see it. Yeah. I mean, as he gets more comfortable, I think you want him to probably, like, all the time that he has needs to be used to get up to speed at receiver, probably. But I could certainly see as you get further along here that you could use him in that way, because they definitely miss Eckler. I totally agree with you on that. I think this is a super hard week to make picks. I don't mean like against the spread, confidence points. I mean, I'm in a pool where I'm just trying to
just even
games.
picking games
Like
is hard this
Eagles
week.
versus Steelers, Bills versus Lions. There's a bunch of games that are hard. I want to go through some of the storylines next on G&D. taking you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny on the Fan. We got to get out of here right then to get to the airport. We are flying to New Orleans. Still, latest update, Danny. Flight delayed about 1 hour. We're going to be all right. We're going to do this thing.
Yep.
Now, I know what you're wondering. Well, how are you guys going to get to your connecting flight, which is only like 70 minutes to spare to begin with? And now we're down to like 15. And I don't have a good answer for that.
Yeah. So what drives me crazy is when it's going to be fine, it's all going to work out. People are right, and they don't have the appropriate amount of anxiety about how close we're all cutting it. Does that make any sense? So, like, no matter what it is in any walk of life, when it's like, dude, it's just going to happen. Whatever it is. I'm not talking about making a flight or connection or the team going to RFK eventually, right? The thing that always drives me crazy is like, okay, it may happen, but look at all the crazy things that have to break in the correct direction. So the tourists, so the guy that said 2 years ago, dude, they're going back to RFK and that's it. You might get proven right because of like what happened today, that it got attached to some bill and a couple of senators from Maryland stood down and there were no fighter jets exchanged and whatever the hell happened. But like the acting like it's just fine, that always drives me crazy.
So I'm not promising you guys that we're going to get to New Orleans tonight because what I can't control is what happens on this connecting flight from Charlotte. My only contention all along was everyone needs to relax about us not making it on our original flight.
Okay.
Which was a 7:55 flight when we were due to leave here at around 6:20.
Mm-hmm.
We got plenty of time. We're going to be okay. Dad's got you. And I don't mean Darius this time.
I love you, Dad.
But the connection via Charlotte, developing situation.
A little dicey.
Christian did tell me, our benefactor,
mm-hmm.
that he is working the phones. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, who would you call?
He told me.
Right now,
like,
who would you call? I can't call anybody.
I don't have anybody. But he said, have you called American Airlines? I said, no, I have not. He's like, well, I'm going to give him a call. I don't know what that means.
Who do you ask for?
What do you
right away, Mr. Pendleton? Absolutely. Like, who would I ask for? Who would I talk to?
Also, what do they say? So you say, are you delayed an hour? And they go, yes. And then what? All right. Well, see you later.
He's like, I have 4 pudgy idiots transferring or checking or coming from DC. Their flight's delayed. Can you hold the plane for them? Right away, of course, Mr. Christian. Yes, absolutely.
Maybe it's that simple. How much are you up on the plans for the Netflix Christmas Day football games?
Loosely.
Okay.
I remember we awkwardly asked Ian Eagle if his son was going to do it because there was like a rumor, a report, and he was sort of like, yeah, I guess the cat's out of the bag now. So that's all I got so far.
All right. So what happened on that was about an hour before Ian Eagle joined us. Yeah, there was a tweet that came out saying that Ian Eagle and Noah Eagle would call the Christmas Day games, father-son style. Now, there's 2 different games, so they would be both on one of the games. So, yeah, we asked him about that. It was a couple hours later, and he's like, well, it's not really official. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. But he kind of did a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Thanks, guys. We'll be calling the games. But what is particularly amazing about this, in my opinion, is that Netflix announced its on-air talent, its cast, if you will,
okay,
for these 2 games that it's going to air on Christmas Day. I don't know how this is going to work, that they will involve all of these people. But it seems to me like they are spending all of the money on this NFL extravaganza. Listen to this cast of characters. Again, I want to reiterate, Danny, there are 2 football games that day.
Right.
These are the people that will be involved. Ian Eagle, Noah Eagle,
Makes
calling
sense.
play-by-play. Greg Olson will do color on one of the games. J.J. Watt will do color on another one of the games. Okay? So those are your broadcast teams. So you might need another sideline reporter. If you want to, you need a desk probably pre and post. So you need another 4 or 5 people. I've still got 20 more people to tell you about.
20?
20. The list of people involved. Kay Adams. Now she's at FanDuel. She was at NFL Network. Nate Bargatze, the comedian.
Wait, what?
Nate Bargatze, the funny comedian. He's going to be involved in Netflix Christmas Day extravaganza for football. Nate Burleson, formerly NFL Network, now CBS News. Drew Brees. Melanie Collins, sideline reporter, I would imagine. Stacey Dales, sideline reporter, I would imagine. Jamie Erdahl, who hosts Good Morning Football on NFL Network. What role? I'm not really sure. Maybe she's at a desk, like leading a panel of some type. Robert Griffin III, off the bench.
Oh, okay.
no longer at ESPN, kind of doing his own thing on Twitter. He will be a part of this via Netflix. Scott Hansen.
What?
The Red Zone guy. The guy that goes, 7 hours of commercial-free football starts now. Let's bring on the Octobox. That's Scott Hansen. He will be involved in this. Now, there's not games to bounce back and forth to or, a need for Red Zone, but he could do other things, obviously.
Sure he could, yeah.
Mina Kimes of ESPN fame.
Okay.
So what they could do, by the way, because all these people have jobs with networks, they're under contract. This is a whole different thing. This is just an app. So they can, I guess, get people to freelance for them, even that have these exclusive contracts.
That's interesting. I was going to say that you answered my next question.
I'm not done yet, by the way.
Oh.
Bert Kreischer.
What?
The machine.
Well, I mean, I know who Bert Kreischer is.
Stand-up comedian Bert Kreischer.
But why?
How could you not, it's so funny to me. Our guy, Kevin Sheehan, who I had a great time with at the holiday party last night. By the way, shout out to Odyssey. I thought they did a good job.
It was very nice.
Nice holiday party last evening. It was good to catch up with guys I don't normally see like Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard Kevin talking to Denton yesterday, and Denton was saying something about Bert Kreischer. And Kevin had no idea who he was.
Oh, it's hilarious.
And he's like, you haven't seen him? He's been everywhere for 2 years.
Yeah, he's part of the Joe Rogan crew, yeah.
and Kevin was like, I've never heard of that person. I don't know. It's just so funny to me that you could not know who Bert Kreischer is.
But Kevin's also sneaky up on so many things.
Yeah, pop culture
right?
Guy.
He's
I was texting with him last night. He went and saw Gladiator 2 in theater.
Yeah, he's like, so I actually like Tom Holland's Spider-Man better than Andrew Garfield's. I saw all of them, and the villains portrayed by Jamie Foxx and the crossover. He knows everything, and yet he's like, who's the machine? Who's that? He does 2 bears, 1 cave.
Funny to me, right? But Bert Kreischer is involved.
But also, why?
Again, great question.
1 comic, okay.
Devin McCourty,
right?
Jason McCourty,
okay.
Ian Rappaport.
What?
Rap sheet.
Yeah, but okay.
Can you do an NFL broadcast without an insider who's pretending to give you information just in case 3 hours, there's a 3-hour window where maybe something will break. So we'll pay him a bunch of money. Laura Rutledge.
But okay.
Laura Rutledge is the host of NFL Live on ESPN. Gene Steratore.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Gotta have a rules expert, right? Manti Te'o.
All right.
We had him on the show.
Yes, we did.
He was a 9.8 out of 10 as a guest.
Great, I thought.
He was awesome. He's on NFL Network. They also have a documentary about him, so I'm guessing that, maybe they can mention that.
Oh, sure.
I have no idea. There's some crossover there. Like him and Bert and Bargatze, those are the crossover guys, I think. Where it's like, you could check them out on Netflix now. I don't know. And then one more, Steve Weish of NFL Network.
So it's like, every time I think, I go, okay, well, there's your studio, point guard.
Yeah, so
then they have a third one. Then it's like you have backups, like just in case one set goes down.
Weish isn't really a host, though. Really, I mean, he's more sits there like an analytical type role. So let's try to find jobs for everyone. So I'm going to assume Ian Eagle, JJ Watt, and we'll throw Stacey Dales on their crew as a game broadcast.
Yeah,
right. Noah Eagle. Greg Olson. I'm going to throw Melanie Collins as the sideline reporter on that crew.
Yep.
Okay. Now, you could do second player in each booth. You could go Devin and Jason McCourty. You cannot do an NFL broadcast right now without one of the McCourtys, by the way. That is a rule. Do you want to talk about the NFL? Is it, how there's rules?
Which McCourty would you like?
You can't play music for longer than 20 seconds or you get fined by the FCC. If you're talking about football for more than 30 minutes, a McCourty has to be on set. It just has to happen. I can't tell the difference between the two of them. I just know that one of them's always somewhere. I followed one of them down the steps in Northwest Stadium after the Titans game.
Who was it? Was it Devin or Jason?
I'd imagine it was Jason, but I have no idea.
But could it have been Devin?
Could have been.
Yep.
He was on the call with Tiki Barber, and I don't remember who had the call that day. Was it Joe Davis?
That's Catalan.
Andrew Catalan?
Yeah, Catalan, and that would be Jason McCourty that's on that crew.
Devin McCourty.
So I followed Devin McCourty down the steps, it sounds like. He was just there as a fan. It was just coincidental. But you have to have one of them. So, we'll divvy them up between the two broadcasts. But, who is their desk then? Is it Rutledge hosting with Breeze and Griffin?
Then what's Kay Adams doing? See what I'm saying?
Are there 2 desks?
I don't.
Desk for the first game?
I don't know.
But then Rutledge would lead one, and then Erdahl would lead the other. So then what is Kay Adams doing? Does she interview Devontae Adams? Maybe that's like a sit down, like she just featured. Someone's gonna have a small bit part.
Yeah, there'll be
where they
small
just
ones.
do it like a fun thing.
I'm wondering if that's what the comics are doing. You know, where it's like we had fun player for whatever team's playing, sit down with the machine, and he takes his shirt off, and that's the joke.
I'm thinking the machine does like the old school Caliendo on Fox or some kind of sketch.
Yeah,
where Nate Bargatze like does something where he's Andy Reid walking around Kansas City. Or
they have Nikki Glazer at the end of the Thursday night broadcast, like after everybody's tuned
I actually
off.
think that's sneaky good.
Yeah, like roast people, like make fun of everything. Like, but that's like an hour after the game's over. Then she hops onto the set and does that. So I wonder if one of them's going to do that.
I know this is not the take I should have as someone who's in this business and wants people to be paid money to be in this business. And like any kind of entity spending money is a good thing. Okay.
Okay.
They're wasting so much money on these broadcasts.
Feels like it.
I mean, they are wasting so much money.
Here's what I would do if I was an executive.
Raise your hand if you're going to watch with or without all these people involved.
This is it.
All you have to, you could, I don't want them to, but you could just have a countdown clock to 1 o'clock when the game starts. And then at 12:59:50, Noah Eagle or Ian Eagle could welcome you into the booth. Say, here's Greg Olson. Send it down to the sideline. I just talked to Dan Quinn. His hat was backwards, and he said KJ Osborne has had a lovely first week. They expect him to get about 5 snaps. Back to you. And then the game kicks off. You could do that, and you could save millions and millions of dollars.
I'll see that and raise you this. If I'm Netflix, I want to prove a point. I'm like some whippersnapper young executive, right? The new hotshot, the BJ Novak character on The Office, right? He went from attempt to running the company overnight. I would walk in, I would go, we're not going to have any of this crap. In fact, we're not even going to have people call the game. We're going to have an AI at the bottom just go, first and 10, Kansas City football. And then the play happens. And then they'll say what the play was, just in closed captioning. And we'll get 50 million people to watch the thing. We're gonna run a grand experiment where everyone watches football because football's on. And everyone's going to get Netflix and do it.
That's real interesting. I mean, if you're just trying to prove that you don't need anything other than your existence to print money, I guess that would be successful. I have no interest in what you're describing. As someone who likes watching, telecast, broadcast, play-by-play means something to me. In this business, the worst thing that would possibly happen is to introduce AI to take people's jobs. So, like everything you just said, I couldn't be more out on. But I guess if Netflix's role or goal
is the disruptor,
is to just say, we could do it our own way, I guess. I mean, if that's interesting to them, you could do it worse in your own way.
I'm wondering if there's a good chance that there's probably a sideline reporter for each team, like they do on America's Game of the Week. You know how they'll have
Tom
Aaron
Arnold on one
and
side.
Tom, and Tom. I'm wondering if that's a possibility.
Good call. But even still, okay, there aren't really 4. I mean, is Mina Kimes on a sideline?
How about every position group gets a sideline reporter?
There's enough people for
that.
It
Seems like we could do.
That could be the plan. I mean, so sideline reporters, you have Melanie Collins, Stacey Dales, possibly Laura Rutledge, who does that. She filled in for Lisa Salters on Monday Night Football. So that's 3. I need a 4th. Is Kay Adams on a sideline? I don't think so.
I doubt it. No.
So there's not 4 sideline reporters.
Wow.
I
guess
bit, McCourty could be a sideline reporter.
The other bit that I was thinking of, because this is all the rage in sports television now, there's probably one of these folks is probably going to do the fashion bit. That's what they got to do. It's just something they have to do now. You have to do the fashion bit.
Actually, you don't.
What do you mean?
You don't have to do it. I'm out on it too. But we're like somebody's going to be, I don't know, in the tunnel and talking about I don't know, Patrick Mahomes is fit or Travis Kelce's fit coming down the tunnel or something like that.
Oh no.
Yeah. Maybe that's what Kay Adams is doing. Because I don't know. I feel like that's going to be a thing.
I mean, does Kay Adams even do that in life?
I have no idea.
Yeah. If that happens, I'm going to be very upset.
Be ready to be upset.
Yeah, I'm going to be very, very upset. Like, to your point, Danny, if you're Netflix, you got one chance to do this thing. I think it's just a flex where
They have all of the
It's
money.
100% a flex.
They have every ounce of money that you could ever want. I mean, they're launching these gigantic, basically amusement parks now that are just going to be. Have you seen these? We talked about it on a double play months ago. But that are themed to their shows and their content, where not unlike like Universal Studios or something many years ago, where you'd go ride the rides of the movie or the show that you watched. Netflix is launching some of these amusement parks effectively that are going to go hand in hand and handcuffed to their content. Like, they have nothing but money to spend. So really, frankly, I guess I'm happy that at a time when nobody's spending money, everyone's cutting back, shows are going away. We need people in this business that want to help provide content. So that's great. But it's 2 games and they're hiring 22 people. It's kind of like an assembling, but it's like an assembling of the Avengers, but it's a lot of random Avengers. Like it's just like,
well, to your point that it's a flex, that's exactly what it is. You know what I mean? It's this is their showcase. This is their, we don't want this to be the only time Netflix does NFL football, Mr. Goodell. We would like to be considered for all of the things. Like eventually this is going to be the hub for, World Cup soccer or, the NFL. I think this is where the world is going. And this is their attempt to basically say, we're not nickel diming. We are going to go the exact opposite direction as everybody else because we can afford to, right? It's like, you think of ESPN, it's a subsidiary of, ABC, Disney, etc. And it's almost got to be like spun off in its own separate entity because it can't make the same amount of money that it used to. Whereas Netflix is making all of the money and killing it, to your point, right? So they're the NFL of content options. So wouldn't it make sense that it goes against the NFL?
An incredible cast being put together of just not only talent, but quantity and quality by Netflix. But Kliff Kingsbury had a funny thing that he said today. Couldn't believe it. He popped a joke behind the mic at the podium.
Kliff Kingsbury made a joke today.
He made a joke, and people laughed at it. And it was actually timely, and it's worth playing. He was asked about Bill Belichick going and coaching college. Let's just say he's on my side of this whole thing. He is not quite buying it even still. Grant and Danny on the Fan. this going into last segment, and then we got derailed by the Netflix cast that we were talking about and how big it is. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. I think this is a really hard week to pick games. Just straight up find a winner. I want to go through some of the games that are stumping me as I'm putting in my picks for my pool this weekend, Danny. I think Rams 49ers tonight, kicking off in about less than 3 hours now. It's a really tough game to predict.
So on paper, it shouldn't be. Rams are surging. Niners struggling. Everybody's hurt for the Niners. Here's the X factor. Kyle Shanahan has owned Sean McVay. Good, bad, or indifferent. Everything in between. The Niners have been a better team. Well, maybe not. Oh, they've been really good, so that's why they've won a lot of these games. But even when both teams are good, it's a decided tilt in favor of San Francisco, who is kind of on their last legs. And they're favored.
The last part there is, to me, what I find most compelling and makes it so difficult is the betting line here throws me off. There was a long time when I didn't care much about that when I looked at games.
Mm-hmm.
I've wised up. It used to be when I saw a line that didn't make sense, I said, that's stupid.
I'm smarter than them.
They're trying to get people to bet, whatever I would talk myself into. No, they're just on it almost all the time. But also the fact that it's in San Francisco, that it's basically, this would be a pick'em game on a neutral site. You have to add in the caveat that it's Thursday night football. Weird things happen on Thursday night. I just think Thursday night is less predictable.
Yes.
In all directions. Like the Rams could win by 20 or lose by 20 because you just don't know on the quick turnaround. And by the way, if the Niners beat the Rams in this game, they're both 7-7. So while the Rams are playing better football right now, it's not like a 9-win team's playing a 2-win team. So this one's really, really hard. I'm leaning toward picking the Rams to win. Both have a lot on the line. LA as a 2.5-point dog. You can get them at about plus 128 on the money line, a little better than even money. LA is a win away from having a chance to possibly pull even in the wild card with Washington by the end of the weekend. They also currently control their own destiny in the division. If they win out, they will win the NFC West. You lose to San Francisco, you no longer control your own destiny.
Right.
So nothing else needs to be said there. And then San Francisco probably has to win out just to make the playoffs.
They're fighting for their lives there. I mean, I will say the last two matchups, the Rams have won a close game earlier this year, and then the playoffs earlier on, I guess this year, January 7th, 2024. I barely remember that game. To be honest
that was
with
regular season.
That's end of the regular season?
Last
week.
week.
Because when San Francisco didn't need it. That's right. Not a playoff game. There you go. So, yeah, then previously San Francisco had won at least 3 straight.
Another game that I'm having a hard time picking this weekend. Dolphins-Texans. I have a sneaky suspicion that Miami wins this game. Houston just doesn't quite pass the smell test for me right now. It does not look right. Miami 6-7, Houston 8-5. The Dolphins, I think, need it more. Houston can kind of continue to coast.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you don't set yourself up for playoff success, but you're certainly in a position to win your division. Miami has to keep winning. They are in desperation mode. If they win and they're 7-7, you can now at least see home over the mountain a little bit if you're the Dolphins. You can see, all right, there's 3 games to go. If we win all 3, there's a decent chance we get in.
Yeah, I don't trust either of these teams, and that stinks when they're playing each other. You know what I mean? It's like Houston's obviously got a good enough resume, but we're just looking at the expectation. The expectation was C.J. Stroud, MVP candidate. It hadn't been bad, but it's not what we thought. Houston, we thought Super Bowl contender. They haven't been bad, but it's not what we thought.
Again, the line will make you have some pause.
A little fishy.
You're at home if you're Houston, and you're a 2.5-point favorite.
Basically says that's a pick 'em. Doesn't it?
Yeah, neutral site, toss-up kind of game. Next one that I am having a hard time picking. Bills-Lions. 10-3 Buffalo, 12-1 Detroit. Now, bad logic's about to be used here. But sometimes I pick games based on, do I think the Lions are only going to lose 1 game all year? I don't. They're going to lose 2, maybe 3 games. Is Buffalo got a shot to lose 3 games all year, maybe in that 4-loss range? I would say, yeah. So because the Bills have already lost a game or 2 along the way that they could have won, that really has not happened for Detroit. It just feels like, if I could steal from our buddy Eric Bick a little bit of do theory for the Lions, it's hard to be 13-1. I'm leaning toward the Bills in this game straight up. You look at the betting line, by the way, and Buffalo's a 2.5-point dog, which feels about right to me.
So there's a statistical fallacy in the war where, like, we know that a coin tossed infinite number of times will land basically on heads half the time, tails half the time, right? Like if all things are equal, wind and nobody's influencing the coin, etc. So it is kind of foolish to go, Buffalo lost last week, so there's no way they lose 2 in a row. But that's exactly what I'm doing. Like, you know what I mean? The equivalent would be it lands on tails 4 straight times. I go, well, this one has to be heads. No, it doesn't. Each one's 50-50. Every one of these things is 50-50. This is its own proposition. Buffalo traveling again to Detroit. Buffalo went to LA last week, played a really competitive game. The Rams were more impressive, but Buffalo still was right there within a field goal, I believe, at the end. It just feels like the Bills are going to win this game to me, mostly because, kind of as you said, are the Bills really going to lose 2 in a row when they're trying to get home field in the AFC? Really? And that's governing my thinking, and it probably shouldn't, but that's what's in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, there's no foolproof way to predict games or people would make a lot more money gambling if there was. But I think about it from the perspective, too, of what are teams' strengths and weaknesses. So, like you look at the Bills defensively that are ranked 17th. They're 26th against the run. In theory, I think the Lions should be able to just shove the ball right down their throat on the ground with Montgomery and Gibbs all day long. They're the number 8 rushing team in yards per play in the league. They're number 4 passing yards per play in the league, whereas Buffalo is 11th defending the pass. But if you're looking for normally, like, what can beat Detroit? Well, pass rush. Getting to Jared Goff. Well, Buffalo ranks 22nd in sacking the quarterback, bottom 10 in the NFL. So you'd say, well, they're not going to do that, obviously. Except that then you turn on the game and they have 2 sacks on the first drive and 4 sacks in the first half and 6 for the game. And sports are so weird in that way. But the one thing the Bills have done very, very well defensively is turn teams over. They pick off passes at the 4th highest rate in the NFL. About 3% of the time on dropbacks, they pick off quarterbacks. That, to me, is the equalizer here, where when Detroit struggles a little bit, it's kind of the same story every time. It's Jared Goff threw a pick or 2 that he shouldn't have, which is rare, but in the games where they've almost lost or not looked like themselves, that's what happens. He gets a little flustered, confuse him a little bit, and he throws a pick or 2. They're at home, they're indoors. I think he'll play well, but that would be an equalizer. But I'm leaning toward the Bills against my better judgment.
I am too. And let me lob one data point at you, see if you like it. If you don't, you throw it right back. Listen to the margin of victory here for the Lions going back to the end of October. 38-10 field goal against Houston. 46-18 dominating these games for the most part. Last 2 weeks, Thanksgiving Day, 23-20 over the Bears. A losable game right there. 34-31 over the Packers.
Hooked, by the way, by Matt Eberflus and Caleb Williams.
They certainly did.
Should have been an overtime game.
Indeed. 34-31 against Green Bay. Now, Green Bay's good, but my case is similar to the one I'm making against Kansas City. Doesn't change. Detroit's going to the NFC title game, maybe the Super Bowl. Kansas City's going to the AFC title game, probably the Super Bowl. We got enough track record. We got enough pedigree. These teams are really good. They're not quite destroying everybody right now. They're probably due for a blemish. They're probably due for that second or third setback. And I don't know what else is coming. They got Chicago, San Fran, and then maybe last game of the year against Minnesota if they don't need it. But it feels like maybe this is about time that they drop one, as they've been precariously close for a couple weeks.
Yeah, and I got a tweet here at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. Someone saying, Buffalo, the 2 games back of the Chiefs for the 1 seed, maybe needs the game more than Detroit. I disagree with that. And the Lions are scratching and clawing to get the 1 seed.
To keep their seed, yeah.
I would even make the case it's a bigger game for Detroit because they are more in a fight for the 1 seed than Buffalo is. Now, Buffalo, with a win and some help from Kansas City, could close the gap a little bit. But as of right now, Buffalo looks like a 2 seed, whereas Detroit looks like the 1 seed and needs to stay there. Philly plays Pittsburgh, which is the next game that I have a hard time picking. Now, this one is the first one I will say where the spread suggests, like odds makers believe this could actually be a fairly decisive win for the Eagles. They think they could win this game by close to a touchdown. And I understand that, especially if George Pickens doesn't play, because I think Pittsburgh at that point struggles to make some plays down the field vertically. There's not as many explosives. They become a little bit more one-dimensional in ground and pound, and you take kind of the lid off of the defense with George Pickens, and without him, it's more of a horizontal passing game. Pat Freiermuth led them in catches and yards, I think, last week, without Pickens. But I got a little turmoil in Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts is not playing well. I think I saw somewhere, let me look this up, that Hurts has gone 3 straight weeks without throwing for 200 yards. Last week, he threw for 108 yards. That's what a high school quarterback throws for in the wing tee.
Yep.
When they throw it like 4 times in a game and they, hit a couple of balls down the seam to the tight end or whatever. 108 yards. He's got A.J. Brown chirping at him. I know they're going to hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley, and they're going to score 22 points, and it'll probably be enough because their defense is great. But Pittsburgh, I'm watching Hard Knocks. I know what they're doing right now. I mean, it's exactly what you think. Mike Tomlin's got that clicker in his hand, and all of the leaders, veterans, are sitting around. He's talking about Barkley's not beating us this week. It's what he does every week. We've seen it now 2 straight weeks on Hard Knocks. So if they can slow Barkley down, are the Eagles good enough to beat them through the air? Can the Steelers make enough plays offensively? And these are all questions we don't have answers to until Sunday, but I think I got to pick Pittsburgh.
It's too many points. I know you're not talking about against the spread, but just in general, the way.
Oh, against the spread, it's my favorite play of the week.
Well, it's a 5.5 point spread.
Tomlin ATS, baby. Tomlin with points every single time.
I'm mystified by that to a degree, which obviously makes me question me because the buildings are tall and I'm just short and pudgy. But yeah, so just looking at this in general, Pittsburgh hadn't played the way that they had recently, right? Where a couple weeks ago, like losing to Cleveland or whatever. To me, they've already had their slip
that
up.
Cleveland game was the snow game, though. I kind of discount that. I think that was, I don't know if you agree with this or not.
It was a Thursday.
Yeah, it was a Thursday, which is already, again, weird. We talked about. And you can dismiss it based off that or the fact that there was snow all covering the ground and guys were slipping and sliding. I just think that was an inauthentic result. They just played Cleveland this week, and you saw what happened.
And were the better team decidedly.
lopsided.
Yeah, I mean, to me, they had their slip up. Like this is who Pittsburgh is. Like this isn't last year where it was fluky as all hell that they were cobbling together 9 wins. This team is really good on both sides of the football, and it's sort of like waiting for the other shoe to drop. They already had their fluky, weird, bad game. This is December time. Their schedule is arduous: Philly, Baltimore, Kansas City, 3 straight weeks to get ready to close out the season. Like Mike Tomlin is he's doing his "we do not care" meme right now about not backing down. Like, I think they're going to go play really well in Philadelphia.
For those of you asking, by the way, where we're going to be broadcasting from in New Orleans, gotten a few of those today. If you're going to the game, if you're going to be in the Big Easy, somewhere in the Bourbon Street, French Quarter area, we're going to be at Hotel Monteleone doing the show tomorrow. You can come by and check it out. We'll have an opportunity for people to sit and hang and say hello. And then we'll be at Brennan's, the very famous, awesome restaurant in the French Quarter on Monday. That's going to be our broadcast locations from Nollins as we bookend the weekend. But hopefully you guys are getting ready for the warmth. It's going to be about 70 degrees this weekend and a big Commanders win. If you're making that trip, I'm sure we'll be flying out with some of you tonight over at National Airport. We're taking you up to 6:30, though, before we head to the airport. Next on G&D, I want to make sure everyone's got everything they need packed and ready to go. We'll talk shop ahead of our big trip on Grant and Danny. G&D on the Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for checking us out. We're live in our Half Street studios, just a couple of blocks away from Nats Park. Did you see the Nats made a couple of big signings today, Danny?
They did?
Yeah, you weren't listening to the update, or you didn't see the big breaking news all over ESPN. I take it.
I guess I missed that.
They signed right-hander Clay Helvey and left-hander Connor Pilkington to minor league deals with invitations to spring training.
Oh, they're invited. They're invited. That means they can come.
That's the good stuff, right?
Yeah.
So my nerves
Championship
and anxieties that they wouldn't spend much this offseason have been quelled.
They've been assuaged
at this point.
I did miss those signings. Shame on me.
Walked by Nats Park today, just looking at the center field gate, thinking about the spring. I do love doing that because we broadcast in the Navy Yard, just taking a little walk down there and occasionally thinking about it being warm and walking into the ballpark to watch James Wood hit a bolt. But today I just found myself kind of annoyed. I was just staring going, why? Why does it have to be this way? This should be one of the most exciting times of the year. You had Juan Soto being introduced by the Mets today. The Red Sox going and getting Garrett Crochet in a trade for a prospect yesterday. The Yankees go and get Max Fried. I'm not suggesting I've got to be top 2 or 3 or 5.
You mentioned 3 of the 4 richest teams in baseball just there, right?
I don't need to be in the top 5 or 10 in payroll.
Be 12th.
I need to be in the Pete Alonso rumors. Christian Walker would be nice.
I need a whole other digit when we start counting it all up. You know what I mean? Right now, we're in the 30 million range. Let's get up to a 1 with a comma. You know what I mean? Let's have a much bigger number. Let's just add a whole another digit on there.
All right, so we're getting ready to head to the airport as soon as we're done at 6:30 tonight, which will be a quick trip over to National. By the way, we were talking about getting an Uber, and Ryan just straight out of a sitcom. He is more of a worrywart when he travels than you are. That's what I'm learning.
Totally. He definitely is.
You have long been the show. Everything's at the end of the world. Everything's not going to work out for us. Nothing will go our way. Guy for the show. You get to just sit quietly now. You've got someone handling it.
I do. I've got a lead goose now. I'm falling in line as we fly south.
How proud of him are you and his worrying ways? Because he walked in here as we're planning out the Uber, and he's like, I just thought I'd let everyone know it'll take about 50 minutes to get there. I look it up on Uber. It says 26, but maybe it'll take 50. Nobody knows. But I mean, he went to the Danny Rouillet school of everything will go bad.
Of appropriate appreciation for travel hassle. He's got it. He's a graduate.
As I said to you, Clay,
proud of him.
My point was you can't control it, man. So it's a trip. It's a fun time. We're having fun.
No, I know. And I'm going to have fun, but the travel part of it sucks because I don't have any control of it. And I understand
but that's all the reason why you shouldn't you're worried about if we're going to get our connection in Charlotte.
Yeah.
You have no control over that. So when you don't get your connection, now you're inconvenienced to figure something else out. By the way, the worst case scenario in all of this is the worst case, is that they give you a free hotel room tonight that you sleep in and then you fly out in the morning.
I mean, I guess we could do that. Also, my Aunt Kathy is in Charlotte, so we could bunk up with them.
Steam to me.
Does Kath want us over? As an ambush foursome? Just come on by?
Aunt Kathy would love us.
Is it Kathy Clary?
Kathy Clary.
Is she
Matthews, actually.
Is she one of my Instagram friends?
No, but she's actually in the North Carolina. She's in Raleigh, I believe. So
Okay.
no, not in Charlotte.
Aunt Kathy.
But yes, my Aunt Kathy would love to have us there if we are stuck in Charlotte for the night. She wakes up really early as well. She could take us to the airport. That is a thing.
He comes in here, I would say every break, but if I'm being honest, it's probably every other break, to have some new fear, did you hear there was a case of bird flu at the airport last month? I just saw on Google that somebody came down with the measles or, whatever. What is it like sitting next to him all day? Has it been this constantly?
Well, we've had 11 breaks so far. He's definitely been in your studio at least 10 of them.
I mean, it is unbelievable.
The other one, he had to probably use the potty. But
there's a new strain of COVID out there. There's no better way to get it than being on an airplane. Give me your Milton voice for the.
Well, now that lights are out and about again, that school started, the best way to get it is on a headrest on an airplane.
It's been just as bad in here as well. I would say he's been more focused on the show while the show is happening, so he hasn't been too crazy, but
Pro.
he's definitely letting me know that he's nervous.
Now, you said yesterday that you also worry a lot.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I do. I just keep it contained, though. I try not to let everybody know.
But would you acknowledge that what he's doing is a lot?
It's, I don't know. I'm kind of understanding some of his worries, so I'm not going to say it's too much, but it's definitely a little bit of.
You're totally outnumbered because the thing you're not acknowledging, well, you can't control it. Well, you can't control anything, right? You know what I mean? Like, you can't control who's winning a game. Doesn't mean you don't care about the game. The point is, the thing you the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario sucks. It sucks. We're gonna be in Charlotte, wandering around, like getting an Uber, going to some hotel that they're like, actually, we overbooked. The worst case scenario is even worse than that. The scenarios are awful. Everything, even at its best, travel sucks. Like, the refusal to acknowledge that is why he's going over the top.
But I am acknowledging that potentially bad things can happen. That is true. I will cross that bridge when we come to it. Before the Commanders play the Saints, I'm not going to sit here and scream about how terrible it would be if they lose this game for their playoff chances. We can have that conversation. If they lose, how damaging would it be, whatever. But I'm not going to sit here every minute of the day and worry about it. They should win the game. We should get to New Orleans, hopefully.
I don't know. Here's my thing about this is I just feel like we're going to be stuck in Charlotte tonight. And I don't want to be.
So
I want to be in New Orleans.
So that sucks.
Exactly.
I agree. Okay. Great. That sucks.
Yeah.
Next.
Well, next we're going to have to do it again and then probably get delayed tomorrow morning trying to get to New Orleans. We could potentially miss the beginning of the show. We're not going to be able to eat Cafe Beignet in New Orleans, which I already had planned. I was going to wake up, work out, and then go to Cafe Beignet and get some beignets and a coffee. I won't be able to do that.
If you get your Cafe Beignet in the morning, I'm going to be like Danny with Chase Young. Playing against Washington. Like, I want all my time back. All the complaining, all the nerves, all the anxiety. I'm the one on anxiety medication, by the way. Let me handle the anxiety part of it. I mean, the fact that the three of you guys are all peas in a pod, and it's just like, it's too much.
We have the appropriate concern for the hassles of travel. And for some reason, it's an amazing quality that you have. It's like,
Someone is
it doesn't
flying
bother
you guys down and putting you up in a hotel in New Orleans to go to an NFL game.
It's wonderful. It's an unbelievable thing.
Calm down and enjoy the ride. It's going to be a fun time. We're going to have a blast.
Eventually.
You, not Danny, but you'll drink alcohol with me. We'll have some food.
Are you going to have alcohol, Ryan?
Mm-hmm. I plan on it.
Wow.
Somebody asked me, by the way, they said, is Danny going to drink with us on this trip? And I said, oh, no.
No.
That's an adorable question.
That's precious.
What a funny question.
Does drinking mean go to the hotel room and go to bed? Does it mean that?
You'll definitely do that.
I'll do that.
What is
I'll
there
get
a
hammered.
night that you would go out with us? Like after dinner?
What was the word used?
After dinner.
No. Because that's something after I ate?
Right.
Yeah, that's the end.
So we'll have a nice dinner.
Yeah.
It ends at like 9:30. We go out on Bourbon Street.
Uh-huh.
Danny comes with us?
As long as we're walking in the same direction as the hotel before I peeled off, I'd go with you.
Going opposite the hotel.
No, have a great night, everybody.
You got to pick one night to go out with us till you can come back at like midnight.
All right. Stick aside. Tuesday.
Well, we're back on Tuesday.
Oh, darn it.
See, it's going to be a blast. I just can't wait. Tons of fun, Rouillet.
Oh, yeah.
The whole crew.
You need me for brunch? You need me for a historical building?
When
I'm there.
But that's not fellowship. You're there for your own wants and needs.
No, I'm not.
When you're eating?
Yeah.
Oh, you're there for me? So I can watch you eat a beignet?
What do you mean? Like I'm gonna go to some private tour and you're not welcome? I'm gonna do the Gator fan tour and you guys can't come?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
I'm saying you're coming to eat because you want to eat, not because we're there. When are you going to come because you want to hang out with your pals?
That's what we're doing the whole trip. That's like we're going places at the same time, aren't we? Unless like you want to do something separate.
Literally, that's what I just asked you, and you said as long as we're eating dinner, basically.
No, you're talking about like going out. I'm not doing that, but like I'm happy to sit down with you guys. I want to sit down with you guys and have dinner, and
you do.
Let's have some brunch.
Wow,
and
that's
let's
lovely.
have some coffee or not.
Sounds
whatever.
like there's a lot of meals we're gonna have together.
Well, we're in New Orleans.
That's what we're gonna
My favorite
do.
food city on the planet.
G&D.
If we ever get there.
Eric Flack had a bombshell news story today for Channel 9 on the RFK site, and the possibility that the Commanders could be building a stadium in D.C. Want to let you hear what he had to say next. Grant and Danny, sponsored today and every day by our very good friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament. They are going to set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. They will get you a discount. That is kmlawyers.com. Normally, when we make road trips, it's with those guys. It's going to be weird.
Seriously.
They're not, we're not going to know what to do with our hands.
Yeah, so we made one official road trip, one quick business trip where we happened to witness Washington come and start going to Philadelphia. But this is the big road trip without those guys. It's going to be weird.
But we appreciate their support of this program and them
As always.
sponsoring the show. I feel bad that we will not be at their holiday celebration, but next time for sure. Did you see the altercation, I guess you could call it, the shouting match, cursing, whatever it was, between a fan of the Detroit Lions and Matt LaFleur, the head coach of the Packers, on the field right before kickoff in the primetime game that those two played last Thursday night?
No.
So 1 week ago tonight, Thursday Night Football, this happens at a lot of stadiums, but they do the huge, giant American flag.
Sure. Yeah, the full
Run
length of
across
the field.
entire
Yeah.
field. So a bunch of fans come down and shake the flag so it looks like it's waving, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the fans who was right over up on the Packers sideline holding the flag got into it with Matt LaFleur. Started trolling him. I'm not really sure what he said to piss LaFleur off. But LaFleur is a super mild-mannered guy, one of the best guys I've ever interacted and dealt with covering teams. Loses it. And they start shouting. They're yelling.
Wow.
They're cursing. And the guy basically gets separated from him right before kickoff. Well, the Lions have revoked that guy's season tickets. I guess he's been not only booted from that evening's festivities, but they confirmed they revoked his season tickets and that he will not be back at the stadium. I don't know if it's just for this season or if it's going to be in perpetuity, but a reporter in Detroit talked to the fan today who said he's devastated and he's sorry. But I kind of love that, honestly.
I do too. So
you're down on the field, which you really shouldn't be, but sometimes that's what happens with these big flags or whatever. Okay, act like a grown-up.
Yeah,
please.
act right.
Don't get into a shouting match with the other team's head coach.
So you mean you would think that the other team's head coach or anybody wasn't instigating anything.
I don't think Matt LaFleur walked up to him and started talking junk.
I suppose there is a scenario where maybe that happened, but I sincerely doubt it, right? And haven't heard that version at all. So it sounds like Detroit, as you said, did the right thing where they go, hey, no to this. We'll trash talk him. We'll handle that. Let Amon-Ra St. Brown do it post-catch, right? Let Dan Campbell in the handshake line do it. You don't get to do that.
And we need to avoid as often as possible just fans down on the field.
Here.
Anyway, there's got to be a different group of people you could maybe have wave the flag so that you don't have random season ticket holder fans walking past and around the Green Bay Packers. Kliff Kingsbury today at his press conference out in Ashburn was asked about Bill Belichick, who he once worked for, coaching at the University of North Carolina. And Danny, it sounds like he kind of sees this how I saw it.
I will have to see him on the sideline to believe that's happening. We'll see how the NFL job search goes and all that. I will have to see him on the sideline coaching in Chapel Hill to believe that's happening.
That was my point.
Yeah.
He went on to say that he just doesn't think Bill Belichick's going to be sitting in some kid's living room trying to get him to come to North Carolina. But I agree. It is hard to fathom this. I know that he had a press conference today, that it's signed, sealed, and delivered. I think if the Jaguars were to offer him full control, he would take it. But clearly, he's not going to get a head coach and a GM job. And I think it could be as simple as that's what he wants. North Carolina gave it to him, and so he took it.
So I've seen press conferences with him before where he didn't have the job after, a certain amount of time. It's a long time ago, but that happened.
That's a great point.
I've seen Josh McDaniels under his tutelage bail on people and leave folks at the lurch. So there's actually some degree of truth to that, right? Where I'll believe it once we're months into this thing, and maybe that's the deal. But also, something about that Patriots dynasty, I felt the same way about Tom Brady in retirement. Honestly, where I was like, I know he says he's retired. I heard him loud and clear. I get it. I'll believe it when I see it. And now I do, by the way, that he's calling games and he owns the Raiders and everything between. But I needed a bigger sample, so I'm with you.
Caps on the road tonight in Columbus to take on the Blue Jackets. Let's get you a power play. Caps just went through one of their longest stretches without a game this month on the calendar. They're playing a lot of back-to-backs and then get some respites. It has been a very productive stretch. Sanzovi, thanks largely to the goal scoring. They've been able to get Connor McMichael's up to 15 goals. Tom Wilson's got 11 on the season to lead the way.
They play Columbus tonight, who kind of stinks. They're at the bottom of their division. They're top 10 in scoring in the league, but also horrendous at allowing goals. So last time I said something like this, it was against San Jose, and it was a 2-1 pitcher's duel. So you would think a lot of lamps lit this evening.
Earlier today, right here on G&D, Eric Flack was on the show, the reporter who's won awards for his investigative journalism over at Channel 9, has been all over the story of the D.C. council and mayor trying to get the land back where RFK is so that possibly a stadium could be built. We asked Flack about the big development of the day that he's been reporting on.
Yeah, the latest is that as of now, which is about 3:04 on Thursday, December 12th, that RFK bill is in fact included in this larger spending bill, which means that D.C. really closing in now in the final stages of a full-fledged push to get the Commanders back to the district. Still never official until it's official, but it was a huge hurdle to actually get that RFK bill giving D.C. long-term control of the land into that spending bill. Things change up on Capitol Hill, but as of right now, as we stand right here, it is in that bill. And again, once they agree on that larger spending bill, which really doesn't have much to do with RFK at all, passage is a formality. The debate is over. So once RFK officially gets included in the final version of that bill, it is, for all intents and purposes, a reality that D.C. has long-term control of that RFK land.
So Eric, a couple times I've been like, okay, yeah, this is it. And then there's a Steve Daines pop whack-a-mole. Then there's like a Maryland senator whack-a-mole. The government, is this it? In terms of this part of this phase of it?
Let me put it to you this way. I had a good exchange with a source, and this was actually yesterday. This was before it made it in, and I was like, "How are you feeling?" And he was like, "I'm feeling 70%." There's somebody who wants it in the bill, and I said, "So is that like we're almost there, or like, oh no, there's a 30% chance that it might not happen?" And then he jokingly sent me the Christmas ornament of the Hail Mary. And I was like, well, that doesn't sound good. He said, no, we're moving in the right direction, and I will crack a beer if it gets into the bill. So we're like at crack your first beer time in celebration. Now, the text of this bill, and this is inside baseball, but the text of the bill is probably not going to be finalized until potentially over the weekend. At the point the text, it's actually written in stone, then you're kind of like officially official, and then they vote, which again is pretty much a formality. So we've still got some time to, and you know, you've probably followed a lot of the news. I've been reporting on it. Others have as well, about the backdoor negotiations that have been going on with Maryland. And so there's always a chance that things could go sideways, but it's a lot easier. It's a lot harder. It's a lot of bigger, longer putt, as you might say, to get the RFK bill into that resolution. That's the big obstacle. Pulling it out seems much more unlikely. Once it's in there, you're moving in the right direction. So I think everybody on the side of those who want this resolution to pass, this bill to pass, so the DC can take their real shot at bringing the Commanders back, is feeling very, very good right now. So, Danny, yeah, things can change, but right now trending in the right direction with that RFK bill. As of now, sources, Capitol Hill insiders telling me, is included in this bigger, larger spending bill.
Love that. Eric Flack is with us, WUSA TV 9's award-winning reporter. Let's say that the land is involved, okay? So in the bill, right? That resolution comes through.
Right.
DC, that means DC gets the land. There's nothing else that needs to happen, yeah?
Nothing else that needs to happen.
Okay.
No, I mean, yep.
So my follow-up to that is the land is DC's. Does that automatically mean that the stadium will be built on that land? Are we confident in that, or is it a whole nother thing now?
Yeah, no, then you gotta like actually DC's got to cut the deal with the Commanders, and
but isn't that a formality at this point?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, $1 billion isn't that, we don't know. I mean, you can read the room as we've talked about before, and Mayor Bowser up in the suite with Josh Harris and Roger Goodell high-fiving at the Titans game as a formality. But like they would have to approve money just like they did for Capital One. So the city council, DC council will have to get involved at some point. They will have to produce like, here is the agreement. Here is how much Washington DC is expected to pay. I mean, we have a whole lot of steps before we are breaking ground, shovels in the ground at RFK, and they're coming back home and circle your calendars for 2030 because that's when the Commanders return to the district and to RFK. But the biggest challenge always going to be the one thing that was going to be the biggest obstacle was the fact that DC didn't even have the right to make the deal because they didn't control the land past 2037. Now they control this land. They don't own it. They control the land. They have the right to lease it out under this agreement for whatever they want, whether it's a football stadium, whether it's a shopping mall, whatever commercial entity you want to do, you'd be able to do it now at that land. But now you're at the point where DC has to be able to, negotiate with the Commanders, say, here's what we're in with. What are you comfortable with? Part of the Maryland contingent's argument
That's my future, or did they just lose? They had a couple of big conditions, and there was a lot of smoke and mirror about fighter jets, and the fighter jets may or may not be part of this. But based on my reporting, there were two huge conditions. One, it was like what was going to happen to the future of FedEx Field, and then the second that kind of developed later on, and this is going to get really politicky, but the Maryland contingent, Senators Cardin and Van Hollen, were negotiating for huge amounts of disaster relief money to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge, because that's the bridge earlier this year in Baltimore that collapsed. Everybody remembered that. And they want a bunch of federal money. We're talking billions and billions of dollars to rebuild it. And at the 11th hour, that became part of the discussion. So you have to, at first it was Governor Westmore saying Maryland can't move forward until I'm satisfied that FedEx Field or the FedEx Field land, the Northwest Stadium land, is going to be taken care of once the Commanders leave. Nothing has been formally released on that. I'm pulling some strings on that, but I think it's safe to say that on some level, Governor Westmore and that land issue had been taken care of, okay, because we're here. Then it became, well, what about all the money for the Francis Scott Key Bridge? And that became the sticking point. Hey, we're not going to be cool with the RFK thing if we don't get the money that we want to build the bridge. Seemingly completely unrelated, but that's the way Capitol Hill works. That's the way politics works. At this point, we're hearing the bill is an RFK bill, is in this spending bill, got added to this larger resolution, got attached
So you have to believe that Maryland's side was satisfied with the amount, or is satisfied with the amount of money that they're looking to get out of this bridge. So did Maryland lose? Maryland got what it needed to make this palatable moving forward. They said, okay, if we're not going to defeat this, we're going to need some chips back to let it go through. And the chips back ended up being on a local level, making sure the Commanders committed to take care of that Northwest Stadium site if and when they leave for DC or anywhere else. And B, making sure that Maryland got its Francis Scott Key Bridge money to rebuild the bridge. Again, politics as usual up on Capitol Hill. Those were the big sticking points, and you have to imagine that they were met at this point.
Eric, super quick, because I know you got to jump. Local residents around RFK, I don't have great numbers on this, and it's hard to find really good data, but I know there's a lot of outspoken folks that said, no way, no how, we have no interest in that, and maybe some folks in the D.C. Council's opinions have reflected that. The strategy for them is?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be a loud, big protest. I mean, I've done some reporting on this about what Josh Harris has gone through up in Philly just to get this basketball arena, which he is paying for out of his own money, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And even that's been a hassle. I mean, there are going to be loud protests. We are just starting it. I'm of the belief that the protests are not going to be able to override what seems like a runaway freight train of momentum if, in fact, what we believe to be happening right now happens and D.C. gets the land. But there will be loud protests. There have been groups that are already mobilizing. I just don't know that faction of D.C. Council, which once was very strong and once was the majority in opposition of this happening, is the majority anymore. And in fact, the main power players, the Kenyon McDuffies, the Mayor Bowsers, really are in favor of this. And some of the other main players who longly opposed it are opposing it much quieter now. And so the kind of writing is on the wall, but certainly we are about to, if this happens, we're about to enter a huge stage of community meetings, of protests, of we don't want a stadium in our backyard.
All right, but to summarize then for people that joined us midway through the conversation, your reporting is that today looks like it's going to end up being a gigantic step toward DC getting the land.
Enormous. To summarize, as of right now, the bill that would give DC long-term control of the RFK site, therefore clearing the way for Washington, D.C. to bring the Commanders back to the district after 28 years in Maryland, is included in the piece of legislation that it needs to be included in to become a reality in just days. And as we sit here right now, unless something changes, that bill is on track to be approved and clearing the way for what could be a momentous shift of the Washington Commanders back to D.C.
Eric, awesome with us, man. Really appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
That was Eric Flack of Channel 9 in town, an award-winning reporter who's been working very hard on this RFK land story, joining us on Grant and Danny. That'll do it for us. It is time to get to the airport. We are headed to New Orleans, just like the Commanders, trying to see if the boys can get themselves a big win in the Big Easy. Next time you hear our voices, we'll be on Bourbon Street. The show is live tomorrow from Hotel Monteleone in Nolens. Thanks for listening to us. We'll chat again at 2 o'clock tomorrow, right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. Commanders injury report for today. One player did not practice. That was Noah Brown. 2 players were limited. Cleveland Farrell and Quan Martin. Another full day of practice for Marshawn Lattimore. Second straight day where Alvin Kamara did not practice for the Saints. Thursday Night Football tonight, Rams and Niners, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game on the Team 980 following Hokies Hoops tonight. Isaac Guerrero for the Niners plans to play despite being questionable with a sprained foot, and they also activated linebacker Dre Greenlaw off injured reserve. He's returning from a torn Achilles in the Super Bowl last year. College hoops tonight. Virginia Tech taking on North Carolina A&T. 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Caps taking on the Blue Jackets tonight. Puck drop at 7 o'clock, and it's presented by Zips Dry Cleaners. Zips is teaming up with the Caps for a legendary game day giveaway. 2 lower-level tickets to a Caps game, plus a prize package full of merch. Visit zipscleaners.com/capitals for details. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Puck drop in about half an hour. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.